Before we start, the name is at the top of the screen. She is born into an average family in Japan. After graduating from college, she lands her dream job in the production department of an electronics company. However, in her second year, she is transferred to the claims department. There, she spends her days bowing her head while apologizing to customers and enduring scolding from her superiors. Gradually, she loses contact with her friends, and with each passing day, her head hangs lower than before. Her final memories are of working late into the night, excruciating pain tightening in her chest, and the pattern of the wood grain on her desk. She lowers her head as she leaves, and she lowers it once more as she dies. That is why, in her next life, she awakens in the kingdom of Ordine. Along the walls of the Western District stands the residence of the prestigious magician artisan and Baron Carlo, a place known as the Green Tower. Inside, Dahlia's eyes widen in amazement as she gazes at several mana stones. Her father notices her interest and gestures toward them, explaining that if a certain knob is twisted, the entire room will illuminate. He shows her how the light emitted from a firestone becomes diffused when covered with a moonlight butterfly crystal, and how placing a thinner crystal between the double glass while adding a vent stone below creates the illusion of flowers or fairies dancing in the light. He remarks that although the device is already over 3 years old, it is called a magic lantern. It is his father, her grandfather, who invented it as his very first magical apparatus. He explains that such tools exist to make people's lives easier, and that those who create them are known as magic artisans. Hearing this, Dahlia realizes what she wants to become. In her previous life, such creations would have belonged only to fairy tales, but in this world, she is determined to pursue what she truly desires. She resolves to become a magic artisan, just like her father. As time passes, Irma comes to tend to Dahlia and notices what she is studying that day. Dahlia is absorbed in learning the basics of magical circuits, even though she cannot yet use them until she masters the proper calculations at the academy. She traces the flow of magical power, noting how energy from the firestone passes through the circuit, while Irma works on her hair and claims to understand the idea well enough. Irma admits that she has never given much thought to magical apparatuses herself, but she is confident that Dahlia will grow into an exceptional magic artisan. She even imagines Dahlia inventing something so impressive that it would surprise her own father, perhaps a device that enhances beauty, one that could someday be used in Dahlia's very own salon. Dahlia reflects on how many magical apparatuses in this world serve the same role as household appliances did in her previous life, yet certain conveniences still do not exist. She becomes convinced that she could create one herself. Remembering heat-resistant materials she has seen before, she reassures herself that she can manage with what is available. All that remains are leftover wind and fire magic stones, but she believes that will be sufficient. She decides to add a switch and envisions a device where wind is blown out, stirred, and then heated through a fire circuit, a magical apparatus meant to amuse her father. However, the experiment suddenly spirals out of control, resulting in a large fire. At that critical moment, her father arrives and manages to stop it. Later, she is sternly scolded. He reminds her that she was told to only experiment with magic stones when he is present and questions what could have happened if she had been burned. Overwhelmed, she can do nothing but apologize. Seeing her reaction, he asks why she attempted it in the first place. Through tears, she explains that she wanted it to be a secret, something meant to surprise him, and that she hoped he would tell her she had done well. He then considers what she had been trying to create. She reveals that it was a dryer and apparatus designed to produce warm wind by using a firestone to heat air generated from a wind stone. Upon examining the idea, he realizes that she has correctly understood the mechanism, but the stones were releasing power at full output, making an accident inevitable. He wonders what she intended to use such a device for, and it becomes clear that her purpose was simple and practical: drying hair, because long hair is difficult to dry. He pats her head and expresses his amazement, which leaves her stunned, as she never imagined her father would praise such an idea so highly. He wonders whether she came up with the concept on her own, and after reviewing the design, realizes that it only needs a few minor adjustments. This realization fills her with happiness. He explains that they should not finish the dryer merely for the sake of drying her hair, as the real challenge lies in controlling the output of the magic stones. He decides to teach her how to calculate and correct output errors, noting that by throttling the power at this point, the airflow will become warm instead of dangerously hot. She then wonders whether it could also produce cold air, and he determines that this would be easy to achieve by adjusting the output point. For the warm air, he decides that the device should have both high and low settings, which leads her to consider whether it could be structured in a certain way. He confirms that the circuit itself is sound, meaning the next issue to address is the cylinder. Even though they will be using heat-resistant magic, he believes additional reinforcement would not hurt. She suggests that if the material itself is naturally resistant, she would like to add magic to it as well, but her father insists that this must wait until she fully learns how to handle magic stones safely. He then questions whether the device truly needs to be that specific shape. She confirms that it does, as she wants the airflow to be directed toward different areas. In response, he suggests using sand lizard steel, a material that is both lightweight and resistant to heat, and notes that the handle should also be adjusted. After making the necessary changes, he hands her a prototype and asks whether something like this would work. She smiles and suggests adding an attachment at the end to alter how the wind exits the device, reasoning that a removable nozzle would be more practical. After completing all adjustments, they finish constructing the dryer, and upon testing it, they celebrate its success. The following day, Dahlia rushes towards Sophia, welcoming her home and excitedly announcing that the dryer is complete, encouraging her to use it to dry her hair. She becomes slightly unsteady as she speaks, enthusiastically praising her father and declaring how amazing he is. At that moment, her father lifts her up and observes that she appears completely drained of magical energy, which is the inevitable result of staying up all night. Hearing that they work through the night immediately angers Sophia, who scoffs at how many times she has insisted that Dahlia must be asleep by 8 o'clock. She cannot believe that after being gone for only one day, he allowed this to happen. She even wonders whether she smells alcohol and something burnt, questioning exactly what occurred during that all-nighter. Carlo hurriedly attempts to calm her down, assuring her that he alone consumed alcohol while Dahlia drank grape juice. Her father then begins proudly boasting about Dahlia, declaring that she is not only adorable but remarkably intelligent as well. He emphasizes that he merely taught her the fundamentals of constructing a magic circuit, yet she immediately applied that knowledge and created an impressive magical apparatus. Later, both parents put Dahlia to bed. Sophia reflects that the fact Dahlia can already invent magical apparatuses means her future is undoubtedly bright, and she wonders what kind of woman she will grow into. Carlo reassures her that he would never allow her to marry someone unworthy, nor a man incapable of protecting his own wife. However, if someone were willing to risk everything to keep Dahlia safe, he might consider it. Sophia understands that he is overly protective, and after all, Dahlia has already commented on that aspect of his personality. For him, titles and prestige hold no value. All he desires is for his daughter to live peaceful days beside a partner who will protect her, and for her to be happy throughout her life. However, the path of becoming a magic artisan is far from easy. Society dictates that the work of magic artisans is delicate and restrictive. They cannot use flashy magic like mages, nor can they create precious metals or restore potions like alchemists. Even producing a revolutionary magical apparatus does not guarantee public acceptance. Development involves constant trial and error, materials are expensive, and complaints from customers, many of whom never read instructions, are endless. Even so, magic artisans never abandon their craft. On most days, they are grateful for the path they chose, and today is certainly one of those days. He congratulates Dahlia on the creation of her first magical apparatus. She is his beloved daughter. This is the story of Dahlia's growth into a positive-thinking adult and a full-fledged magic artisan. An hour after she moves into her new home for the sake of her newly wedded life, her fiancé asks her for forgiveness and states that he wishes to break off their engagement. She anticipates that he has something important to say, but she never imagines it would be this. Even in this world, things turn out the same way once again. This is right, another world. Dahlia is not reincarnated here. In her previous life, she is born into an ordinary Japanese family, enrolls in a reputable university, and secures a job at an electronics company in the manufacturing department, exactly as she once aspired to do. Yet she is later transferred to the claims processing department, where she becomes increasingly anxious, dragging herself through one exhausting day after another. The last thing she remembers is working overtime into the next day, followed by a sudden, unbearable pain in her chest. When she opens her eyes again, she finds herself in a world straight out of fantasy, a place where magic, demons, knights, and mages exist. In this world, she is born as the daughter of a man who creates magical devices. He takes magic gems and magical power and converts them into functional magical effects, imbuing them into crafted tools. He is a magic artisan. As she grows up watching her father work, she follows in his footsteps without hesitation and discovers that she genuinely enjoys crafting magical devices. Not only that, but she also finds herself in a respectable engagement. This time, in this world, she believes she can live a quiet and peaceful life, or so she thinks. Yet when the engagement is broken, she realizes that she does not truly feel anything at all. She thinks that she should feel angry, heartbroken, or at least saddened, but none of those emotions surface. Instead, she calmly asks who the other woman is. The answer is Amelia Tolini. If she remembers correctly, Amelia is the receptionist at Tobias's guild during the Holland Journal meeting several months earlier, a petite young woman with a delicate and endearing presence. He confesses his intention to marry her, though Dahlia notes to herself that she never asked about such matters. She responds that they must proceed through the proper procedures to annul the engagement. This confuses him, as he wonders whether she is referring to their living arrangements. She explains that since their engagement, they registered jointly at the Commerce Guild under a shared name, meaning the contract must be formally separated. Their fathers arranged the marriage registration certificate at the Commerce Guild, so they must obtain an official annulment agreement. As for the house, since they split the construction costs, it must be liquidated. Furthermore, if he intends to remarry, the annulment must be amicable. She proposes that they visit the Commerce Guild that afternoon to validate all matters, suggesting a time around 2 o'clock. Still confused, he merely agrees. She then asks whether there is anything else he wishes to say. He explains that he plans to live in the house with his lover and proposes that after the settlement, the joint ownership be transferred entirely to his name while she moves her belongings out as quickly as possible. He apologizes and then hesitantly adds one more request. He asks her to return the engagement bracelet. He wishes to have a different one made for Amelia and does not have much time. This request finally stirs something within her. In this world, the engagement bracelet carries the same weight as an engagement ring and wedding ring did in her previous life, and returning it would normally be unthinkable. Even so, she agrees to return it as part of the settlement. He then slides something toward her, explaining that there is another item he wishes to give her. When she opens the box, she sees an accessory traditionally gifted to lovers in this country, decorated with a gem matching the color of the recipient's eyes or hair. After agonizing over what would suit her best, he chose a ruby in a shade identical to her original hair color. Yet she realizes that she never once saw it after that day. She puts on the ring and wonders whether her feelings had faded long ago. Tobias rises and states that he apologizes for hurting her, both in this world and in her previous one. Her back remains hunched as memories resurface. A 2-year engagement passes, followed by the deaths of Tobias and her father one after the other. All matters related to business are finally settled, and the formalities are completed. Everything appears ready to move forward, or so she believes, until the engagement is annulled. They are not married, yet everyone knows it is meant to happen, which makes the situation all the more depressing. Her engagement to Tobias is arranged by their fathers. She is quite tall, something he points out to her after the engagement ceremonies are completed. She thinks he may be bothered by her height, even though she wears shoes with low heels. He comments that she stands out too much, so she dyes her red hair dark brown. He dislikes flashy dresses, so her attire becomes plain as well. Over the past years, she tries to become a good wife for Tobias according to his preferences. She takes courses related to their businesses and attempts to understand all of his concerns, yet his ideal goals are completely opposite to hers. Just like in her past life, she does as she is told and forces herself to be liked by others. She discards her true self and keeps her head lowered until the very end. She tries to mold herself into his ideal woman in this world, and this is the result. Even though she considers this life her second chance at living, she begins to question what she has truly been doing all this time. She realizes it is time to stop. From now on, she will speak when she dislikes something, and she will no longer suppress herself. She will ask for help when she needs it. Fortunately, she still possesses her trade as a magic artisan, and if she works hard, she can live independently. She can go wherever she wants, eat the food she desires, drink what she wishes, and do everything within her power to live the way she wants. She will no longer keep her head bowed. The scene shifts to her friend Irma and Irma's husband, Marcel, who reacts strongly upon learning that her engagement has been broken. Dahlia smiles faintly and explains that Tobias has found his true love, leaving the two of them speechless before they erupt in anger on her behalf. They cannot believe that after years of engagement and on the very day they are supposed to move into their new house, he chooses to do this. They condemn his actions harshly. All Dahlia can do is thank them for being angry in her place. She believes it is fine, as the engagement was arranged by their fathers, and those fathers are no longer alive. Irma continues to protest and asks whether Dahlia has submitted her magic registration yet. Dahlia replies that she has not, as the plan was to do it tomorrow, so the paperwork remains incomplete. Irma insists that Dahlia should count herself lucky for avoiding marriage to such a foolish man. Marcel is still furious, believing that the man has made his sweet Dahlia cry, which makes her realize that she has not cried at all. Irma urges her not to force herself and suggests that she should cry if she wants to, or that they could drink together. They will close the shop early and come by in the afternoon. Dahlia reassures them that she is fine and truly all right. She wants to hurry and finish cleaning up so she can go to the Commerce Guild and have everything settled. With serious determination, the two of them tell her to inform them if there is anything they can do, promising they can come at a moment's notice. This makes Dahlia think that the two of them are truly on the same wavelength, and she feels a slight pang of jealousy. She then asks Marcel if he could help her move her furniture back to her old place. The scene then shifts to the Commerce Guild, where Gabriella, the wise guild leader, stands with the staff member Evan. Gabriella greets Dahlia warmly and congratulates her on her wedding. Dahlia states that she is grateful for their congratulatory words. However, Tobias has broken off their engagement, which is why she is present to proceed with the proper annulment procedures. Her explanation visibly shocks both of them. Evan wonders whether something has happened to the company, but Dahlia explains that the annulment request originates from Tobias himself, so she cannot provide further details. This is precisely why she is here, as the matter concerns the execution of the annulment agreement, and she would like to request a notary. If possible, she wishes to request a 2 o'clock appointment, though she immediately adds that if this is asking too much, she is willing to follow whatever schedule the notary has available. Gabriella responds that she will check immediately and instructs her assistant to confirm the availability with Sir Dominic on the 3rd floor. Dahlia thanks Gabriella and adds that Dominic has assisted her father many times in the past, so she feels reassured knowing he will handle the matter. They ask whether she has not just moved in together with Tobias, and she explains that they had planned to begin living in their new home starting today, but instead she will be returning to her old place. Gabriella then asks whether Dahlia plans to continue working as a magic artisan. Dahlia confirms that she will continue doing her best to craft magic devices, just as she always has. Gabriella chuckles and remarks that Dahlia's magical devices are so popular that even the guild itself is highly pleased with them. At that moment, Gabriella's assistant rushes in and reports that the appointment with Sir Dominic has been successfully secured. Gabriella then states that the meeting will be held in the room next to her office. This causes Dahlia some confusion, as she is under the impression that the adjacent room is mainly used for safety-related matters and does not have soundproofing measures installed. She also asks about witnesses, but it is explained that everyone else is already occupied for the day, so Evan and Gabriella themselves will suffice. With no veto power available, Dahlia calmly gives her approval, stating that she is simply curious to hear all the details. With everything decided, preparations begin. After all the work is completed, the scene shifts to Dahlia finally taking a bath at her old place. She reflects that returning here truly feels best. So much has happened in a single day. The engagement is broken off immediately after moving out, all the necessary formalities at the guild are completed, and the settlement is discussed. Thinking about the settlement makes her grow tense as her thoughts return to the 2 o'clock meeting earlier that afternoon. During the annulment proceedings, Evan explains that concerning the newly built home, Tobias wishes to request ownership. In return, Dahlia is to be compensated with 50 gold coins for her share. However, Tobias then admits that he does not currently have the funds to cover her portion and claims that he will repay it as soon as he secures a stable income, asking whether she would be willing to wait. This revelation shocks her. Gabriella then adds that until the compensation is fully paid, ownership cannot be transferred into Tobias's name. Dahlia agrees with this assessment and requests that the name transfer be delayed until after the payment is completed. This causes Tobias to react angrily, insisting that such a delay would put him in a difficult position because he has already promised Amelia that she could move in soon. Back in the present, Dahlia lets out a quiet sigh. She wonders in what kind of world a man breaks off an engagement, takes out a loan simply to live with the woman he cheated with, and still acts as if he is the one being inconvenienced. When she went to retrieve her belongings, the bedroom was already in disarray, and the clothes in the closet no longer belonged to her but to that woman. She had never imagined Tobias to be this kind of person. Tobias is the second son of a well-known company responsible for the manufacturing and marketing of magic devices. He began working under her father, Carlo, and was her senior apprentice. He is an earnest man, and whether as a married couple or as working partners, she believes that everything would have worked out fine. She never once sees him show passion or enthusiasm, yet she is content to work quietly alongside him. She assumes that perhaps he only wanted to support her father, and after her father's death, perhaps he simply lacks the same level of talent as a magic artisan. Even so, there is no reason for him to force himself into marrying her. If he is going to fall in love with someone else, he should have chosen that path from the very beginning and saved them both a great deal of trouble. Even though her heart is broken, no tears fall. On the contrary, when she reflects on her feelings toward him, they are largely connected to their work together. She realizes that she does not truly feel anything beyond that. It is almost as though she never loved him at all, and she understands now that she herself was not in love with him either. She has no intention of dwelling on it any further. She thinks that perhaps it is time to get a haircut. As her gaze falls on the soap resting on the table, she is reminded that while this world and this country possess soap and liquid soap, they do not have foaming soap pump dispensers. It is not truly a magical device, yet a foam pump bottle would be extremely convenient, whether for bathing or simply washing hands. In her previous life, during school, she once disassembled and reassembled a foam pump bottle. Since she has seen a blueprint for one at her company, she believes she can recreate it with relative ease. She has recovered the money she invested in the new house, so funding is not an issue. Even if she begins a new research project, everything will be fine. Filled with joy, she rises, eager to make one. The next day, she visits Irma's place. Irma comments that it has grown longer than expected and asks how much she would like cut. Dahlia explains that she wants it to stay manageable while she works and requests something suitable for that purpose. She also wishes to return to her original color and leaves the rest to Irma's judgment. As Irma cuts her hair, she remarks that Dahlia has let it grow out ever since the engagement. Dahlia explains that this was what Tobias wanted, as he preferred longer hair in subdued colors. Irma counters that her original color suits her skin beautifully. Dahlia admits that it stands out a bit too much, but Irma insists that standing out is not a flaw and suggests that Tobias may have simply been picking a fight. Irma reflects that many people who come here after getting engaged or married, even when they know they look plain, claim it is their fiancé's or husband's preference. There are many reasons behind such choices, whether related to work or public perception. Personally, Irma does not agree with it and wonders whether men who want their partners to look plain are simply lacking confidence in themselves. They worry that if their women are too beautiful, someone else might take them away. If they had more confidence and more faith in their partners, perhaps such fears would not exist. Dahlia smiles faintly, thinking that Irma may be right. Still, she believes Tobias is a different case. There is simply no love between them, and without love, there is no reason to fear someone stealing her away. Irma wonders if there is more to her story with Tobias and whether she wants to retaliate, even slightly. Dahlia makes it clear that there is nothing more to say about him or the marriage. She has already added the event to her dark past and prefers to forget it entirely. Irma understands and decides not to press the matter further. She knows Dahlia well enough to believe that she may forget about romance altogether, yet she is certain that Dahlia will someday find someone better. Dahlia responds that she is perfectly fine as she is and finds work far more enjoyable anyway. Her eyes then drift toward the blow dryer. When she is very young and just beginning to learn about magic devices, she experiments by creating something based on memories from her past life. It is a complete failure, and her father becomes extremely angry. However, he later draws inspiration from her design, leading to his first true invention, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they created together. They are so excited that they stay up all night working on it, until her father is eventually scolded by Sophia. Irma can tell that Dahlia truly loves magic devices. Dahlia proudly declares that she has already decided to dedicate her life to mastering them. When she grows old and gray, she plans to take on a young apprentice, and it would be wonderful if that apprentice aims to become an even better magic artisan than she is. Irma remarks that as her friend, she should probably stop her, but honestly, it sounds rather impressive. With that, her hairstyle is finished, and it suits her perfectly. Dahlia smiles as well, feeling refreshed and light, and thanks Irma sincerely. Irma then suggests going out for a drink afterward and even offers to bring her favorite red wine and walnut bread. They should eat what she wants to eat and drink what she wants to drink. Dahlia looks at Irma and thinks that being true to herself feels right. She smiles and agrees. Today marks the first step of her new life. We see that Dahlia is riding in a carriage, silently lost in thought. She reflects on how she had always wanted to try this at least once in her life, drinking wine straight from the bottle, something she never had the chance to do before. In her past life, she simply went along with the flow despite her many failures, and in this life she clung to the same habit. That very attitude had ultimately caused her fiancé to annul their engagement just yesterday, finally fed up with everything. Now, having reached her limit, she decides to live her life the way she wants going forward. Today, what she wants to do is head to a forest devoid of people and take her time foraging for a change. Her ears have already been stuffed full of everyone's opinions regarding the dissolution of her engagement, and she wants nothing more than distance from them. After being reincarnated into the Aldine Kingdom, she finds herself grateful for its prudent and peaceful rule. Public order in the royal capital where she lives is outstanding, and it is said that the path leading from the capital to the forest is relatively free of monsters. Still, even if she has been granted a second shot at life in such a wonderful place, she knows she must remain vigilant. There is always a chance that a lone female traveler could become a target for monsters or bandits alike. As she is lost in these thoughts, the horse suddenly flails back, immediately putting her on guard. She wonders if danger has already appeared when she notices an injured man emerging from the bushes. He asks for water and collapses onto the ground, causing her to shout in shock and check if he is all right. She gives him water to drink, and he expresses relief, saying he has finally been saved, even thanking her for sparing one of her potions despite knowing how costly they are. She tells him not to mention it, thinking that human lives are invaluable, and asks about the state of his injuries. He explains that thanks to the potion he is no longer in any discomfort and that most of the blood covering him is monster blood rather than his own. This reassures her, though internally she fixates on the mention of monster blood. Judging by his outfit, she assumes he is likely an adventurer. The man apologizes for not introducing himself sooner and explains that he is part of the Night Core Monster Subjugation Squad. He gives his name as Wolfred and mentions that although he is the youngest child of a lower noble family, he would prefer she forego formalities and simply call him by his name. In this world, the kingdom sponsors monster subjugation squads due to the threat monsters pose, as they can easily lead to disaster. Normally, adventurers handle such matters, but when a monster is deemed particularly dangerous, the hunt is assigned to a Night Core Monster Subjugation Squad. Therefore, the members of such squads are highly capable. After all, there is a river close by, so stopping there briefly makes sense. She then informs him that there is only room on the driver's seat. He hesitates, clearly uncomfortable at the thought of sitting there while covered in dirt and blood, but she reassures him not to worry, as the seat is fitted with waterproof fabric. With that assurance, he accepts her gracious offer. The waterproof fabric is something she modeled after vinyl sheets from her previous life, as nothing quite like it exists in this world. Inspired by that memory, she had the idea to turn it into a magical device that could apply a waterproof effect. By grinding blue slimes into a fine powder, blending it with additives, and using it as a coating, she successfully applied the effect through adhering magic. In doing so, she managed to create her very own waterproof cloth. It makes her happy to know that her creation has been well received, though its sudden popularity also led to rampant overhunting, leaving her feeling guilty for all those blue slimes. Wolfred remarks that the fabric is extremely handy, and hearing that makes her quietly glow with satisfaction that he truly thinks so. He reflects that within the Night Core, camping tents and cloaks were traditionally coated with wax to keep them rainproof. However, they could never be coated thoroughly, leaving gaps that allowed water through. The thick cloth used for such purposes was also cumbersome, making it difficult and unpleasant to carry. That inconvenience is precisely why the waterproof cloth has gained such high praise. He also notes that the raincoat is particularly useful, as before its introduction they had relied on leather cloaks in the rain. Nowadays, there are far fewer cases of heat rash since leather is no longer necessary. Previously, they could hardly wear such garments under their armor, nor bathe properly at campsites. During marches and battles, the discomfort would grow so severe that their morale would plummet to the point where they could not even laugh it off. Hearing all of this, Dahlia feels deeply appreciative. Receiving feedback directly from someone who actually uses the product reveals flaws she had never noticed before. It also reminds her that, despite its success, there is still plenty of room for improvement. She notes that, in that case, if the waterproof fabric were made more breathable and lighter, it would prove even more beneficial. Wolfred responds that he likes the sound of that idea, though though he points out that its durability is not quite there yet, which makes it somewhat difficult to rely on. This observation makes her realize that she will need to revise the recipe using new materials. Eventually, she averts her gaze while he bathes by the river, and in the meantime she prepares some food. When he returns, he thanks her for lending him a towel. The moment she looks at him properly, her eyes widen. With all the blood covering him earlier, she had failed to notice it, but both in her past life and her current one, Wolfred easily ranks first or second among the most handsome young men she has ever seen. She points out a clothesline where he can hang his clothes to dry and gestures toward a coat nearby, telling him he may use it until he dries off. It once belonged to her father, so it might be a little small on him. The thought that she has prepared everything so thoroughly makes him appreciate her even more. They sit down together, and she explains that the food is simply something she made with what she had on hand, inviting him to eat freely. The moment he takes a bite, he cannot stop eating, clearly enjoying it, and he admits that it has been a long time since he has had a meal this good. As she watches him, Dahlia notices that while he washed the blood off his armor, its color remains vivid. She asks if it is scarlet armor. He confirms that it is, explaining that while it may not be as strong as it appears, it allows for ease of movement and is particularly effective at drawing the attention of monsters. The monster subjugation squads are notorious for their vanguard units, whose members are clad in red armor known as scarlet. It is the duty of the initiator to strike the monster first, and the armor's color distracts the enemy, allowing the wearer to act as a decoy. Within an already perilous squad, they are often the ones closest to danger, and those closest to danger are the ones most likely to be lost to the world. Hearing this suddenly reminds Dahlia of her father, and she wonders why she is recalling that day today of all days. Wolfred makes an offhand remark that the cloth might make him look like someone dressed for a fashionable spring outing, adding that if he were to forget what he was wearing and accidentally undress in front of a woman, the garrison would label him a degenerate. The comment catches her off guard, making her spit out her drink and protest at his timing, given that people are trying to drink peacefully. He chuckles, apologizes, and explains that he simply thought of it on the spot. He then thanks her for worrying about him and his scarlet armor, assuring her that it is not as dangerous as the rumors suggest. He admits that she seemed a little down and that he did not know what else to say, so he blurted out something silly instead. Dahlia finally realizes that the joke from earlier was meant to cheer her up, and she apologizes as well. Wolfred replies that he figured as much. He is simply a down-to-earth kind of person, and he tells her that she can speak freely however she wishes, as it would make him happy. He then asks whether she likes magic devices. She replies that she loves them and that her work revolves around them. This makes him light up with interest, and he asks her to tell him more, wondering if there are swords among civilian magic devices. She says she does not think so, but suggests that a magic-imbued kitchen knife with rust resistance or perpetual sharpness could exist. He considers that rust resistance and perpetual sharpness would also be nice qualities for a sword, prompting her to ask what kind of magic his sword has. He explains that squad swords are usually reinforced for hardness, but his own sword was crafted from the hide of the monster he last subjugated. As a result, it broke easily. To Dahlia, who carries memories from her previous life, this sounds like one of those quintessential fantasy elements of this world: magic swords, weapons inhabited by spirits, holy beings, or heroic souls, far more powerful than ordinary blades. She wonders aloud whether his sword has any special enhancements. She recalls seeing a fire magic sword at the Commerce Gate before, though no one was able to draw it, so she only saw its exterior. She had always wanted to see it properly. Wolfred says that the most impressive sword belongs to their commanding officer, known as the Ash Hand. With a single swing, it can burn anything to ash. However, due to the blood-type bond required by magic swords, only the commanding officer can wield it. No matter the circumstances, anyone else who tries to draw it or even touch it will be burned. He adds that there are two famous masterless magic swords kept in the castle, but he lacks affinity with either and cannot draw them. He has also heard that one of the swords in the castle is called the Virtuous Soul of Principle, and that in a foreign country there exists a talking sword. This makes Dahlia think that such a sword would be useful for someone traveling alone with no companions. Wolfred responds that her comment is unexpectedly brutal, though he adds that a talking sword would at least make for good company when drinking alone. Eventually, they reach the Aldine Kingdom. As they prepare to part ways, Wolfred asks whether it is truly all right for him to borrow the coat. She replies that his clothes are still wet and that she would feel terrible if he caught a cold, so he should wear it just this once. He thanks her sincerely for everything she has done that day and apologizes for getting in the way of her work. She assures him that it is fine, as it was only meant to be a preliminary run anyway. He then asks for her address so that he can repay her kindness, but she tells him again that it is unnecessary and that he should simply consider it civilian support for the monster subjugation squad. Still, he insists on at least treating her to a drink somewhere. She admits that she would like to continue talking about magic devices and magic swords over drinks, but revealing that she as a woman would put Wolfred, as a noble, in a difficult position. No matter the reason, hosting him would be improper. This is where she decides their relationship should end for now. With that in mind, she tells him that if he happens to see her in the city someday, he can call out to her, and if that happens, he may treat her then. She adds that she should be on her way, as she has delayed him long enough. Wolfred says that he hopes to see her again and waves goodbye. As she urges the carriage forward, she smiles to herself, thinking that today has been a truly rewarding day off. At the royal castle, someone expresses relief to Wolfred that he has returned in one piece. The speaker is Gelato Bartoloni, the captain of the monster subjugation squad. Wolfred offers a deep apology for all the inconvenience he has caused. The squad captain acknowledges that everyone had been extremely worried about him, stating that if 3 more days had passed, preparations for his funeral would have already begun. Wolfred apologizes again, aware that he had already apologized to his comrades the moment he arrived at the castle. The captain accepts it and states that it is fine, then formally asks for Wolfred's progress report. Wolfred reports that after being taken by the wave front, he stabbed it with his sword in midair, and both of them fell into the forest. He confirms that the wyvern is dead. After that, he runs in the direction of the capital for 2 days and is eventually saved by a citizen in Rude. They provide him with both a potion and a meal and take him back to the capital in a wagon. He contacts the royal castle from the west gate and then returns to the castle. The captain is grateful that Wolfred's fate has been fortunate. Wolfred, however, reluctantly states that for his failure, which led to his capture by the wave front and caused the squad to spend 2 days searching for him, he is willing to accept any kind of punishment. The captain dismisses the idea, stating that since he killed the wyvern, there is no issue. Instead, he acknowledges that the fact Wolfred was able to bring down both a wyvern and a cross-wyvern on his own earns him the title of Lord Dragon Slayer, and he even considers writing a recommendation for him to join the Imperial Guard unit. Wolfred declines the offer. The captain finds it unbelievable, thinking that Wolfred might be the only person who would ever turn down an invitation to join the idolized knights of the Imperial Guard. Wolfred responds that to even consider such a recommendation, he would first have to seriously consider leaving the squad. The captain points out that it is already bad enough that the lizards have started using human hearts as shields, and that they already have enough trouble with these creatures without them gaining intelligence as well. Wolfred requests that if he is ever captured again on a future hunt, the squad should not hesitate to attack. The captain calls him an idiot and states that even if Wolfred were captured, he would still expect the squad to attack. More importantly, he believes that regardless of who is captured, as long as they train for such situations, they will still be able to take down the target. Wolfred Scalfarto is enlisted at the age of 8. He aspires to the dangerous position of the Scarlet Armor. It takes him nearly half a year to don the mantle. As a noble, the expectations placed upon him are immense. He lacks both offensive and healing magic and possesses only physical enhancement magic at his disposal. With only that, he faces monsters while remaining composed, running, slicing, and continuously dodging. He fights with calm discipline, without fear, simply thinking that this is how it should be as he plays his role. He accomplishes his tasks flawlessly and treats everything as a matter of course, always taking positions such as decoy or rear guard. Rather than calling it courage, it is closer to reckless indifference. The captain even begins to see it as a possible death wish. At that moment, the captain notices the coat Wolfred is wearing and observes that it is not one of the standard issue squad coats. Wolfred explains that he borrowed it, and that it belongs to the person who saved him and helped him return to the capital. He states that they said it had belonged to their father. The captain senses that the coat has been imbued with magic and assumes that the owner must be nobility. Wolfred replies that they claim to be ordinary civilians, although they knew a great deal about magic devices, leading him to assume that they likely hailed from a magician family. Wolfred tries to express his gratitude to his savior, but he misses the opportunity to obtain their contact information. The captain reassures him that they likely had their reasons for leaving in the manner they did. After all, Wolfred is someone who naturally draws attention, and perhaps they did not wish for him to meet their family. Wolfred, however, does not think that is the case. The captain then offers to write him a letter of introduction to the Commerce Guild, and Wolford replies that he would appreciate it, requesting that the captain include the savior's name as well. At the same time, Dahlia sneezes, thinking that she may have gotten more drenched than she initially believed. She recalls that her grandfather's first magic device was the magic lantern. This lantern uses a fire magic stone in place of oil, and its small size makes it highly energy efficient. A single magic stone lasts a long time, making it extremely convenient for traveling or going out at night. Household devices like these are extremely popular in the country. They are comparable to the consumer electronics of her previous life. Using a magic ice stone, one can also have a refrigerator, a freezer, or a fan powered by a magic firestone, as well as an indoor heater. All of these devices are useful for daily life, yet magic devices differ from consumer electronics, even in the case of Wolford. That is why Dahlia, as a developer of magic devices, strives to take proper responsibility for the items she creates, just as her father taught her. Even so, she is pleased to have received a new job request. On her way back from paying for the guide, someone from the guild calls out to her. The request is from the Transport Guild, and she wonders if Marcel had spoken to them about her. Having worked on joint registered contracts for so long, she is now preparing to handle a project entirely on her own and wants to give it her utmost effort. Her first priority is to check the profit earned from her registered magic devices, which she plans to do at the commercial tomorrow. Magic devices registered at the commercial allow the developer to earn a fixed percentage of profits from their sale, similar to patents in her previous life. Minor modifications may be made to the original, but the registration lasts for 7 years, after which the manufacturer retains all earnings. The profit contract for the blow dryer she developed with her father has already expired, leaving only the waterproof cloth and the raincoat still under her control. The next day, Dahlia encounters someone apologizing, explaining that the mini magic device store registration is under Tobias's name. This confuses her, as the store was her idea and development. She had only asked Tobias to review the final schematics while she was busy. The receptionist explains that the contract was submitted last month, and Tobias had indicated that Dahlia had acknowledged it, leading the staff to assume that using his name was acceptable. Dahlia realizes she should have confirmed it herself. While it is common practice for an assistant to handle such matters, she had trusted Tobias with the registration. Since they are essentially strangers in this context, she wonders how she can change the name on the profit contract. Evan, present at the office, apologizes and says he will look up the relevant policies, requesting that she wait. Dahlia, standing there, reminds herself that Tobias is her fellow senior apprentice and that he has forgotten their master's teachings. Later, she stands in the Orlando firm, determined not to bow her head over this mistake. She decides that the day her engagement was annulled is the day she will assert her independence. Tobias arrives, apologizing for keeping her waiting, and asks if she needs anything from him. She explains that she has come regarding the profit contract for the mini magic devices, which shocks him. He apologizes again, and when she suggests continuing the conversation in the drawing room, he repeats his apology and explains that he had not informed her earlier because they kept missing each other. He had planned to start a business together after the marriage and thought it more suitable to register the contract under his name. Dahlia scoffs, realizing that he intended to register all her inventions under his name after marriage. Tobias confirms, explaining that since the items would be sold through the firm, everything had to be under his name. This enrages her, as she believes that any developer of magic devices should take full responsibility for their creations, a principle her father instilled in her. Tobias argues that it would be acceptable as long as he relayed the information to her, but Dahlia scoffs again. She demands that he cancel the profit contract for the mini magic device store by the end of the day so she can register it herself. Tobias acknowledges that doing so will highlight his prior dishonesty, likely reducing work solicited by the commercial. He points out that this occurred during their engagement, and while he recognizes that the contract is under his name, they could leave it as is and transfer the rights to Dahlia. She refuses, citing potential complaints from the Commerce Guild and the risk of being accused of contract fraud if she does not act. He doubts she would take such a step, questioning whether her insistence is motivated solely by lingering resentment from the engagement annulment. She assures him that it is not. She finds the annulment itself more regrettable than his attempt to register her inventions under his name, as she has always regarded him as her fellow senior apprentice. Tobias wonders if there is any chance she will allow him to keep the contract, but she firmly says no. He warns that the Orlando firm will not do business with her afterward, and she acknowledges this, maintaining her firm stance that he must file the proper paperwork with the commercial by the end of the day. With that, she takes her leave. Although Tobias is the son of a merchant, he dedicated himself entirely to becoming a distinguished magic artisan. He smiles at his younger apprentice, Dahlia, as she happily creates and registers magic devices, enduring the weight of his senior title. He himself has yet to register a single device. When offered her hand in marriage, he accepted it, not because of romantic desire, but because he yearned to be recognized as Carlos's successor. Even after their engagement, he generally supported her wishes, believing she would one day become a wife who would follow his lead and have his back. Yet, when he wished to support her in return, she never allowed it. After their master's passing, she never turned to him once. The gap between them widened, and he grew impatient and jealous. He demanded things one-sidedly, and she gave in, aware of the fault lying entirely with him. Hearing her words, Tobias realizes that he could never be more than her fellow senior apprentice. Back at the Commerce Guild, Dahlia informs the receptionist that, as discussed, Tobias will arrive to settle matters before the day ends, and therefore she would like to begin the contract cancellation procedures. Just as she finishes, someone suddenly calls out to her, remarking that if it is not Miss Dahlia herself. She turns around and sees Marcel standing there. He comments that red suits her far better, and she thanks him, adding that it is all thanks to Irma's skilled hands. She also expresses her gratitude for the request he submitted through the Transport Guild. He asks whether she brought it up with them, and she wonders if he is referring to the waterproof cloth. She explains that she recommended it after hearing that there were no canopies in stock, and she promises to do her best to make them properly. Marcel then asks whether she has any appointments after this, mentioning that he has been looking for a new business partner to associate with. He notes that it seems there will be issues dealing with the Orlando firm in the future and guesses that it would be troublesome to keep facing a certain idiot. He wonders if she cannot simply take on jobs directly through the Commerce Guild. Dahlia replies that it is possible, however it would reduce the maximum number of commissions she can accept. Setting aside potential trust issues, stocking up would also become difficult, as the quantity and variety of materials available would be limited without an affiliated firm. He tells her to listen and suggests that she simply establish a Rossetti firm. If she does that, she would be able to stock up as much as she wants. She thinks the idea is absurd, considering the deposit she would need, the guarantors required, and how strict the conditions are. Someone then joins the conversation, agreeing with Marcel and stating that people would definitely jump at the chance to be guarantors for a Rossetti firm. Dominic and Evan also approach, and Evan asks how the contract cancellation went. Dahlia first thanks Dominic for all the help he has given her, then thanks Evan as well, remarking that she somehow managed. She then turns to Gabriella and asks what she was saying earlier. Gabriella explains that a firm can be established by one person. The deposit is 15 gold coins, and 4 or more guarantors are required. The conditions for guarantors are that they must be adults and keep 4 gold coins in reserve. They can be a working head or a wise head of a guild registered with the Commerce Guild for at least 3 years, or a person who has belonged to the Commercial Transport Guild or the Clothing Guild for more than 3 years. Alternatively, they can be a noble of equal rank or above a viscount. Dahlia responds that if that is the case, Marcel immediately jumps in and says that he qualifies and will serve as a guarantor. Dahlia panics and tells him not to decide without discussing it with Irma first, though he suspects Irma would angrily demand to know why he did not agree on the spot instead. Evan also says that he would like to be a guarantor. He clarifies that he is not doing it as a special favor and is purely in it for profit, as part of the Transport Guild. He adds that she may also consider it his gratitude for the waterproof cloth and raincoat, as items like that make his job much easier. Dominic points out that this is also what he would like to say. However, he cannot be a guarantor, so he will ask his son instead. Gabriella states that this will not be a problem and suggests using her husband's name as the final guarantor. As the wise leader of the guild, her husband's involvement would certainly put one's mind at ease. She mentions that the Viscount is currently in a neighboring country, but tells them not to worry, as the letter of proxy is safely kept in her drawer. She winks and declares that the conditions have been met. Dahlia then asks whether everyone is truly fine with this. She says that she appreciates their good intentions, but if the new firm were to collapse, the guarantors would have to bear the debt together. It is not something she feels she can ask of them so easily. Everything is happening so suddenly that she has not had time to prepare, and as a magic artisan like herself, she is unsure whether she can raise profits to meet their expectations. In response, they all simply smile. They tell her that the moment she created the waterproof cloth, she already became a full-fledged magic artisan. They reassure her not to worry about finances, and if she needs research funds, she can simply use the deposit held at the Commerce Guild as her base. Gabriella adds that they are doing this because they have complete confidence in her, and that all that remains is her determination. Marcel urges her to think about it, reminding her that she will be free to stock up as much as she wants. He mentions that there were materials she always wanted to try, such as fire dragon scales, or was it dragon scales in general, and perhaps sea serpent skin as well. Evan adds that he heard there was a grey wyvern subjugation in a neighboring country a few days ago, and some materials may make their way here soon. Dahlia imagines getting her hands on those materials. She wants to try making a high heat-resistant device using dragon scales. She also wants to experiment with flight-related items using wind triangle scales. Additionally, she wishes to test her theory that sea serpent skin possesses current-altering properties. If she could obtain even a single piece, she would be able to enjoy herself to the fullest by examining its properties. Opportunities like this may never come again. Gabriella concludes that the decision is made and suggests proceeding to the conference room to draft the firm contract. After everything is finalized, Dahlia thanks them all for everything they have done today. Dominic tells her that they are all supporting her. She smiles, thinking that this reassurance feels genuine. She signs the contract in line with her desires as a magic artisan. However, she then overhears someone gossiping about the Orlando family's second son, saying that he switched to a new woman close to his wedding day. They mention Dahlia, who made the waterproof cloth, and speculate that he probably could not refuse at first because she was his master's daughter. They wonder whether the abandoned girl was named Tanya or Dahlia, and lament that if only Carlo were still alive. Dahlia realizes that the person being discussed is standing right there in front of them. Gabriella mutters about how annoying it is, wondering if these old people have nothing better to do than gossip all day. She then looks at Dahlia and states that she will now be publicly known as the head of the firm, so starting immediately, she needs to learn how to act like one. Dahlia responds that even if she is called the head of the firm, it will still just be her alone. Gabriella says that this is exactly why she believes it is best to do things properly and not allow others to underestimate her. At first, Dahlia does not understand what Gabriella means. The next moment, they are standing inside a boutique, and Dahlia raises her voice, wondering what the meaning of all this is. Gabriella explains that she is talking about changing her appearance. Dahlia protests that purchasing items from such an expensive store is not within her budget. Gabriella replies that as her guarantor, they will be using her husband's wallet, and all Dahlia needs to do is state what kind of clothes she likes. Dahlia answers that she prefers something easy to move in colors where stains are not visible, and easy to wash. Gabriella freezes for a moment, then begins gathering clothes she wants Dahlia to try, adding that they must not forget properly sized undergarments as well. Dahlia thinks that Gabriella did not listen at all. Soon, Dahlia is trying on various dresses and looks surprisingly beautiful. Gabriella asks her to choose 3 or more of her favorite designs. All of them look expensive, and Dahlia thinks she should choose the cheapest option. Before she can do so, Gabriella stops her and tells her not to choose based on price. These clothes will serve as her first impression when she introduces herself to others. As the head of a firm, she must establish mutual trust with her clients, and clothing plays a vital role in creating that impression. She instructs her to choose clothes that truly suit her. From her previous life until now, Dahlia never had much interest in clothing and never gave it much thought. From this point onward, however, she will be working as the head of a firm and must build trust through her own efforts. She tells Gabriella that she understands. Next comes cosmetics. Gabriella suggests learning a simple 10-minute makeup routine. The makeup artist compliments Dahlia's clear and lovely skin and recommends lightly defining her eyebrows, applying simple eyeliner, lipstick, blush, foundation, and eyeshadow to her preference. Dahlia admits she has no techniques or knowledge, but the artist reassures her and asks her not to think of it as difficult. Instead, she should imagine it as painting specific colors on specific areas of her face. Dahlia realizes that this is similar to magic device creation. Depending on the materials used, blending them produces various colors, and the process itself resembles painting with intention. She wonders if she can apply the same mindset to makeup. If she uses the same sense she applies when crafting magic devices, she might be able to do it. The scene shifts to the two of them sitting in a cafe. Gabriella remarks that Dahlia truly has a good eye for things, and that everything she is wearing suits her well. She says that since they are both heads of firms, there is no need for formality, and she will simply call her Dahlia from now on, inviting her to call her Gabriella as well. She points out that Dahlia's posture will wrinkle her night clothes, prompting Dahlia to straighten up and promise to be more careful. Gabriella apologizes for dragging her around without warning and springing everything on her today. Dahlia replies that it is no trouble at all, expressing her gratitude for the valuable guidance and the clothes. She admits that she never knew much about clothing or makeup and never gave them much thought before. Gabriella explains that she is merely repaying her debt to Carlo. It was Dahlia's father who introduced her to her husband, and because of that, they owe him. Carlo made her promise to keep quiet about it. Dahlia says this is the first time she has heard of it. Gabriella adds that there is another reason she remained silent. If Dahlia ever found herself in trouble as a magic artisan or as a woman, Carlo asked her to give Dahlia advice. She explains that although Dahlia did not seem to be in trouble, if dealing with the Orlando firm was no longer feasible, it would be better for her to establish her own firm. Building a reputation requires proper presentation, and having a noble guarantor would reduce the chances of her being targeted as she stands out. That is why she used her husband's name. Dahlia bows and thanks her. Gabriella tells her once again that she is only repaying her debt, and that Dahlia should not hold herself back, whether in work or in choosing a man. She is confident that money will come to her from now on, and encourages her to choose her own path and live the life she wants. She adds that Carlo's advice was highly sought after by many people. Dahlia is surprised, as her strongest memories of him involve drinking sake and making magic devices. Gabriella laughs and says both impressions are correct, adding that his number one hobby was putting people in his debt and then telling them never to mention it. Dahlia chuckles, thinking that even now, her father's love feels warm. She walks down the street and realizes that without her glasses, she can still see clearly. It has been a long while since she last felt this free. As for why she decided to take them off, there is no particular reason. At any rate, she had herself examined at the temple earlier today. In this world, injuries and related issues can be treated at the temple. Even the loss of an arm or leg can be cured, as long as it is within 7 days, through a priest's healing magic. However, healing magic is not all-powerful and does not cure illnesses. For sickness, one must still visit a regular doctor. Even so, magic is truly amazing. She finally reaches the restaurant Gabriella suggested. It has been a while, and now feels like as good a time as any to indulge herself. She realizes that she has not done anything like this since she died. Today, however, feels appropriate. A delicious meal is just the thing to commemorate the opening of her firm. So much has happened over the past few days, and her once peaceful daily life feels as though it came dangerously close to collapsing. That is exactly why she decides to treat herself. She plans to enjoy a satisfying meal while reading an interesting book about magical devices, then pick up some sweets on the way home. After that, she will take a long soak in the bath, settle down to read her new book, and then go to bed. All in all, it is a perfect plan. Feeling pleased, she thinks that everything is going well until her eyes suddenly lock with someone else's. Her face turns away instinctively, but the man approaches her regardless. He apologizes for bothering her and introduces himself as Wilfred. He asks whether she might be related to Dahl, or if not, whether she herself is the person in question. She confirms that she is. He states that he knew it. She explains that she dressed that way because traveling alone through the forest carries risks for a woman. Wilfred replies that he should be the one apologizing, as she was obligated to take care of him, and she truly helped him that day. She had thought he might be angry at her for hiding her gender, yet instead, he thanks her. She wonders whether he had already realized it back then. He admits that he did not know for certain. Her voice had sounded completely masculine, but he thought her scent resembled that of a woman. Dahlia clears her throat and explains that she altered her voice using a magical device. He admits that even so, he figured it out quickly. The way she immediately looked away when their eyes met was unnatural. Then there was the color of her eyes and her bearing. It was only a fleeting glimpse, but the jade green hue was unmistakable, not to mention the similar air she gave off. Her scent matched as well. Because of that, he thought she might truly be the person he suspected. She remarks that he must have an excellent sense of smell. He comments that it is fortunate she turned out to be a woman, and that she even looked cute dressed that way. He adds that for a moment, he thought he might be starting to swing in a different direction. This makes her shout in surprise, prompting him to chuckle. He suggests that they should not continue such a lively exchange while standing around and asks whether she would mind sharing a table. Being seen by someone she knows would be troublesome, but it is already too late to avoid that possibility, so she agrees. Wolfert explains that he was actually on his way to the Commerce Guild, making the timing surprisingly fortunate. She wonders if he had been shopping for night crops, but he replies that he was searching for her. He still needed to pay for the potion from before and wanted to return the borrowed cord. She realizes she had a lucky escape. If he had gone to the Commerce Guild, she would never have heard the end of it. Wolfert insists on treating her today as thanks and assures her that it is not an attempt to hit on her. After all, they had agreed that if they met again, he would treat her. He also says he would love to continue their conversation about magic swords and magical devices from where they left off. They celebrate their reunion, and the food proves to be delicious. During the meal, Wolfert remarks that when they first met in the forest, he did not think she was such a beautiful person. She responds that it is quite the conversation starter, but points out that the version of her he saw in the forest was her true self, whereas the current her is wearing makeup. He wonders if she might be a noble. She tells him that she is a civilian, though her father once held an honorary title, so she knows some social etiquette. She notes that starting a conversation by praising a woman one has just met can be difficult. He laughs and agrees, adding that skipping the usual steps or performing them poorly often leads to trouble. She asks about his eyes and whether they are all right. He replies that his eyesight is as good as ever, thanks in no small part to her. He took a day off just in case after using the cord she lent him. He wonders whether she got into trouble with her father over it. She tells him not to worry, as her father passed away some time ago. This causes him to apologize deeply for borrowing something that was a memento. He assures her that he will return it after picking it up from the laundry. He comments that using wavelength material as lining is rather costly, even with leftovers. She explains that unused portions are often discarded, but they can be cut into fine pieces, mixed with blue slime powder, and combined with chemicals and magic to form an adhesive. Her father used it as a reinforcement spray. She then apologizes for not having properly introduced herself earlier, stating that she is a magic artisan named Dahlia. Wolfert remarks that it makes sense she knows so much about magic devices. It turns out he had been discussing waterproof cloth with an actual professional. She then adds that she is glad to hear feedback from an actual user, because she herself made the waterproof cloth. This revelation shocks him. She explains that she is considering making a lighter, more breathable version next time. Upon hearing this, Wolfert begins praying, expressing heartfelt gratitude for her existence. He rises slightly and gives her a cheeky smile. His refined appearance is completely at odds with his behavior. She wonders whether her own pace has been thrown off or whether she is simply being carried along by his. She also wonders if the wine is affecting her, as the bottle is nearly empty. He stands and says he will order more wine, promising to return shortly. Good food and wine are companions that allow conversation to flow naturally. Though the meeting was unexpected, it leaves her with a pleasant feeling. Suddenly, someone calls out to her. The voice belongs to the last person she wants to see. Of course, it is Tobias. She wonders if she can escape the situation by pretending not to notice, but then someone calls her name again. It is Amelia. Amelia apologizes and claims she wanted to say sorry for hurting her. She says that it is her fault Dahlia's engagement was annulled and expresses deep regret. Dahlia wonders why she could not have simply passed by without acknowledging her, and why this had to happen here of all places. All she can say is that it is already in the past. She then wonders in what way, and at what point, she ever blamed Amelia. Tobias asks her whether she cannot let it go. With the situation escalating, she worries that Wolfert will end up dragged into this mess. As she struggles to decide what to do, Wolfert returns and places the wine bottle down, quietly asking whether there are any lingering attachments. She mutters that there are none. He smiles and openly declares that if her engagement has been annulled, then she is single. She confirms it. He then expresses gratitude to fate, stating that he has long wished to share a meal with her. He recalls his disappointment at being denied the chance due to circumstances before, and marvels at how fortunate it is to reunite now that she is unattached. Tobias demands to know who this man is. Before Dahlia can finish answering, Wolfert introduces himself as someone affiliated with the Knight Corps of the Rim, naming himself Wolfert Scalfarato. The name shocks everyone present. 20 years ago, there was no one in the royal capital unfamiliar with this family. The king once declared his desire for the nation to never again worry about basic water needs. A Viscount family then established mass production of water magic stones, achieving this goal alone. Praised for their achievement, the family rose to the rank of Count. This event became known as the Great Water Revolution. That family is House Scalfarado. Dahlia looks at him, thinking that calling him lower nobility would be absurd. Tobias panics and apologizes sincerely for his rudeness, introducing himself as a member of the Orlando firm. Amelia also introduces herself as the firm's receptionist. Wolfred merely smiles, then turns back to Dahlia and asks whether she would like a change of scenery. He mentions knowing a good place and expresses that there is still much he wishes to talk to her about. Dahlia chuckles and takes his hand, agreeing gladly. As they leave together, still holding hands, she thanks him for earlier. He tells her not to mention it, admitting that he wanted to leave as well. He wonders whether his words might negatively impact her work or daily life. She assures him that they will not, though she admits she was surprised by how smoothly he handled the situation. He explains that he was not lying. He had planned to invite her out for drinks near the castle gate, but circumstances intervened. When the carriage appeared, he ended up saying he wanted to talk again instead. She apologizes for not realizing that, explaining that she was feeling guilty for deceiving him with her appearance. Wolfred hopes she will forget that guilt entirely. He admits that had he known she was a woman back then, everything would have been far more difficult. He worries whether he forced his company on her when she wanted to be alone. She reassures him that it was not the case. She explains that she was simply having a normal meal. Despite how normal it sounds, her engagement had been decided by their fathers. Tobias claimed to have found his true love, which led to the annulment. Therefore, it is only right that there are no lingering feelings. Wolfred says he does not think he understands love at all. He admits that it was a pity their previous drinking session ended so abruptly and asks whether she would like to join him for another round. Normally, she would refuse such an invitation from an unfamiliar noble. This time, however, she smiles and agrees, saying she has not had quite enough either. They continue walking together, still holding hands. During her previous life in Japan, she faces constant pressure at work, always doing as she is told in order to fit in. That life ends with her head hanging low. In this new life, she is reincarnated into a festive fantasy world and is born as the daughter of a magic artisan. She becomes engaged to someone she believes she can get along with, but the engagement is annulled soon after. From that point on, she decides to live honestly and freely. Her everyday life is filled with new things and new people she encounters through her work. Although the person she meets in the forest is a man from a comital house, she is still here, having a drink with him. He apologizes and asks whether she would mind if he uses a device to prevent eavesdropping. He explains that it is an eavesdropping prevention magic device commonly used by nobles and wealthy merchants. Dahlia tells him to go ahead, as she does not think it is necessary to make their conversation secret. He responds that it is not so much about secrecy, but rather that he uses it whenever he wants to speak casually with his squad mates before operations. Before they begin drinking, he makes a request. If by any chance he ends up passing out drunk, he asks for her help in arranging a dispatch coach to the barracks at the royal castle, with payment upon arrival. Dahlia, slightly flustered, says that if she is the one who ends up unconscious instead, she would like him to direct the dispatch coach to the Green Tower in the West Ward. The two of them nod, though she thinks to herself that she probably should not have brought up such a topic when they are not that familiar with each other yet. Suddenly, Wolfred remarks that he has never experienced passing out from drinking and asks whether she has. She replies that she has never passed out either, but that she has also never drunk enough for that to happen. At present, she can still function normally even after 4 bottles of wine. This makes him comment that her tolerance is more or less on the level of a king's snake. In this world, the term king's snake refers to a heavy drinker, and it coincidentally matches a term from her previous life. In Japan, a king's snake is a type of dessert made with sake, where a large pole filled with alcohol is used as bait, and one can capture it when it becomes drunk. Wolfred then says that he is still fine even when the number goes into the double digits. Double digits meaning over 10 bottles. Dahlia responds that this puts him at the level of a sea serpent, which is a step above a king's snake. The term refers to people who can hold their liquor exceptionally well, placing them on an entirely different level. In the end, the drinks finally arrive, and the two of them once again toast to their reunion. After taking a sip, he places his glass down and asks whether she finds it difficult to talk freely around him. He explains that with the eavesdropping prevention device in use, they do not need to worry about people around them overhearing. Dahlia wonders whether having a member of a comital house as her drinking companion is truly a good idea. He confirms that he is indeed from a noble family, but as the youngest son, no one really watched over him, and he was mostly left to fend for himself. His mother was a third wife with no social standing, so he was raised away from the main house. He now lives at the bar Rags, which is why he is not good with formal speech, and he asks whether that is a problem. Dahlia wonders why he reminds her so much of the medium-sized dog she raised in her previous life. She decides that since she does not really understand noble behavior and is a commoner anyway, she will drop formalities with him. This visibly makes him happy. She recalls being surprised earlier when he suddenly changed his way of speaking. He explains that he simply adopts a nobleman's tone and manner of speech when necessary, believing it useful for ending conversations quickly. He teasingly asks whether she would have preferred it if he had continued speaking that way. She scoffs internally, thinking that if he did, she would absolutely want to stay far away from him. He admits that expectations tied to appearances can be exhausting, adding that if his looks truly reflected how he normally is, he would just be seen as an average, laid-back guy. She can already imagine the cries of injustice from men everywhere, since even beautiful people have their own troubles. He explains that people often approach him for dates, and just today he was stopped 3 times between the barracks and the restaurant alone. Moving around freely is difficult, so he usually wears a hooded mantle or glasses when alone. Today, however, he deliberately tried to stand out, wondering if that might allow him to run into her again. She apologizes for not having given him a way to contact her, but he says that he should be the one apologizing for bringing it up. He is not blaming her at all, he simply wanted to talk to her again. Since this is only their second meeting, he suggests that they talk about something more fun. Dahlia admits that she is curious about how the eavesdropping prevention device works. Seeing her interest, he explains that according to the castle mage, the device intermittently cancels sound within its range. The entire conversation does not become completely inaudible, but parts of it disappear, making it impossible for people at a distance to understand. However, it cannot counter lip reading. This leads him to ask whether she works on this kind of item as well. She replies that she is not entirely sure what he means, but her work revolves around magical devices related to daily life. Devices like the eavesdropping prevention tool likely fall under managed magic rather than magic artisanship. In this world, magic device makers are roughly divided into 3 categories. First are mages, who can use magic directly and excel at offensive and recovery magic, imbuing powerful spells into devices. Second are alchemists, who specialize in creating various things through magic, often focusing on magical enhancement, with some also serving as magic device artisans. Finally, there are magic artisans, who mainly rely on materials and technology, occasionally employing magic during creation. Many of them lack the ability to use offensive or healing magic, which causes them to be seen as a tier lower than mages and alchemists. Wolfert acknowledges this explanation and admits that he had thought devices like the one they are using were the work of magic artisans. He then asks whether magic devices are limited to a single enchantment. She answers that normally, 1 enchantment per device is standard. Doubling enchantments would require the skill of a highly capable mage or alchemist. He asks about high-level mages who can perform multiple enchantments, and whether such cases exist. She explains that such individuals likely use secret methods to prevent magical repulsion, layering enchantments carefully, though the process is extremely difficult. When she mentions magic-enhanced kitchen knives, he begins thinking about swords, wondering whether a blade could be enhanced with both hardening and cleansing effects. Suddenly, he notices her staring at him and asks what is wrong. She asks whether he regularly replaces the sword guard and sheath. He replies that he does, as they tend to break. A thought occurs to her, and she wonders whether, when replacing them, the sword could be disassembled and enchanted differently. She admits she does not know whether it is feasible or whether it has already been attempted, but suggests hardening the blade, adding water or wind magic to the sword guard to clean the blade, and applying lightning magic to the sheath before reassembling everything. The idea excites him greatly. He thinks that if it were possible, maintenance would become much easier, and it would result in a fully artificial magic sword. He suddenly becomes embarrassed by how loud his voice has grown. Dahlia chuckles, noticing that his true interest lies in the idea of a magic sword itself. Just like when they met in the forest, he reacts like a child when it comes to such topics. She remarks that he really likes magic swords, and he admits that he has always dreamed about enchanted weapons, even though he cannot create them himself. Thinking about them is fun enough. Dahlia feels the same way about magic devices, as imagining new possibilities is what makes her work enjoyable. She understands him completely. Wilfred then asks, somewhat hesitantly, whether he may call her Dahlia, and suggests that she call him Wolf in return. She replies that she does not mind him calling her by name, but it feels difficult for her to do the same, as she is a commoner. He says that he understands and begins explaining a formal arrangement that would allow them to treat each other as equal friends within town limits, with documentation ensuring that nothing said between them would be considered disrespectful later. This shocks her, as her real concern is that she is a woman interacting closely with a noble, which could negatively affect her work. He confesses that as the youngest son, with his mother gone and her family having no standing, he has no real backing. Moreover, he cannot use any of the 5 elemental magics, despite his family excelling in water magic. In noble society, the ability to use one of the 5 elements fire, water, wind, earth, or healing is considered essential. Eventually, he plans to remove himself from the family registry and move to town, which is why he has been preparing for this transition. Dahlia wonders whether he could instead be accepted as another noble's son-in-law. He replies that for those without elemental magic, marrying into a viscount rank family or higher is virtually impossible. While marriage itself is allowed, succession requires adoption or another male heir. A son-in-law without magic is little more than a decoration. He explains that it is not uncommon for nobles to leave their families, with only the most capable heir remaining. Others become sons-in-law, commoners, or choose carefree lives. Some even enter marriages where they are supported spouses, as polyandry is permitted in this country. Polygamy, polyandry, and same-sex marriage are all legally recognized, though most people remain monogamous. While nobles appear glamorous, their circumstances are often complicated. He apologizes for the conversation taking an unexpected turn and asks whether, if he brings one of his squad's swords, she would be willing to try the enchantment idea. He promises to pay full costs for materials and labor. Dahlia agrees, adding that regarding names, it is fine when they are alone for now. She suggests starting with a cheap sword, since failure would render it unusable. This delights him, and he says that he will be counting on her, proudly calling her magic artisan Dahlia. The scene shifts to Dahlia thanking him for escorting her home. He says that it is no trouble, as he wanted to talk a little longer anyway. He recognizes the Green Tower, having seen it from afar during Western expeditions, and recalls hearing that it was once part of the outer wall of the royal city. He wonders whether it was built for research purposes. She explains that it was constructed due to the intense fire magic stones her grandfather handled, as it was the safest place to conduct such work without risking fires or disasters. He gives her payment for the drinks, food, and the ride back. She is shocked by the amount, but he insists, saying that she saved him earlier, and if she refuses, his squad will beat him for being rude. She can only chuckle at that. He then asks whether he can pick up the sword the day after tomorrow. She agrees. He mentions that he will be visiting the magic device shop in the North Ward and asks whether she would like to accompany him if she has time. Her response is immediate and enthusiastic, asking him to please let her go along, as she is truly looking forward to it. Wilfred chuckles, turning away, and says that he will pick her up before noon the next day. She notes that it is a bit early but wishes him good night and sweet dreams, words reserved for family and close friends in this country. He smiles in return and wishes her the same, bidding her good night and sweet dreams. Dahlia looks outside the window. The weather is pleasant, perfect for going out. Today is the day she will be visiting the magic device shop with Wilfred. With that in mind, she finishes preparing to leave. There still seems to be some time to spare, so she plans to check the temperature outside first. However, the moment she looks out the window, she hurriedly rushes outside instead. She greets Wilfred with a good morning, panting slightly as she points out that they agreed to meet just before noon. With an almost puppy-like expression, he explains that he set out early after thinking about the distance from the castle and ended up walking faster than intended. That is how he arrived so early. She tells him to come inside for now. When the gate opens, he is taken aback. He wonders whether the gate is automatic, as he does not see any operator nearby. She explains that it was made by her grandfather. Although it does not look particularly special, it does not require a large amount of magic stones or an operator, contrary to expectations. She admits that she wants to know how it works herself, but unfortunately there is no blueprint left behind. He comments that her grandfather must have been an exceptional man. She tells him that she will be ready shortly and asks him to wait for a bit. He assures her that there is no rush, as he was the one who arrived early. Before he forgets, he hands her 2 vouchers from the borough court, explaining that the carriage arrangements are already complete. When the carriage arrives, he asks to help her board. She insists that he does not need to go out of his way for her, but he explains that he has been doing this for a long time, and it has simply become a habit. Realizing that it cannot be helped, she accepts. Eventually, the two of them ride together in the carriage. After reaching their destination, they step down from the carriage. He removes his hood as well. They have arrived, and having to wear a cloak in such heat seems unbearable. Wilfred remarks that he will switch to glasses soon, though they do not work quite as well. He pulls his hood back up and signals that they should get going. Suddenly, they hear murmurs from passers-by commenting on how mismatched they look and questioning why such a fine man is together with such a shabby woman. Realizing this, Wilfred apologizes, worried that this might be unpleasant for her. She reassures him not to worry, as she is neither his lover nor his fiancée. She is more concerned about whether he can endure the heat. They soon reach their first destination, the magic device shop known as Silver Branch. She has visited this shop a few times with her father in the past, though her last visit was several years ago. She is certain that many new devices must have been added since then, which fills her with anticipation. Once again, Wilfred holds out his hand, explaining that they will be passing themselves off as nobles inside the shop. That is why he asks whether she will grant him the honor of escorting her. She accepts, saying it would be her pleasure and apologizing for troubling him, though she knows she will be in good hands. They hold hands, both fully aware of how awkward it feels, but they resolve to endure it for the sake of magical devices. A shop attendant welcomes them to Silver Branch and encourages them to look around freely, inviting them to ask questions whenever they wish. The two of them browse the shop. The shelves are filled with magic devices for everyday life, which is the shop's area of expertise. In her previous life in Japan, daily life was shaped by a manufacturing philosophy centered on convenience. Compared to that, this magical world is far more inconvenient. Although she knows it is unfair to compare the two, it is difficult not to long for the same ease she once had. She finds herself drawn deeper into the creation of magic devices to fill that gap. A hair dryer that makes managing long hair easier, a small tabletop that can be used for hot pot meals, waterproof cloth that repels rain, and even a water heater. When she was little, adjusting bath water temperature was troublesome, so she asked her father to make one for her. In the end, she simply wants to make life more convenient, even if it requires more effort. That desire is likely why she became a magic artisan. She also thinks that a microwave would be useful someday, though creating one would be difficult. There are no thunder magic gems, and electromagnetic waves have not been discovered in this world. She asks Wilfred whether he has found anything he wants. He replies that not particularly, though if devices of this size existed at the barracks, they would help greatly with cooling. The refrigerator's capacity is only about 2/3 of those from her previous life, yet it costs 3 times as much. Maintenance is also expensive, as it uses ice magic gems, which are pricier than water-based ones. She asks whether they are currently using a smaller one, and he confirms they are. She notes that it will be a problem once it fills up. He whispers that it contains nothing but alcohol. She then moves to the second floor, where magic devices for nobles are displayed. There are sound amplifiers, which are essentially speakers from her previous life. These are essential for large estates and can also function as emergency announcement devices. There are also eavesdropping prevention magic devices, which appear to be common among nobles. The difference between nobles and commoners becomes evident here. Her attention shifts to decorative accessories. These are also magic devices, serving as self-defense tools. There are freezing rings that immobilize opponents, temporary barrier bangles, and rings and piercings with antidote effects that counter anemia, petrification, and confusion. Multiple enhancements are layered onto these items, many of which are crafted by alchemists. She wishes she could learn how such magic layering is performed. Next are the lighting devices. Magic gem-powered lamps are brighter and offer a wider range of colors than those from her previous life. Some lamps enhance skin appearance, while others reduce eye strain. Some have progressed so far into the realm of fantasy that she wonders how they are even meant to be used, deciding not to think too deeply about it. Her eyes are suddenly drawn to a crystal fairy lamp. Fairy crystals are rainbow-colored magic crystals that contain magic used by fairies to conceal themselves. The effect inhibits recognition. From her side, the lamp appears cloudy white, preventing her from seeing through it, while those on the other side can see clearly. Fairy crystals are rare and expensive, requiring extremely fine magic control, making them a dream material for magic artisans. She recalls that her father once failed when working with them, but she plans to succeed someday. After finishing their visit, the two of them leave the shop. Wilfred asks what she thinks of Silver Branch. She replies that she enjoyed it greatly. Compared to her last visit with her father, both the water heaters and hair dryers have become smaller and more efficient. For commoners, magic devices tend to remain large and old-fashioned. Even a reduction of just a few centimeters makes a practical difference. Wilfred wonders whether making devices too small would be inconvenient, but she believes it depends on usage. Smaller devices allow children to use them sooner, and lighter ones enable the elderly to use them longer. She does admit that larger refrigerators would be nice, especially since Wilfred enjoys drinking cold sake in summer. She asks why he does not simply fill a bucket with ice water and place bottles inside. He replies that it cannot keep up when they are surrounded by king snakes and sea serpents. As they walk, he asks whether she saw anything she liked. She answers that everything was impressive, but the fairy crystal lamp especially intrigued her. Even a beautiful lamp could create an illusion, allowing one to observe others without being noticed. He jokingly asks whether she has any connection to intelligence work. She scoffs internally, clarifying that her point is that if such technology exists, it is surely already in use within the royal castle, even if those inside are unaware of it. He becomes slightly unsettled and decides to stop asking questions. They arrive at their second destination, the goddess Right Eye. It is clear that the bar for entry is high. The owner is a magic artisan named Oswald, who also holds the rank of Baron. Realizing this, Wilfred is surprised, learning that Oswald developed the cool air transmitter. He remarks that she is well informed, and she thinks that of course she would be, as Oswald is a renowned inventor. Every summer, her father used to sit in front of the cool air transmitter and mutter Oswald's name dramatically, though she cannot exactly explain that now. Once again, the two of them hold hands as the gate opens. Someone inside warmly welcomes them, noting that Wilfred is accompanied by a lovely young lady today, and invites them into the goddess Right Eye. Wilfred remarks to Oswald that it has been a while and introduces Dahlia as the magic artisan to whom he is deeply obliged. Dahlia greets Mr. Oswald and explains that she is still lacking in experience, expressing her hope to learn much from him. She also asks that he call her Dahlia. Oswald excuses himself briefly before asking, with some hesitation, whether her father might be Carlo Rossetti. Dahlia confirms that he is and wonders if Oswald was also acquainted with him. Oswald explains that he and Carlo attended the same academy and often encountered one another at baronial gatherings. He recalls Carlo as a good man and expresses hope that his memory continues to bring her comfort. Dahlia thanks him for his kind words. Oswald then invites them to follow him and encourages them to browse freely. He explains that it would mean a great deal to him if he could receive her honest opinion as a fellow magic artisan. The goddess's Right Eye is a select entry shop, its doors open only to those carrying a letter of introduction. This strictness is likely the reason the shop displays an exquisite lineup of carefully selected items, ranging from everyday magic devices to accessories. Compared to Silver Branch, the selection is far more luxurious, and not a single price tag is visible. This makes Dahlia wonder just how expensive the items truly are. When her attention is drawn to a particular object, Oswald explains that it is an anti-ice slipping magic device designed as cufflinks. It activates automatically when one places a hand on a surface such as a desk. Due to its lightweight nature, it can be easily carried and used at work. The gemstone color and metal can be selected to match one's outfit. Oswald adds that the accessory contains 3 enhanced enchantments: detoxification, petrification resistance, and confusion resistance. It is highly sought after by knights and adventurers because of its minimal weight and compact size. Wilfred comments that as a knight, he is grateful that a single accessory can handle 3 effects, noting that even the slightest change in weight can affect one's grip on a sword. She then notices a wall-mounted cool air transmitter. Oswald confirms that it is one and explains that he adapted the original design for installation along covered passageways. Dahlia finds the experience deeply enjoyable, as these are items that cannot be found in ordinary magic device shops. Everything feels exciting to her. Suddenly, she senses a cool breeze flowing toward her. Oswald explains that this is a newly developed high-grade air transmitter. The air in the room is circulated by the generated breeze and then cooled by an ice magic gem as it passes through the device. Dahlia beams with happiness, finding it simply amazing. The cool, refreshing breeze feels almost identical to an air conditioner from her past life. Being able to encounter such a thing again in this world fills her with joy. Oswald explains that unlike conventional cool air transmitters, which increase humidity due to magic use and can malfunction when magic jams, this groundbreaking device completely avoids those issues. It is powered by both ice and wind magic, designed to allow them to flow together seamlessly. Dahlia admires the flawless workmanship of the coils and thinks that perhaps her father would have been capable of creating such a device. As for herself, she knows she still has a long way to go. A great deal of research must be done before any decisions can be made regarding materials and development. She expresses that everything she has seen is truly marvelous and that this cool air transmitter is exactly the kind of device she admires. A maid soon arrives with something. Oswald takes out a card and hands it to Dahlia, telling her to use it from her next visit onward. The card grants her free entry to the shop even if she is not accompanied by Wilfred or if he is not present. Dahlia hesitates, noting that she has not purchased anything and sees no reason to receive such a card. Oswald insists, explaining that they must agree to disagree, as he owes a debt of gratitude to Carlo. He recalls that Carlo once told him that if his daughter ever visited his shop, he was to show her all the magic devices and not keep anything hidden until the very end. Dahlia accepts the card and immediately recognizes her father's handwriting. Oswald adds that because both of them were always occupied with work, he rarely had the chance to share a drink with Carlo outside of baronial gatherings. Had he known how things would turn out, he would have invited him without hesitation. He regrets that deeply. He admits that Carlo may have been someone he merely sympathized with at the time, someone he did not fully realize was a close friend. Dahlia gently corrects him, explaining that whenever someone visited their home, her father would sit in front of the cool air transmitter and say Oswald's name while drinking. Because of that, she is certain her father regarded him as a friend and truly felt as though he was sharing a drink with him. Oswald smiles in relief and thanks Dahlia, saying that her words have lifted a weight from his chest. The two of them shake hands, and Dahlia responds in kind, thanking him as well. Outside the shop, Dahlia gently strokes the card. She comments that if it grows hot when the sun climbs higher, they should have lunch soon, mentioning that she knows a good place. When Wilfred notices her crying, he asks what happened and whether Oswald said anything inappropriate. Dahlia apologizes and explains that it is not like that, she was simply thinking about her father. Wilfred places his hood over her head and tells her that he will wait until she regains her composure. She reflects that it is unfair of her father. The father she knew always did things at his own pace, a man who tended to move rather slowly, and yet he continues to let her see his good side even after he is gone. That realization feels almost cruel. Summer is hot, and the kingdom of Ordine is nowhere near as humid as Japan, but at the beginning of summer the temperatures are still high. She has experienced both climates thanks to reincarnation. In her previous life, she wastes herself by overworking, but now she has a second chance, and she lives as the magic artisan Dahlia Rossetti. Magical apparatus are devices created with materials derived from magic stones and beasts, and they perform special functions. Examples include accessories that double as self-defense items, appliances that help people in their everyday lives, and the cool fan, formerly known as the cold air output device. Its predecessor version 2 has a new model out, but it is extremely expensive. She really wants to make one for herself, but even more than that, she wishes to create a refrigerator. The existing models are small, and a refrigerator-freezer combination has yet to see the light of day. On top of that, the cost is high, since ice stones have a short shelf life. The task at hand is to improve the efficiency of cold air. Once the addition is completed, she increases the refrigerator's performance by adding sheets made from blue slimes to the interior. A gasket is attached to the lid with Kraken tape. This tape is known for its elasticity and strong adhesion through magic. Normally she would use a thick one, but thanks to the availability of thinner and wider tape, she is able to make a door gasket not unlike those from her past life. When she opens the refrigerator enclosure, it lets out a sound like a beast's cry, and now an Eve stone sends cool air to the back through magic tubing. The volume and direction are regulated according to location, stronger for the freezer, weaker for the refrigerator, and weakest for the vegetable crisper, which uses cold air flowing from above. Once the air has passed through, cups of water are placed on the shelves to observe whether each one is as cold as it should be. If the curves indicate the proper temperature, then she will have invented the first refrigerator-freezer combination. A wind stone helps move the air, and she wonders if she can use it together with the ice stone's cooling feature. This would keep costs low and reduce the overall size. She plans to increase efficiency by trying different amounts of refrigerant and experimenting with gaskets of varying shapes so she can make the best use of the stone's cold air. Using more than one magic stone can increase output, so she should be able to raise the intensity. She only needs one stone for the optimal temperature, but even though she does not plan for this feature long-term, prototypes exist for experimentation first. She shapes the socket so it can accommodate 2 stones. If she marks out the magic flow toward the top shelf, it should allow for the rapid cooling she dreams of. Suddenly, there is a blast. It seems she overdoes the power output. The magic tubing and her sister are safe, and the damage is limited to the stone and the interior. The rapid cooling fails, and once the ice melts, she plans to switch back to a single stone. Until then, she works on her other prototype. She had received a letter from Wolfred stating that, due to his impending campaign, he regretfully cannot visit her tomorrow. He expresses sincere apologies, promises to contact her immediately upon his return, and prays for the day they may be reunited. She thinks about him. He has been with the Scarlet Armor for years, but she is disappointed that she will not be able to test the magical addition to the dagger. She is also worried about whether he is eating well and what the weather might be like where he is. The scene shifts to the forest, where knights use signal horns to lure combat goblins from their nest. The Scarlet Armor charges in for the attack. Someone warns Wolfred about a goblin wizard. When he enlists in the Scarlet Armor at the age of 17, Wolfred initially earns the nickname Reckless Death. After 6 long years of proving himself through steadfast combat, he becomes known as the Black Reaper. The Scarlet Armor's initial assault whittles down the goblins' fighting force, and the rest of the unit attacks from every direction. Since stratagems are introduced, hunts become more efficient than ever. One knight notes that Wolfred seems fiercer than usual today. Another thinks it might be pent-up energy from being forced to leave and wonders if that is why he seems to smile so much. There is a comment that it almost feels bad for the beasts, goblin folk who arrive in a new land with hope only to be felled by Wolfred's blade, a role that suits him almost too well. Still, it is clear that he seems happier lately, perhaps because he has found the young woman who once helped him. Others assume he may have simply heard some tale about a magic sword. Earth magic is used to dig a pit to dispose of beast cores, which are then incinerated with fire magic. The hole is covered with dirt, and red wine is poured on top. As long as coexistence between man and beast remains unattainable, such battles are unavoidable, in accordance with the teachings of the Order of Beast Hunters. A brief prayer is held after the hunt. The knights continue talking, remarking that Wolfred is growing up and that his future looks bright. Before subjugation ends, Wolfred asks Vice Captain Griswold for a moment. They speak together, and Griswold notes that the plan will speed things up, though it is unlike Wolfred to propose stratagems. Wolfred thinks it has to do with his wish for a swift conclusion. Griswold explains that he is the first to notice rain clouds coming in from the royal capital. Rain would mean extra work setting up camp, unstable footing, and an advantage for lighter goblins. Wolfred proposes a plan that anticipates all of this, taking initiative and seeing things through to the end. He actually looks forward to his future with anticipation. Someone then calls out that they should drink to an early end to the campaign and offers leftover wine. A knight stands up intending to ask Wolfred if he wants some. At that moment, Wolfred recalls that Dahlia once mentioned she drinks all kinds of wines and spirits, but her favorite is red wine because she likes sweet things. He decides that red wine will do for him tonight. His companion jokes that people will say the Dark Lord thirsts for blood. They dig in overnight to avoid moving in the darkness. Wolfred is glad they take care of matters before the rain starts. They will likely head back to the royal capital the next day. After the campaign, he will have 2 days off, and he plans to go to the Green Tower with enough food and alcohol to make up for everything he consumes in the field, along with new wine glasses as gifts. This time, they will try the magical addition to the dagger. After days of hard work, the alcohol they both drink while waiting impatiently for their next meeting tastes bitter, yet sweet. The next day, Wolfred helps her carry the refrigerator. She thanks him for carrying it and wonders if it was heavy. Wolfred replies that it is a little lighter than a red bear. She is taken aback by the fact that he has actually carried a red bear before, but he surprises her even more by explaining that he once threw one using flesh strengthening. She handles the vegetables while Wolfred asks if she needs a hand. She replies that she is fine and tells him that there are some drinks nearby, so he should make himself at home. He removes his glasses and carefully places them back into the glasses pouch, which makes her think that something she made is being cherished. Seeing such a happy side of him feels strange but pleasant. Wolfred comments that although the refrigerator is still a prototype, it is amazing how the same device can both refrigerate and freeze. Everything he brought fits neatly inside it. When she asks him not to go through so much trouble again, she is completely serious. At that moment, she notices something at the bottom of the box. He explains that it is meant to replace the glasses he broke the other day, red and white ones, 2 of each. She understands that much, but she wonders why such simple wine glasses are placed inside a magically sealed box and asks about the reason and the price. He replies that they are not that expensive and that the box is simply to prevent them from breaking. However, she immediately realizes that these are not ordinary glass but crystal, and that they have magical additions. He insists that he thought it would be better if they were sturdier, so hardening magic was added. She turns sharply and asks how much they cost. He responds with the same intensity that they were 4 gold. She sighs and says she will pay half, but he refuses, saying it is fine because he bought them to use here. Dahlia does not know how to feel about being repaid with glasses far more expensive than the ones that broke. Wolfred points out that she gave him something even more expensive, even if it was a prototype. She replies that as an artisan, she cannot accept money for an unfinished product. He counters that even if it was a prototype, he used it for an entire week without a problem and considers it safe to call it a finished product. That is why he wants her to accept the glasses without hesitation. From his perspective, it is not a big deal. If they break, he will simply buy more. To him, they are just ordinary glasses that are slightly harder to break. He does not think in terms of obligation or compensation. He is simply acting naturally, though their different circumstances cause them to view things differently. She asks him to imagine if a friend who was far better off kept giving him expensive things. Would he not hesitate to accept them, or even develop an inferiority complex? She explains that she wants to avoid becoming the kind of friend who always takes advantage. This shocks him slightly, and he apologizes when it finally clicks. She is relieved that he understands. She decides to treat the eyeglasses as payment for the finished product rather than a prototype. Wolfred states that he will pay the proper amount for the spare parts and warns her to tell him if the money does not cover the cost. She agrees and says she will even calculate the engineering fees. With that settled, she asks what he would like for lunch. He offers to help, even if all he can do is butcher and grill. She wonders if he can actually cook, and he explains that he learned the bare minimum during campaigns because improperly cooked meat could cause serious problems. To be safe, he suggests using the mini magic burner. As he prepares the food, she wonders if these are actually good cuts of meat. He dismisses the idea and claims that the sensitive controls of the burner bring out the true flavors. Being able to eat the food immediately also plays a major role. The sauce he uses is fish sauce with grated apple, garlic, and a bit of sesame. She did not expect the kraken meat to shrink so much and feels a bit sad about it. She questions him about the bell pepper, and he declares that they are his mortal enemy, much like her little cousins from her past life. Hearing the word children irritates him, and he picks up the bell pepper and eats it out of spite. Strangely, pepper steak suddenly seems viable to him. Even bell peppers taste cursed, but still edible. He reflects that if he had possessed such a marvelous device during his campaigns, many of his comrades might still be alive. He recalls that many of them did not die from burns but left the order because the food did not agree with them. An army marches on its stomach, and even when it is a job, there is a limit to what someone can endure. If his unit had seen him eating this well on the trail, it would have caused a mutiny. He wonders if she would come to the palace to teach them how to use the mini magic burners. She thinks it would be better if the device itself taught recipes directly. That would improve the soldiers' eating habits and greatly benefit both their health and his safety. Only a few companies are allowed into the palace, and commoners are forbidden entry, which highlights another difference in their worldviews. Still, the idea is appealing. They move on to the main event. Wolfred asks if the workflows are new and whether he can pay for them. She replies that his help with the refrigerator is more than enough, and that he can assist with the grunt work instead. This makes him wonder if he is always on the receiving end. She tells him he is overthinking. They disassemble the dagger. He asks what magic should be added to the blade. Since it is thick enough, she decides that self-sharpening would be better than hardening. For the rest, she plans to add a cleaning effect to the guard using an ice stone, wind magic to the hilt, and weight reduction to the scabbard. They begin with slightly more magic than a kitchen knife can handle. She is glad she consulted the weapon shop owner beforehand. She modifies the guard and pommel with shaping magic to better fit the magic stones. When she extracts magic from the wind stone into the scabbard, she feels resistance, as if most of it is being repelled. Wilfred tells her not to push herself too hard. Although the other magical additions go well, weight reduction remains difficult for her. She wonders if starting from the middle or enveloping the whole object would work better. Eventually, the process is completed. Wilfred insists the dagger is perfect, despite the added weight from the mini magic stone, and asks to reassemble it. While doing so, he wonders if adding self-sharpening made the blade larger. She explains that the shaping was done closer to the pommel, so it should not affect assembly. However, as he tries to put it together, the blade suddenly slips away and falls to the ground. He immediately checks if Dahlia is injured, while she instead asks if his hand is okay. He is unharmed but surprised at how lively the blade is. He suspects magical interference and mentions that combining certain magics can be dangerous. She considers suggesting a solution but is immediately shut down when he prioritizes safety. She reassures him that she has prepared countermeasures. She has black slime powder, a special chemical, and a magic-sealed silver bucket. Wilfred finds it oddly impressive, like equipment a Dark Lord's minion would carry. She reminds him that he will be the one carrying it. He tests the blade on scrap meat, and the performance is excellent, sharp, fast, clean, and smooth. However, when she places meat directly on the blade, it melts instantly. She seals the weapon immediately and insists they move on. He suggests using stronger gloves, but she questions what possible use such a dangerous blade could have. He excitedly imagines using it during dates, which makes her feel sorry for the beasts involved. She takes the box back and declares it too dangerous, planning to have the magic removed and the dagger melted down. He offers to handle that at the palace, but she asks if he wants to be known as the man who bought a cursed dagger. He begs her to let them keep it a little longer since it is their first magic sword. She agrees, naming it the blade of the Dark Lord's minion. Though the road to a human-made magic sword is long, they celebrate their first step. For dinner, they eat salt-grilled mackerel, cucumber, ham, and cheese with crackers. Wilfred chuckles at how much she enjoys Estervino and notes that this is his first time eating mackerel this way. She offers to remove the bones, and her speed makes him feel strangely sad. He wonders where she learned to use chopsticks and cook so well. She learned from her father in her past life and expanded her skills in this life due to his requests. He thanks her, believing these flavors will help him succeed in his next campaign. He explains that they are hunting titan frogs in the wetlands, large creatures whose heat is more dangerous than their attacks. She imagines the humid conditions and suggests footwear enhancements to manage sweat. She produces special drying insoles she once made for her father. Wilfred feels that he is once again on the receiving end, but she assures him that a field report will be sufficient payment. He agrees and promises to deliver it. He also asks if he can bring her more Estervino glasses, ones she will not worry about using. Acknowledging their differing worldviews, they find a middle ground. He leaves happily, promising to return after the campaign. She says she will be waiting. They part ways, wishing each other good night and sweet dreams. Someone remarks to Wilfred that they have heard he was granted a short reprieve after the Wyvern incident. It sounds exhilarating, but he is advised to keep his adventures within reason. He agrees and promises to be more careful. Once or twice a month, he plans to visit her like this if their paths align. If she is on her way to a soiree, he will escort her there in her carriage and then spend the night at the mansion afterward. When she sees him off in front of the palace, rumors inevitably begin to spread. People whisper that the younger son of the Scalfarado family is becoming intimate with the former duke's wife, the mother of the grand head of the Gastoni family. Altia Gastoni is said to be the most powerful of the four dukes. She listens calmly as he mentions that he met an entertaining woman on his way back from vacation. Altia notes that this is a topic he does not touch on often and wonders whether he spent the night. He explains that during the day they wandered through shops downtown, and after dinner she showed him her workshop. They talked until dawn. Altia smiles, thinking that it sounds wonderful. He agrees that he has made a good friend, and thanks to that friend, he can now walk through town without incident. Only 3 weeks have passed, and she observes that he brings her nothing but good news. He asks how much she has heard, and she replies that it is much the same, though little birds do occasionally chatter. She hints that she may ask him to escort her to another soiree sometime soon. He understands, though the Titan frogs must be dealt with first. Altia notes that there were around 500 of them last year. The scene shifts to Dahlia celebrating with her friends the founding of Rossetti Trading Company, the prosperity of Irma's salon, and the continued happiness they hope to enjoy. One of them admits lingering nervousness about deep-frying skewers, noting that open fire at the dinner table would be dangerous for families with small children, and suggests adding a caution to the manual. Marcel tells them to forget it and move on, accusing them of being rude to the fine ale and fried skewers that he feeds one to Irma, explaining that eating something fresh out of the fryer makes cold ale taste even better. Once her mouth cools down, the flavor of the skewers improves dramatically, creating a loop that is impossible to escape. Dahlia points out that they have obtained a dozen bottles of black ale, so there is no need to worry. Marcel suggests paying her back later with sweet red wine. Irma remarks that this is dangerous for her waistline, especially since the food is practically restaurant quality. None of them expected it to be this good straight out of the fryer. Marcel agrees, saying the problem is that it makes drinking far too easy. Dahlia is simply glad that they like it. She explains that she packed too many mini magic burners as a thank you for being her guarantors and encouraged them to try using them at home. She included recipes for cheese fondue and other dishes. Irma promises to recommend them to her customers, and Marcel expresses high expectations for the next 2 years. Irma raises a toast, urging everyone to give it their all tomorrow, wishing for health and good luck. Drinking rum with lime after fried food feels thrilling, as if there is a separate stomach for alcohol and that one keeps growing. Irma shouts that he could not be more insensitive. Dahlia observes them fondly and notes that marriage has not changed them at all. They are always smiling. Seeing her like this, Marcel suggests that if Dahlia ever feels like dating again, she should let him know and he will introduce her to someone promising from the guild. She thanks him but feels she is finished with love and marriage. Irma tells her not to be so negative and suggests she could at least make male friends. When Dahlia admits that she has kind of done that already, the group becomes excited and presses her for details. She knows she should stick to the short version. A noble and a commoner, patron and artisan, a passing fancy. She understands how society might view it. Still, she decides that since she has chosen to be friends with him as equals, her friends should hear it from her directly. She tells them the real story, leaving them stunned. The family of an earl entrusted with managing the royal capital's water supply is rumored to be on the verge of being elevated to ducal rank. The weight of that name is overwhelming. Marcel questions how someone she met only twice could trust her enough to invest in her company. Irma interrupts and asks her to describe him in one sentence. Dahlia describes him as a magic sword fanatic. This makes him laugh, concluding that just as she can be tempted with rare materials, he can be snared with magic swords. He says he would like to drink with him someday, though it sounds challenging since the man is not big on manners. Dahlia says she does not think he cares much about propriety, but she will ask him next time. Irma says she would like to meet him as well, just to be sure Dahlia has not gotten involved with another loser. Dahlia admits she did not get along with Tobias. Irma sharply points out that it was never about getting along. Dahlia obeyed him completely, pushed herself too hard, and dismissed every concern with reassurances. Irma demands to know whether Dahlia ever considered her a friend at all. Marcel cuts in, stopping her and pulling her back, apologizing and blaming the alcohol. Dahlia admits that she is the one who should be apologizing. They are right. She should have been honest sooner. Marcel had warned her not to hold back in front of Tobias, reminding her that they were meant to be husband and wife. She ignored that advice, too focused on being the perfect, obedient wife so she would not be abandoned. She acknowledges that she was wrong. From now on, if she feels herself straying or being hurt, she will speak up. If something happens, she promises to tell them. Irma declares that she will not hold back either and will always speak her mind. Dahlia asks her to do exactly that. Marcel apologizes for changing the subject but points out that the man Dahlia mentioned wears scarlet armor, which is a dangerous profession. They remember all too well how Dahlia reacted when she lost someone before. She admits that it is dangerous, but he has served for 4 years without serious injury. He decides that means he is strong and jokes about drinking with him someday, assuming time can be found between campaigns. The mention of campaigns reminds Dahlia that she has made several new items recently. She encourages them to take the prototypes and try them. One is a liquid soap that comes out as foam, which she plans to take to the Merchant Guild soon. She asks for their feedback. They gratefully accept, noting that foam soap would make washing hair much easier. Marcel asks if he can place another near the sink to wash his hands, since doing it daily is such a hassle that he often neglects it. Irma warns them that they will not be able to wake up in the morning if they keep drinking and insists it is time to cut back. Marcel says it is already too late for tonight and promises to warn them next time. The scene shifts to Wolfert holding something Altia has given him. She tells him it is apple brandy from her family's private stock and suggests he drink it with his new friend after returning from the campaign. She urges him to be careful. It all began 6 years ago with an invitation to afternoon tea behind a portrait of her beloved sons. His mother appears in his memories with a smile only those close to her would recognize. He never knew whether what he felt was friendship or love. What he knows is that both his mother and Altia are precious to him, then and now. He speaks about his mother until sunset, while Altia shares stories about Vanessa that only she knows. Later, she teaches him the basics expected of a noble etiquette, dancing, and proper conduct. Their relationship resembles that of aunt and nephew, or teacher and student. Altia observes that this is the first time she has seen him speak of a woman without trouble attached, and with an expression usually reserved for close friends. They are both young, and such friendships can easily change. Sometimes, they turn into something deeper or something obsessive. She gazes at Vanessa's portrait and wonders when that child will realize the infection he is about to catch. She cannot wait to see it happen. Titan frog hunting orders for eradication are given at the beginning of summer, when titan frogs appear in massive numbers throughout the wetlands. The hunt takes an entire day. Soldiers march through the relentless wetlands until they reach the swamp. They wear combat boots made of waterproof cloth with leather soles, designed so that no water can infiltrate them. Their campsite is set close to the target area, where everyone remains busy taking care of their equipment for the following day. The man known as the Black Reaper is seen playing with the cast-off skin of some unknown beast. One of the night mages asks what exactly the object is. Wolfred notices Dorino giving him a look and tells him not to judge so harshly, explaining that the item consists of socks and shoe soles made by a friend specifically for the campaign. Dorino is told to ignore the soles, but he remarks that the five-toed design must be uncomfortable to wear and assumes they would cause trouble. Dorino questions him further, but Wolfred explains that he has worn them all day and that his feet remain completely dry. This leads Dorino to express disbelief, pointing out that they are standing in a swamp. Wolfred suggests that Dorino try an extra pair himself. Dorino asks about the cost, but Wolfred replies that money is unnecessary. Instead, he only wants feedback on how they perform, since a report is required after use. After trying them, Dorino admits that he cannot even tell if his feet were sweaty, noting that it feels cool between his toes. He observes that the socks are shaped to fit around each toe individually, yet they do not feel hot. He wonders whether strong drying magic is involved. Wolfred explains that the magic is intentionally weak, since excessive strength would dry the skin too much. He adds that the shape helps wick sweat away between each toe while airflow removes humidity, and that a weak magical enhancement should be sufficient. He also mentions that his friend suggested they might work well against fungal infections. Suddenly, 2 or more men approach Wolfred and demand to know everything about the socks, particularly whether they prevent fungal infections. Wolfred reacts in shock and cautiously explains that they might, based on what his friend told him. The men immediately ask where the socks are sold, and Wolfred admits that they are not available anywhere yet. This makes them realize they cannot purchase them, which alarms Wolfred. Fearing for his soul, he hurriedly assures them that he has extra pairs available if they and the other officers wish to try them. Without hesitation, they take the socks, appearing entirely convinced. Another person asks Wolfred to sell a set as well, revealed to be Captain Grado. Soon, yet another arrives and states that he is also willing to pay the full price for a finished product. Wolfred admits that he has never suffered from a fungal infection and wonders aloud whether it is truly so terrible. Grado explains that sweat makes the itching unbearable and that concentrating becomes impossible when every step feels agonizing, comparable to walking on a heated surface. He adds that while the temple can heal it, the infection often returns. Those afflicted avoid contact with their families upon returning home and make every effort to stay away from them. Grado insists that fungal infections are horrifying. Wolfred is told that he can only speak this lightly because of his youth and healthy skin, and that the condition hits hardest in one's mid-30s. Another knight shouts at the captain, arguing that the young are more susceptible due to heavier sweating. Grado counters loudly that skin regenerates more slowly with age, causing older soldiers to suffer the most because of slower healing. Wolfred looks toward Dorino for help, only to realize that he has already run away. He then notices Randolph nearby, but quickly understands that Randolph is present to obtain a pair as well. The next day, everyone is outfitted from toe to head and ready to begin the attack. Titan frogs are felled by mage fire while large holes are dug at intervals near the shoreline. Once the Titan frogs are forced onto land, knights slaughter them and throw their corpses into the pits. When enough bodies accumulate, the mad mages incinerate them to prevent disease from spreading. Blue skies, white clouds, and a sparkling sun bear witness to swords, fire, frogs, and a full day of slashing and burning. By the end of the day, the Titan frog hunt finally concludes. As they sit around the fire afterward, someone remarks that the hunt should be conducted earlier next year. Another points out that the survey unit performed poorly, just like the previous year. While there is talk of decimating the population in early spring, concerns arise about complaints regarding increased insects in the wetlands. Suddenly, a shout warns that a beast has appeared. It is the forest celebrant, also known as the Green King Serpent. Its appearances are rare, and travelers and merchants who encounter one usually surrender their goods immediately and pray to survive. Someone remarks that if the forest serpent followed its own laid rules, it should have hunted frogs the day before. The soldiers had spent the entire day gathering and burning them without stopping for lunch, leaving nothing behind. The forest serpent smacks away their fireplace, prompting them to draw their weapons. One wonders whether tearing it apart would be possible given its size. Another suggests leaving the cooking to him, while a third questions whether a forest serpent is even edible. It is noted that they are not poisonous, but their taste is not appealing. One soldier admits to hating frogs, but despises snakes even more. Someone informs another group that a forest serpent has appeared, but Grado remains calm and dismissive. He asks Wolfred whether he is already on his second page. Wolfred confirms that he is writing everything neatly. Grado tells him to take a few more pages, prompting Wolfred to realize that he may not have brought enough parchment. He turns to Dorino and asks him to gather as much extra parchment as possible from the record keeper. The original plan was to collect everyone's opinions and summarize them, but the sheer number of responses forces Wolfred to record them separately. Someone asks what he is writing, and Wolfred explains that he is documenting everyone's thoughts on the item. On the second page, he includes requests for reinforcement magic, noting that strengthening often causes holes in socks, especially around the big toe and heel. He explains that if strengthening magic is applied, drying magic cannot be added easily, which may require two different threads or stronger materials altogether. Additional sizes are also needed, as the socks fit too tightly on some individuals. While the source product works well overall, opinions vary regarding the five-toed design, and adjustments may be required based on preference. It is agreed that they should calculate how many pairs the unit requires and make a rough estimate. Prioritization, pricing, payment, and delivery will need to be discussed directly with the merchant. Dorino asks Wolfred whether the socks were made by his merchant friend. Wolfred confirms that they were created by a magic artisan who also heads a company. He realizes that this is becoming a significant contract and that the outcome will be beneficial. Wolfred admits that he is indebted to this friend and is glad to repay her in some small way. He believes that seeing her profits rise will please her, but that her greatest happiness comes from people finding comfort and smiling because of her magical creations. That is why he intends to ensure that these words reach her. Later, Dorino points out that Wolfred is already on his 7th page and questions whether it will be a pain to read. Grado observes that Wolfred likely cannot hear him at all. Tobias's brother informs him that the debt he incurred at the Merchant Guild during his absence has already been paid. He also explains that he will attempt to keep people quiet about the registration incident, but there is little he can do once rumors begin to spread. He advises Tobias to stay away from the Merchant Guild for a while. As for the broken engagement, those rumors have already circulated widely. In response, he has leaked the information that Dahlia has a new man in her life. He deliberately withholds the man's name in order to prevent potential strife with his family, though since the man boldly named himself in front of witnesses, it appears he has no intention of hiding. He goes on to describe how Dahlia has become quieter, pointing out that she is a terrifying woman in her own right. She is a graduate of the Senior Academy, capable of rapid calculations and highly skilled in bookkeeping. She is also an accomplished magic artisan, holds the status of a parent's daughter, and owns the Green Tower. Her actions following the dissolution of the engagement draw the attention of the fourth son of an earl and even lead to her founding her own company. He then asks Tobias what exactly he disliked about Dahlia. Aside from being a genius apprentice and fiancée, she was both self-sacrificing and obedient. She was the only daughter of his master, who had entrusted her to him. He states plainly that Dahlia is remarkable and that there is nothing not to like about her. Even so, Emilia was chosen. Ironio remarks that there is no accounting for taste. However, they are neither noble nor wealthy enough for Tobias to marry more than one wife. He should have waited at least 6 months after breaking his engagement before marrying Emilia, though it hardly matters now that the marriage has already been registered. He further warns Tobias not to rely on any connections Emilia might have to the nobility. This confuses Tobias, prompting an explanation. Emilia is the result of an affair between a viscount's younger brother and a servant. Upon her birth, her mother was paid a considerable sum, and all official ties were severed. A letter of introduction was sent to the lord's family, but the reply clearly stated that there is no child named Emilia in their household. Tobias reacts emotionally, insisting that lineage does not matter to him and that he loves her for who she is. Ironio responds that this may be enough for Tobias personally, but if this situation causes strife between families, it could spell the end of their company. A letter of apology has already been sent, stating that Tobias's mother made a mistake due to advanced age. She has also been instructed to stay away from the store and from prying eyes. It is impossible to know how and where the nobility are connected. The Orlando Company employs 158 people both within and outside the country, including magic artisans, craftspeople, advertisers, janitors, and their families. All of these people could be driven into the streets because of a single letter. The responsibility falls upon the leadership to ensure their people are protected. Before being a magic artisan, Tobias is an employee, and he must ensure that he never does anything to attract the attention of the nobility. He then asks Tobias whether he was ever told why their father and Carlo wanted him to marry Dahlia. Tobias admits that he was not. His brother explains that, harsh as the truth may be, it was done for Tobias's sake. Their father went to Carlo because their family, despite being merchants, produced no magic artisans aside from Tobias. He wanted Tobias to rely on Dahlia. As for Carlo, he knew that after his death, Dahlia would have no relatives. If she made enemies, a single woman would be easy to destroy. Carlo believed that if Dahlia married another magic artisan, she would be protected. Once there were two artisans, their combined company would have strength. Tobias begins to cry, realizing that as long as a man was a magic artisan, Dahlia would be shielded, regardless of who he was. No one understood better than Tobias that he himself was nothing special. Carlo often described him as straightforward, honest, and without malice, and praised him for becoming a magic artisan through his own effort despite being born into a merchant family. Carlo encouraged him to continue working hard and believed he would surpass him one day. Even so, Tobias could never imagine himself and Dahlia as husband and wife. Carlo's hope had been that they would support one another for the rest of their lives, but that hope was misplaced. Because Tobias was not stopped, responsibility now falls upon his brother, both as the elder sibling and as head of the company, for failing to see the agreement through. The scene shifts to Tobias's brother apologizing to Dahlia for the trouble his family has caused her. Dahlia asks Ironio to raise his head, indicating there is no need for formal speech. She explains that she is only present to thank her guarantors and to seek advice regarding her new creation. Ironio apologizes again, moved by her thoughtfulness, and presents her with 12 gold as damages from the family, stating that it would please him for her to accept it. Dahlia explains that she has already received damages from Tobias, but Gabriella advises her to accept this as a favor. The family wishes to take responsibility. Ironio acknowledges that his next request may be rude, but insists on making it, while recognizing that Dahlia has every right to refuse. First, he wishes for their relationship going forward to focus strictly on business. Second, he asks that she refrain from taking Tobias to court over the magical apparatus registration incident. Third, he asks her to allow them to circulate a rumor that the engagement ended amicably by mutual agreement. The public explanation would be that she wished to work freely on her own and that she naturally found a new man. The man's name would not be disclosed. Gabriella notes that this makes it appear as though Tobias was not at fault at all. Ironio admits this but explains that it would crush the rumors that Dahlia was abandoned. Should anyone attempt to pry further, the fact that the supposed man is the son of an earl would serve as a deterrent. Dahlia would be compensated with an additional 20 gold annually for the next 3 years. The company would supply her orders at cost and with priority. They would also provide assistance in business matters if needed, though he acknowledges this may be unnecessary given that the guild master serves as her guarantor. If she wishes, Tobias can be removed from the royal capital, a promise he can make as head of the company. Gabriella comments that the terms are generous. However, Dahlia states that she has no desire to associate with Tobias or Emilia, nor does she wish for them to relocate. Regarding the registration incident, she has no intention of pursuing legal action. Additional money is unnecessary. She has compromised as much as she is willing to. In return, she makes one request: she asks Ironio to procure fairy glass for her. In case Wolfred's glass breaks, she will need sufficient raw material to produce replacements. She adds that the payment she received earlier can be put toward 4 pieces, but she would like at least 1 as soon as possible. Ironio agrees and confirms that all further contact will be conducted through the guild. Fairy glass will be supplied according to her direction. He then asks Gabriella whether he may speak with Dahlia alone after she leaves. Once alone, he explains that he was uncertain whether he should give her this item. He presents a female unicorn horn, explaining that its effects include complete poison removal, water purification, and pain reduction. Dahlia asks why he is giving this to her. He explains that before mass-producing the waterproof boots, he made several unreasonable requests. He reminds her that one day after the engagement, he asked what she would like as a wedding gift if he went all out. She had replied that she wanted something to fix a stiff neck. He had promised to procure it for her. She later said she was joking, while her father added that he should not get something that would make him younger after getting engaged. Despite everything, there were moments when they laughed together. Later, Carlo asked him for a favor, to inform him if he ever obtained a female unicorn horn. It took time, but now he has one. He tells her that if she does not need it, she may sell it or use it however she wishes. He asks whether she will accept it so that he may keep his promise to Carlo. Dahlia accepts the unicorn horn and thanks him. He remarks that it is a shame she did not become his sister-in-law, adding that this role suits her better. He states that this will be the last time he calls her Miss Dahlia. From now on, he will address her by her formal title, head of the Rossetti Trading Company. She agrees and addresses him as head of Orlando and CEO. Later, Dahlia thanks Gabriella for being present. Gabriella praises her handling of the situation, estimating her state as 30% tired, 40% bewildered, and 30% recovering. Dahlia admits she was nervous the entire time and wonders whether it finally showed on her face. Gabriella smiles and says that she handled the situation calmly, though she believes Dahlia was a little too lenient. From what Dahlia knows, Orlando is the only company dealing in fairy glass, making it her priority. Gabriella remarks that she would have seized the materials and gold immediately and begun operations the moment the engagement ended. She emphasizes the importance of never accusing the other party directly and choosing the time and place to tell one's story so it naturally reaches relatives. If Dahlia truly loved him, then even a helpless woman would have done that much. Gabriella then shows her bracelet, noting that men can take things very seriously. Dahlia is taken aback, recognizing aquamarines and diamonds embedded with powerful magical enchantments, and asks whether it is meant for self-defense. Gabriella explains that it tracks her every movement and serves as a statement that her husband is watching. She resisted at first, but he persisted, and she eventually gave in. Dahlia apologizes, acknowledging that her father introduced them and that Gabriella must have felt she had no choice. Gabriella clarifies that she was already in love with him, though she had been indignant. She once believed his behavior stemmed from distrust, but now she finds his obsession endearing. She supposes it is because of the difficulties she has endured. She tells Dahlia that she understands her situation and praises her decision, though she reminds her how troublesome noble men can be. They then return to their earlier discussion. Gabriella asks whether Dahlia has brought the new prototype. Dahlia explains that it is a pump bottle that dispenses liquid soap as foam. She wishes to improve it further and register a smaller version. Gabriella finds it amusing and says she will recommend it to her friends. She points out that it is not a magical apparatus. Dahlia confirms that it is stone-free and entirely mechanical, but she is limited by how many she can produce alone. She wishes to partner with a factory specializing in this technology. Gabriella notes that such a venture would only yield half the profits. Dahlia acknowledges this and explains that with proper craftsmen, the product can be improved further. If someone is already working on something similar, cooperation is better. This is something her father taught her. While profits may be lower, the result is a superior product and a stable income over time, provided public interest remains. More than anything, she wants feedback from someone with greater expertise. Gabriella explains that only 2 factories manufacture pump bottles registered with the guild. Once improvements are finalized, they will approach them. When profits begin to flow, the other party will become an ally. Gabriella believes Dahlia did well by prioritizing her company's interests. She reflects that Carlos surrounded his daughter with people so she would never stand out alone. That was the purpose of the engagement as well. Everything was done to protect his daughter. Fathers, she concludes, can be excessively overprotective. Wolfert apologizes for arriving unannounced and asks whether she can produce a large quantity of five-toed socks and soles as soon as possible. She is momentarily taken aback but concludes that, within reason, it should be possible. Upon returning to the palace after the Titan frog hunt, Wolfert barely has enough time to wash before the captain orders him to hurry over immediately. He first asks whether she can look over a report. As she reads through it, she remarks that the document is full of praise but questions where the actual report is. Wolfert explains that the captain spoke at length about fungal infections, yet all that appears on the page are compliments for the concept and the magical enhancement techniques. Wolfert proudly admits that he carefully recorded everyone's heartfelt opinions, prompting her to ask again where the report is. He then shows her the official section. It states a proposal for implementation, beginning with 80 units in the first installment, followed by continued purchases in regular installments over 6 months, with an expected total of 300 pairs purchased. She is genuinely shocked and wonders how the situation escalated so dramatically. Wolfert explains that someone witnessed him changing his socks, and events spiraled from there. She admits that she has some flexibility with her other orders, but the requested quantity and proposed payment are substantial. Wolfert assures her that he will pass along any requests she has and encourages her not to hold back, even wondering aloud whether the payment might be insufficient. She responds that the opposite is true, as the offered amount far exceeds the cost of the prototype. However, if the order is intended for the Order of Chivalry, higher quality materials will be necessary. She cannot determine the specifics until she consults with a tailor. Additionally, deliveries to palace grounds will require a special escort. She also lacks information on how much profit the order requires, making it impossible to produce a reliable estimate. Wolfert asks whether she has any idea where she could inquire about such matters. She suddenly recalls a possible solution but hesitates, explaining that it would involve going through her former fiancé's family. Wolfert immediately rejects the idea, calling it unacceptable. She reassures him that the situation has already been resolved and that from now on, their relationship is strictly professional. Wolfert admits it is not his place, but suggests that cutting all ties might be better and that she could surely find another partner. She challenges him by asking whether he would cooperate with someone he disliked if ordered to do so. Wolfert admits he would, though he insists the situations are different. She explains that there are certain matters she can only handle through them. For now, she intends to go through the Merchant Guild and discuss the issue there the following day. Wolfert states that he will accompany her. The captain instructed him to ensure everything proceeds smoothly. While he admits he lacks business experience, he wishes to consult Dominic if he is present, so the transaction benefits everyone involved. Dahlia suggests they go earlier to speak with Dominic and Gabriella, though they may need an appointment. Wolfert says that if he asks the captain tonight, the guild may be accommodating. He informs her that he will pick her up in a royal carriage the next morning. Dahlia protests that such trouble is unnecessary and that a stagecoach would suffice. Wolfert apologizes again, admitting that he caused the situation to spiral out of control. She laughs lightly and admits she was surprised, but expresses sincere gratitude for the business he brought her. She then rises and notes that if he has just returned from the campaign, he likely missed lunch. She suggests eating together. They prepare pork hot pot with wheat dumplings, boiling the meat until it changes color and eating it with grated radish, fish sauce, or tomato sauce according to taste. In gratitude for the work he brought her, and in appreciation for the many meals she has provided him, they toast to the prosperity of the Order of Chivalry and the company. After downing the Estervino, the pork tastes exceptionally sweet, leaving them craving more of the alcohol's saltiness. Wolfert muses that she is in the wrong line of work and suggests she should open a restaurant, perhaps a hot pot establishment with multiple magical burners where customers choose their own ingredients and flavors. Alcohol could be ordered by the glass, and once temperature control for her refrigerator freezer is perfected, it would be ideal. He remarks that he would love such a place and would become a regular at the Green Tower Trattoria. Dahlia silently notes that he likely does not realize this is already the 4th time they have eaten together at the tower. Just then, Wolfert chuckles and acknowledges that it is indeed the 4th time she has treated him to a meal there. Each time she cooks, he eats more than his fair share and feels increasingly guilty about not repaying her. Dahlia points out that he provided the ingredients and helped cook, suggesting this is likely how she felt when he gave her the glasses and the dress. She admits that it still bothers her. She proposes that next time, they shop for ingredients together so he only purchases what they plan to use that day. Wolfert insists she conveniently ignores the fact that she does the cooking. She counters that he brings her business, making them even. Wolfred privately disagrees, believing they are not even, and that she knows it. He asks whether there is anything she needs. She lists raw materials for magical apparatuses, including bicorn horns, griffin tails, sea serpent leather, fire dragon scales, a branch from the world tree, and a phoenix feather, though she admits these are largely a dream. Wolfred is completely lost, unable to imagine where to find such items or what they cost. She explains that she will procure them eventually once her business stabilizes and forbids him from attempting to buy them himself. She adds that if he tried, the front gate would remain shut to him regardless. She reflects that she already has enough to deal with, given the unicorn horn she received the other day. She asks whether such horns are used in his campaigns for water purification or pain reduction. Wolfred explains that water purification relies on water magic stones and mages, while pain relief is handled by mages as well. Before the Great Water Reform and the resurgence of water stones, unicorn horns were widely used. His unit lacked funding at the time, so the captain paid for them personally. He adds that if she intends to sell it, female unicorn horns are popular among married noblewomen because they ensure safer childbirth. Parents often gift them to daughters, turning them into magical apparatuses for brides. Pendants and bracelets made from unicorn horn are particularly popular. She asks whether such items use magical enhancements. Wolfred admits he has never seen one enhanced and wonders why she asks. She explains that such items would be ideal for magical additions, but given the horn's rarity, she cannot afford to experiment recklessly. She wonders whether its effects could be extracted without destroying it. Wolfred agrees that unicorns are rare and that exterminations are uncommon. He explains that unicorns can be lured by beautiful women, though he awkwardly adds that females and young ones are involved, causing her to regret asking. He continues anyway, recounting an incident from when he was 8 years old. He had wandered into the woods with his mother and third brother and became separated. A voice beckoned him, and he found 2 white horses by a spring, their red eyes and golden horns gleaming. He petted them before they suddenly carried him away. His mother chased after him in a frenzy. In the end, they ate well for a week. Dahlia feels saddened by the story, but Wolfred insists it was only that once. He notes that now he can defeat them before they reach him, and if unarmed, he still has his glasses. She asks whether he plans to wear them to the merchant guild the next day. Wolfred says no, as he will represent the order of chivalry. If the transaction elevates her company's status, people may assume he is an investor, which could spark rumors about their relationship. He believes it is better if his visits appear motivated purely by profit. She asks whether he would prefer they act distant at the guild. She explains that she does not care about rumors and wants to work with people who recognize her for who she is. Had she not experienced betrayal herself, she might have believed such rumors. In her past life, a manager famous for being a devoted husband once made advances toward her, while a strict senior employee offered awkward encouragement. In this life, someone who appears selfish and antisocial is actually struggling to keep people at a distance to avoid being hurt. Someone so beautiful, seemingly loved by all, views beauty as a curse. She reflects that while rumors are troublesome, she will let them roll off her. If people never face someone directly, they will never know what lies beneath. If he worries too much about public perception, it will not stop at the merchant guild. She asks whether he would stop visiting the tower or walking with her if that is truly what he wants. If so, she would not stop him. Wolfred immediately rejects the idea, stating that he does not want their relationship to change. He considers her a friend and wants to help her with magical apparatuses openly and proudly, without hiding it. Tears sting her eyes, likely due to the alcohol. She assures him she will do her best not to embarrass him, noting that since he brings her so much business, he is practically an employee of the Rossetti Trading Company. Wolfred jokingly wonders why she does not make him a guarantor. While it might generate more rumors, it would make assisting her much easier. She acknowledges the logic but explains she has already received the money. He should simply handle what she cannot. She mentions sending her guarantors mini back burners as thanks. Wolfred adds that he already bought one himself and asks whether she would prefer he acquire another or something else. He then expresses a desire to continue working on magic swords. She teasingly asks whether he is in love, finishing his sentence for him. He admits that he is, specifying magic swords. She agrees to begin the paperwork to make him a guarantor the following day. Afterward, they will speak with Dominic and the guild master. She notes that while the guild master may not approve, until they reach a stage where they can speak freely without familial interference, Wolfred will act as a representative of the order of chivalry, and she will act as head of the Rossetti Trading Company, despite her lack of experience. They are both exhausted from thinking about it all. Once everything is settled, they plan to go out for drinks. She thinks it is a wonderful idea and suggests looking for Esther vino or glasses at the same time, though first they must survive the next day. The scene shifts to Evan informing Gabriella that a letter has arrived from Captain Grado of the Order of Beast Hunters. Gabriella's eyes widen as she reads it. While new business notices are uncommon, this is the first time she has ever seen a request stating that she should assist the magic artisan Dahlia Rossetti as much as possible. She wonders what Dahlia could possibly be doing. The next morning, Dahlia takes a crucial step for the Rossetti Trading Company. The curtain rises on an eventful day. Summer, 2 years earlier, her father returns home complaining of exhaustion. She asks whether he wore socks again, warning that they would wear out his boots faster. He replies that he knows, but socks only make things sweatier. She remembers then that socks could make things less sweaty if designed differently. The appearance might surprise her father, but he enjoys oddities. She goes to a clothing factory where her friend works and asks for help. Her friend laughs, saying she has never seen socks like these and noting how the shape wicks sweat between the toes. She asks whether Dahlia is still inventing strange things, recalling the raincoat design. Dahlia asks Lucia for help again. Lucia explains that a regular knitting machine can be used up to the toes, but the rest must be hand-knit. Their minimum production quota is 10 pairs, so it will take time. Dahlia says summer delivery is sufficient. Lucia tells her to leave it to her and promises the socks will be tailored perfectly. Carlo laughs heartily when he sees them. The following summer, there is no laughter. That was never the purpose of the socks. 2 weeks after the finished socks arrive at the beginning of summer, there is no longer anyone to wear them. Dahlia checks their quality, then stores them at the back of her shelf, as they remind her she can no longer give them to him. Now, they have become a fully realized magical apparatus that brings smiles to others. She is certain her father would have laughed if he saw this. With that thought, she resolves to work just as hard tomorrow. Even the aristocrat uses his good looks to his advantage. He admits that it can be tiring but does it anyway, hoping to help spread awareness of magical apparatuses. When Dahlia is beside him, she cannot serve as eye candy, but at least she can look straight ahead without distraction. Gabriella introduces herself as the guild master's representative and a wise, skilled master, expressing her anticipation to work with him today. Wolfred presents himself as a member of the Royal Order of Chivalry, Beast Hunter, and apologizes for the peculiar nature of the request. Dominic asks whether they should begin the paperwork to make Senior Wilfred a guarantor. Gabriella interjects, asking for a moment with the head of the Rossetti Trading Company. Dahlia apologizes for any confusion, and Gabriella assures her it is fine, they will discuss it now. She also expresses the need to apologize, which Dahlia accepts. The scene cuts to the assembled meeting. The report summary begins with the 5-toed socks and dry soles. Evan explains that Dahlia created prototypes for both items, keeping drawing capabilities in mind, 10 pairs of each. These were then transferred to Wolfred possession and distributed to the members of the Order of Beast Hunters during a campaign in the wetlands, resulting in a massive rush order. Dahlia confirms that she cannot handle this volume alone. Gabriella inquires how many units she can produce independently. Dahlia estimates that, assuming materials are available, she can create 15 to 20 pairs of socks per day. However, the workshop that produced the prototype soles cannot meet the required quantities, so another supplier must be found. They also discussed the forming soap dispenser. Dahlia had given one to Gabriella, who recommended it to her noble acquaintances, resulting in roughly 200 orders. She apologizes to Wolfred and asks whether this matter and the business negotiation can be treated equally. He affirms. She then outlines her plan. First, she will draft a profit-sharing contract for all 3 items with Evan immediately. Second, for the forming soap dispenser, she has identified an accessory workshop, and they can start right away. A meeting is scheduled for that afternoon. Third, for the socks and soles for the Order of Chivalry, she will send someone to the Tailor Guild to speak with the head of the shoe department after the forming soap dispenser meeting. She turns to Wolfred, asking if he will be present at these meetings, to which he replies naturally. She considers whether bringing a superior suddenly is excessive, but Dominic advises reconsideration. She inquires whether soldiers and civil officials at the palace wear boots or leather shoes. Wolfred believes most civil officials wear leather shoes. Dominic suggests that if popularity spreads, one workshop may need to produce 5 times as many units to meet demand. A strategy must be coordinated with the upper echelon of the Tailor Guild. Wolfred wonders whether Dominic believes this plan could benefit anyone wearing leather shoes, not just the army. Dahlia points out that if multiple workshops are commissioned, she would prioritize those already supplying the Order of Chivalry to avoid undermining their business. Regarding raw materials, green slimes are essential for sols. Considering blue slimes were priced over 100 for waterproof cloth, they should ask the Adventurers Guild to increase green slime collection, with a representative present at the meeting. She notes that a single small slime can produce 5 pairs of sols. Evan remarks that 600 slimes for 3,000 sols represent significant demand, and the guild will need to expand accordingly. He hopes to purchase additional prototypes, noting a fungal infection he experienced 5 years prior that recurs consistently. Dominic hopes the same. Gabriella asks whether others at the Merchant Guild might need socks too. Evan says he can only speak for himself, but, after Dahlia assisted the Order of Chivalry, she has sold some to the Merchant Guild, though rarely elsewhere. Once the meeting concludes, 3 sets of specification documents and profit-sharing contracts are prepared. A discussion regarding profit return rates ensues. Dahlia's wishes are ultimately granted. Evan excuses himself for a lunch meeting, the others have their meals waiting in the VIP room on the 5th floor. The private room is a thoughtful touch, though Dahlia is unused to such accommodations. Wolfred inquires if she is uncomfortable, she replies she is simply unaccustomed but appreciates his concern. Dominic informs them that a private discussion is needed and asks whether the wait staff may be excused once the meal is served. Wolfred agrees. After the meal is served, with the staff excused, Dominic instructs them to act as they normally would. The afternoon stretches long, but both relax. Gabriella points that Wolfred has granted Dahlia permission to speak to Wolfred freely, as a friend and equal, disregarding age or hierarchy. Wolfred affirms that Dahlia is his friend and equal, which Gabriella notes aligns with the notarized documents. She then asks whether she should act as his food tester or have the plates and glasses changed. He replies that no changes are necessary, appreciating her consideration. Dahlia considers it odd that he would eat in the tower without testing for poison, yet acknowledges his caution as natural. After the meal, Dahlia leaves and meets Marcel and Mr. Grieve. Marcel notes a change in her appearance, remarking that the style suits her. Mr. Grieve thanks her for the forming soap dispenser, which eased his shaving routine and prevented frequent razor burn. He advises her not to price it too high. Dahlia feels grateful for such insights, especially from senior craftsmen she had not considered. The scene shifts to Fermo Gandolfi introducing himself as a representative of the Gandolfi workshop. Dahlia returns the introduction politely, noting that it is a pleasure to meet him. He inspects the product carefully. She asks about the range of products manufactured in addition to liquid pump bottles. He responds that they produce sprayers, atomizers, tube boxes, and similar items. Dahlia explains she wishes to discuss the forming soap dispenser with him. He examines the bottle, questioning whether it has a special internal mechanism. She explains that it is a standard liquid soap pump, with concentration adjusted for face washing, restrooms, barbershops, and children's toys. Its applications are virtually limitless. He expresses interest in testing it himself. Gabriella asks Evan to fetch a fresh razor and escorts him to the bathroom. She then invites Fermo to freshen up. Gabriella notes that although Fermo's wife handled sales until last year, she struggled. While he may seem unapproachable, he is competent. Dahlia agrees, noting that many magical artisans appear intimidating. Fermo bursts in enthusiastically, impressed with the shape and cleanliness of the prototype. He asks how it works. Dahlia explains that pressure is exerted by pressing the actuator, which draws liquid soap up into a tube. Air is added, passing through a mesh to produce foam. Fermo inquires about materials. Dahlia details that the housing is resin, while the pump mechanism is silver-plated iron, highly resistant to rust. Fermo confirms that the workshop can handle the production. Gabriella states they desire a minimum of 1,000 units per month. Dahlia acknowledges guild-related investment and notes that the guild master acts as a guarantor. Gabriella requests 1,500 units for the first month, offering payment of 2 gold and 3 gilded silver coins. They immediately reach an agreement. Once the foaming soap dispenser is market-ready, the profit-sharing contract will be amended to list Fermo as joint creator. Fermo initially objects, claiming that improvements do not necessitate profit-sharing, and questions why Gabriella does not dissuade Dahlia. She explains that if she offered business out of pity, she would not be a good guild master, and that Dahlia wants collaboration. Firmo, initially resistant, admits that with adjustments such as a slightly larger actuator for bigger bottles, securing the base, or reshaping for shaving the product could be improved. He apologizes for informality, which Dahlia assures him is acceptable. They agree that whenever a new idea arises, a new model will be created for her approval before mass production. She will cover material and labor costs for prototypes. Firmo insists he does not require money or credit, only the opportunity to collaborate. Though initially reluctant to share profit, he ultimately consents to joint development, ensuring that his contribution and name are recognized in the profit-sharing contract. He emphasizes that he does not wish to claim unearned profit nor let his workshop fail. Now that he sees Dahlia's willingness to rely on his experience, he is eager to work with her. Grabbing the bottle, he promises to make something so extraordinary that, one day, the profit will belong to her from him. Once the meeting regarding the foaming soap dispenser concludes, only a short wait follows before the representatives from the Tailor Guild and the Adventurer Guild arrive, allowing the conference to truly begin. With all representatives finally present, Gabriella states that, as outlined earlier, because the request originates from the Order of Chivalry, the Merchant Guild will act as the intermediary. She adds that she has asked Wolfred to explain the details. Wolfred stands and requests permission to explain the issue of fungal infections among knights, the usefulness of five-toed socks and dry soles, and the opinions of those who wore the products during the campaign. He delivers an impressive presentation that clearly summarizes all the main selling points. The information reminds Dahlia of materials from her past life. Those present never would have imagined that five-toed socks and dry soles could be such a wondrous invention, despite the fact that the issue affects anyone who wears leather shoes. Fortunato understands that Dahlia wishes to commission the company currently supplying socks to the Order of Chivalry to manufacture these products. He asks whether she intends to keep the technique secret. Dahlia replies that she does not, stating that she wants them distributed as widely as possible. Fortunato then asks whether the Rossetti Trading Company intends to construct a manufacturing plant. Dahlia is surprised by the suggestion and answers that the current scale of her company would not allow for such an operation. He then directs his attention to Lucia, asking how many socks her workshop can produce per day at full capacity. Lucia responds that they can manage 20 pairs, explaining that their knitting machine works up to the toes, after which the socks are stretched by hand. Fortunato asks whether there is a way to expedite production. Lucia answers that modifying a glove knitting machine to knit the toe area would allow them to attach the remaining parts manually, potentially tripling production. Fortunato promptly summons a technician for analysis. The Tailor Guild agrees to arrange a location, gather all available workshops, and attempt to modify their knitting machines. If that proves too difficult, they will consider creating a handoff production line. Cobblers will be enlisted to cut the soles. The question then arises whether the products should be sent to the Merchant Guild or whether a magical artisan should complete the additions first. Dahlia states that having their magical artisans complete the process will be sufficient. Regarding profit distribution to the Rossetti Trading Company, he proposes a 20% share of net profits. Gabriella counters on behalf of the Merchant Guild, suggesting that 25% would be more appropriate for such a promising artisan. Fortunato comments that this seems somewhat harsh, given the investment the Tailor Guild must make. Evan then politely interrupts and proposes that the Rossetti Trading Company receive 20% of net profits while assuming responsibility for managing production numbers and return statements. In exchange, the Merchant Guild would grant the Rossetti Trading Company the right to decide sales prioritization. Fortunato agrees that managing production numbers and return statements under those terms is acceptable. Evan believes this arrangement is for the best. When attention turns to Dahlia, she reflects on the pros and cons for everyone involved and realizes she has gradually fallen out of the loop, accompanied by a sense of guilt. Fortunato notes that since they will handle operations, they do not mind if her company assigns an observer. Dahlia declines, stating that she trusts him and will leave everything to him. Augusto then interjects, stating that it is now the Adventurer Guild's turn to raise an issue. He asks whether it is possible to replace the green slime in the soles with another wind attribute material. Dahlia explains that synthetic soles are composed of different types of melted waste, assembled with other magical materials or slime coatings. She adds that green slime is significantly cheaper than other materials, making it the most viable option. For 1,000 pairs, 200 small slimes would be required. Jean comments that, based on experience, that number will not be sufficient, and additional sourcing will be necessary. He explains that during the mass production of water heaters, He obtained corrections for gaskets from the Rosetta family, procured sand lizards for heat-resistant components in dryers, and acquired waterproof cloth that caused the entire guild considerable trouble due to slime involvement. Augusto states that the person currently in charge is running experiments, meaning breeding tanks must be expanded. Hunting quests will be posted, and the Adventurer Guild will process the slimes into powder while focusing on raw materials. He raises the possibility of inventory strain and asks whether Dahlia could prioritize selling a fixed number of soaps and sols to the Adventurer Guild, noting that fungal infections affect adventurers as well. Dahlia holds final authority over sales prioritization but hesitates, as she does not yet know how many items can be manufactured. Evan suggests sending the sols first, since they can be produced more quickly than soaps, and coordinating with the Merchant Guild to assess feasibility. Dahlia agrees. Wolfred remarks that the Adventurer Guild seems to handle a large volume of materials. Augusto explains that adventurers can only remain active for so long and that material work is assigned after retirement from combat duties. He encourages consultation whenever material issues arise. Dahlia thanks him and mentions that she will be working with blue and green slimes for the time being but hopes to experiment with yellow and red slimes eventually. She also mentions recent experimentation with black slime. Jean states that increasing black slime production is impossible, as it is class-marked. He explains that tanks melt during containment. When Dahlia suggests using magic sealing crystal tanks, Jean responds that it is not cost-effective. She proposes lining smaller tanks instead, which he acknowledges may work. Augusto suggests tabling the discussion of black slimes for now. Augusto asks that material procurement be entrusted to the Adventurer Guild, promising they will do their best. He adds that the Tailor Guild will strive for higher quality and stronger yarn to reinforce the socks. Dahlia suggests to Lucia that using cloth, such as strong elastic fabric made from unicorn or bicon fibers, might be worth exploring. Lucia becomes excited, stating that toe segments could be produced faster and more easily this way. Jean immediately objects, pointing out that unicorns and bicons are extremely rare, and demands a full list of all materials under consideration. Augusto calms Jean and apologizes to Dahlia, who assures him she will prepare a list. With that, the conference concludes, and everyone waits for the contract to be drafted. Later, Lucia tells Dahlia that a messenger from the Tailor Guild arrived so quickly it left her father stunned. Lucia reveals that she has already produced a prototype and has been appointed vice manager on the spot. The entire workshop consists of only 5 family members. Dahlia apologizes, saying she never imagined socks would cause such upheaval. Lucia agrees, noting that Dahlia initially made them merely to tease Carlo. Lucia then asks about Dahlia's engagement. Dahlia explains that it was amicably dissolved and recounts the entire story. Lucia is shocked to learn that Tobias was unfaithful, having kept Dahlia away from other men while monopolizing business dealings whenever the point of contact was male. When it grows late, Lucia's older brother escorts her to the tower. Lucia comments that Tobias must be furious, though Carlo seems unaffected. Dahlia admits she has no idea. Lucia speculates that it is likely a matter of pride and says farewell, determined to work hard so the workshop can be repaired and she can move closer to founding her own. Lucia always runs straight toward her goals, and her determination shines particularly brightly today. Later, while Dahlia works, Augusto approaches and apologizes for his subordinate's earlier behavior. Dahlia responds that product development can be frustrating and tells him not to worry. Nevertheless, Augusto insists that a formal apology will be made later, explaining that Jean has faced many hardships recently. Wolfred joins them and remarks that Jean's attitude seemed excessive and asks for the reason. Augusto explains that Jean was once a high-ranking adventurer who retired after marriage, only to be reassigned when guild numbers dropped. His first wife left him after a prolonged Kraken capture mission. His second marriage ended similarly when he missed the birth of his child due to a sand lizard campaign. Though they are reportedly living together again, the situation remains strained. Hearing this, Dahlia immediately hands over the materials list and offers sincere apologies. After the contract with the Order of Chivalry is signed, the Tailor and Adventurer Guild members depart in their carriages. Traffic does not ease until evening, finally allowing a moment of rest. Wolfred expresses exhaustion but notes that everything worked out. Dahlia reflects that she had been so focused on her own agenda that she failed to consider its impact on others. The day's discussions reveal how unprepared she truly is. Wolfred reassures her, explaining that these experiences will teach her how nobles speak, something she will need often. Dahlia wonders if she misspoke earlier. Wilfred reminds her of the phrase where she said she trusted Fortunato and would leave everything to him. Dahlia explains that she simply meant no observer was needed and that she trusted his business judgment. Wilfred explains that among the nobility, such words from an unmarried woman carry romantic implications, likening the man to a knight in shining armor, a phrase popularized by an opera decades ago. Dahlia is mortified and vows never to show her face at a public ball again. Wilfred consoles her, explaining that Fortunato is married, belongs to a knightly house, and that she herself is not of noble birth, making misunderstandings unlikely. He compares it to other noble courtship phrases, such as asking a man to remove his gloves. Dahlia admits she understands none of this. Wilfred assures her he will guide her through future noble interactions. With Gabriella, Dominic, and Evan handling business matters, everything will work out. The scene ends with Gabriella confronting Evan, demanding an explanation. Evan apologizes, stating that he has been indebted to her for 16 years and asks to be allowed to resign from the Merchant Guild. Evan explains that it has been 6 years since Gabriella hired him as an inexperienced young merchant. Over that time, he has learned many things, and she has helped him grow into a capable member of the Merchant Guild. However, during the conference, he acted as a guarantor for the Rossetti Trading Company and prioritized its profits over those of the Merchant Guild. He admits that raising the unit price more than the trade rate acceptable to the Trading Guild will affect future sales. Gabriella acknowledges this, explaining that in exchange for accepting the rate, the Tailor Guild expected the Merchant Guild to place the burden of managing production numbers on them instead of handling it themselves. By removing that burden from the Merchant Guild, Gabriella intentionally suggested granting the most important rights to the Rossetti Trading Company. Evan bows deeply and apologizes, stating that he is fully aware of his mistake. Gabriella asks him to raise his head, telling him that this moment arrived sooner than she had expected. Evan wonders whether she already knew this would happen and whether that was why she placed him in contracts where he would have the most contact with artisans such as Miss Dahlia. Gabriella confirms this. She explains that whether he continued working for a company, founded one of his own, or remained in the guild, he needed to decide what he truly wanted. Evan admits that he once believed he would work there for the rest of his life. However, rather than supporting businesses from the outside, he now wants to be in the center of things as a merchant. Gabriella asks whether he is confident that Dahlia will hire him. Evan responds that he believes there will be no issue, but he insists on resigning first. Gabriella asks what he intends to tell his wife. Evan replies that she has never once complained about his work. Gabriella tells him to do what he believes is best. As she accepts his resignation letter, she remarks that his wife is a good woman and says she will hold on to the letter for him. She advises him to speak with Wilfred, adding that she doubts Dahlia will turn him down if Wilfred endorses him. Evan expresses concern that this may be difficult. Gabriella tells him to simply talk things out, reminding him that if he gets his wish, Wilfred will become a close associate as well. She also informs him that she will not allow him to leave until the end of next month, as his replacement must be trained. The Rossetti Trading Company remains a profitable partner, so she will overlook his recent impulsiveness for the time being. Evan bows and leaves, prompting Gabriella to reflect that 16 years seems like a long time, yet it is not. Though she taught him well, a core part of him never changed. He always believed he would move forward by his own will rather than adapting to circumstances. She muses that she might have allowed him to take over as a guild master someday and chuckles to herself, thinking that Dahlia has taken a fine man from her. The scene shifts to Evan apologizing to Wilfred for contacting him while he is resting. Wilfred replies that he does not mind and asks what the matter is. Evan asks, somewhat boldly, what Wilfred thinks of Miss Dahlia. Wilfred responds that he sees her as a wonderful magic artisan and a dear friend. Evan lowers his gaze and reveals that Dahlia's father, Carlo, suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed. Evan rushed to his side, but there was nothing he could do. Wilfred immediately kneels and offers a prayer for Dahlia's father, thanking Evan for informing him. Evan adds that perhaps Carlo simply wanted to see him pray. Evan then confesses that he views Dahlia as a goddess clad in gold. In his eyes, she shines brilliantly, and he believes the Rossetti Trading Company will grow beyond imagination. He wishes to be part of that growth and to offer his services to Dahlia. He reveals that he has already submitted his resignation to the guild. Wilfred asks why Evan is telling him all of this. Evan answers that he seeks Wilfred's endorsement. Wilfred questions why he should grant it. Evan states that he is married and has 2 daughters and asks whether Wilfred does not consider him a safe man to have around Dahlia. Wilfred responds that such judgments are not his to make. Evan rephrases the question, asking whether Wolfred considers himself a breast man or a hip man, which leaves Wolfred confused. Evan continues, stating that he himself prefers women with generous figures like his wife and that, therefore, Dahlia is entirely safe around him. He adds that he has been with the guild for 16 years and that prior to that, he was groomed to take over his family business. Evan explains that he lost everything at 19 when the company failed. His parents took his sister with them and committed murder-suicide. At the time, Evan was in a rebellious phase and staying at his girlfriend's house. By the next morning, everything had changed. He left with his girlfriend and moved to the capital, where the merchant guild hired him. Now, he believes Dahlia's company is far more appealing than anything he has known before. He says that he wants to pursue his dreams and perhaps even change the world. No merchant alive would pass up such an opportunity. However, a company without an experienced businessman at its helm will be devoured by sharks. He cannot stand by and allow that to happen. He promises that he will never become a burden to Dahlia and asks once more for Wolfred's endorsement. Wolfred agrees on 2 conditions. First, Evan must sign a temple contract stating that he will never act against the interests of Dahlia or the Rossetti Trading Company. Second, his highest priority must always be Dahlia's protection, above the company, profits, or anything else. Evan swears that, as a merchant as a man he will uphold this promise. Wolfred then gives Evan a royal accession communicative coin. He explains that changing careers can be costly and tells Evan to accept it quietly, as it is a personal gift. Evan accepts without hesitation and expresses his anticipation of working together. Wolfred replies in kind. As they walk, Evan asks again whether Wolfred is a breast man or a hip man. Wolfred answers that he is a hip man. Evan laughs and declares that they are opposites, stating that everyone around him seems to prefer breasts. Wolfred agrees, mentioning that he knows at least 2 or 3 such people in his circle. They suddenly notice Dahlia standing before them, rendering both men speechless. She informs Evan that a clerk on the 2nd floor wishes to speak with him. Evan immediately flees, saying he will attend to it at once. Dahlia then remarks to Wolfred that her father was a leg man and once lectured her at length about the allure of legs while drunk. She recalls not speaking to him for a week afterward and suggests to Wolfred that such topics should be discussed privately in the future. The scene shifts again as Evan formally apologizes to Dahlia for his earlier behavior, stating that the conversation was entirely his responsibility and that Wolfred was not at fault. Dahlia responds that she was overly sensitive herself and has no position from which to scold others. Evan explains that he chose such a crude topic in hopes of easing familiarity. Clearing his throat, Evan announces that he humbly requests to become an employee of the Rossetti Trading Company. Dahlia expresses her gratitude but asks about his position in the Merchant Guild. Evan replies that he will resign at the end of next month if she accepts him. Dahlia wonders whether he might regret the decision, but he immediately denies that possibility. She expresses concern that this might trouble Gabriella. Evan assures her that he has been properly reprimanded and will hand over his duties responsibly. Dahlia worries that there is no guarantee she can pay him adequately. Evan explains that based on projected sales, profit-sharing rates, and the initial delivery of soles and socks, the revenue will be more than sufficient. Neither of them will suffer a loss. Dahlia reflects that the situation feels like standing on an unstable board drifting with the current, yet she senses it beginning to steady. A strong ally has joined her. With that realization, she welcomes Evan to the Rossetti Trading Company, grateful to have him aboard. At Earl Scalferado's 2nd residence, events begin the day before, while preparations are underway and everyone waits for the conference to commence. His father's marriage to his 3rd wife had been arranged due to her advanced mastery of water magic and her remarkable overall ability. From the perspective of the household, it would have been far more beneficial if a daughter inheriting her mother's talents had been born. Instead, they were given a son. This outcome was a profound disappointment to his father, and as a result, the two have scarcely ever spoken. Even so, he goes through the motions, fully expecting that any overture he makes will be rebuffed. His true objective lies elsewhere, as he desires his mother's book. Renato speaks politely, remarking that it has been some time, and Wolfred acknowledges that this is indeed the case, addressing him as his lord brother. Renato informs him that their father was summoned to the palace at dawn and sends his regrets for being unable to meet in person. He expresses the hope that Wolfred will listen to what he has to convey in his stead. Wolfred responds with calm assurance, already understanding that his father likely intended matters to unfold this way from the very beginning. Wolfred then explains that his purpose is to inform Renato that he has become a guarantor of the Rossetti Trading Company. Furthermore, the company will be entering into business dealings with the Royal Order of Chivalry. He presents the relevant details, and Renato observes that Wolfert appears to have cultivated very capable connections. In return, Renato conveys their father's wishes. Wolfert is free to use the second residence as he sees fit. The Rossetti Trading Company has already acquired the rights to a building, and if the company intends to continue dealings with the nobility, operations will proceed far more smoothly here than at the guild. Renato also adds that should Wolfert require water or ice crystals, he will arrange for them to be obtained, and if any issues arise, he will do what he can to resolve them. Wolfert expresses his gratitude, acknowledging that this assistance will be invaluable. Renato then shifts the topic, suggesting that it may be time for Wolfert to think about marriage. If Wolfert has any preferences, Renato is willing to seek out a suitable young lady. Wolfert admits that he has not given the matter much thought but offers his thanks regardless. Renato then raises the question of Wolfert's continued association with Altia. Wolfert explains that they share a very pleasant relationship, even while understanding that, in the eyes of society, it reflects poorly for the son of an earl to remain in such a position. Renato remarks that this is the first time Wolfert has ever initiated contact with their father, which causes Wolfert a moment of surprise. Reflecting inwardly, Wolfert considers that he has never truly lacked for anything, and therefore had no reason to reach out before. Despite their lack of direct contact, his father has always ensured that all facilities and necessities were provided. Being permitted to join the Order of Beast Hunters alone had been sufficient. He wanted for nothing. This realization leads Renato to suspect that Wolfert may be planning to leave the house, and that this intention might be the reason he reached out now. Wolfert clarifies that while he does intend to become independent eventually, the trading company has nothing to do with that goal. Renato asks whether there is anything Wolfert wishes for, and Wolfert replies that there is nothing in particular. Renato wonders aloud whether Wolfert might desire a transfer out of the Order of Beast Hunter. Wolfert quickly dismisses the idea, urging him to abandon such thoughts entirely. For milestone events such as his graduation or his acceptance into the order, the proper formalities have been observed and celebrated together. However, they do not share the kind of relationship in which Wolfert could seek his advice. Renato forces himself into the role of the elder brother and rises, stating that he knows Wolfert has been avoiding him. He admits that although there had been no opportunity to speak before, he has long wished to apologize for that day, and he expresses his deep remorse. Renato acknowledges that had he and Vanessa not defended them, both him and his mother would have lost their lives. He recognizes that Vanessa could not be saved and that, in doing so, Wolfert's mother was taken from him. He understands that no apology could ever change this truth, yet he begs for the chance to make amends. Wolfert asks him to raise his head, insisting that this is not something that requires an apology. He confesses that, if only he has fiercely fought back with ice magic, Vanessa might not have died. As the elder he believes that he should have been the one to die protecting them both. Wolfert immediately asks him to take those words back. He reminds Renato that it was his mother's own decision to enter that battle. Vanessa's sacrifice cannot be redeemed, and if the person she gave her life for claims that he should have died instead, then her choice is diminished. He therefore asks Renato to withdraw those words. Renato complies and formally retracts them. Wolfert thanks him, then offers an apology of his own for his bluntness. He explains that on that dreadful day, while Wolfert was fighting, Renato himself had been frozen with fear. He recalls being unable to shake the image of his own mother throwing herself forward in defense as he exited the carriage. The sight of blood everywhere remains vivid, and he still sees it in his dreams. It is only natural, he admits, for him to have borne a grudge. Once again, Renato apologizes for having been such a spineless elder brother. Wolfert responds that, in truth, he suffers from the same dreams and the same thoughts. He too wonders if only there were some way to block out the nightmares. Renato, returning once more to practical advice, recommends marriage again, noting that his own troubles occur far less frequently now that he has a wife and a daughter. Wolfert smiles faintly and says that he will certainly keep it in mind. Renato adds that if he is to redeem himself even a little, he has never truly fulfilled his duties as an elder brother. If it pertains to business, or if there is anything at all Wolfert needs, he should ask without hesitation. This offer causes Wolfert to pause, and he asks, if Renato does not mind indulging him, whether he could obtain certain materials intended for magical operators. Renato agrees at once, stating that he will acquire anything within his power, and asks what Wolfert has in mind. Wolfert names fairy glass. Renato reacts with surprise, noting that it is indeed extremely rare, though he does not fully understand the reason for the request. Nevertheless, he promises that the moment any is found, it will be delivered immediately. Renato then questions that if he will try to speak with their father in the future. Wilfred responds simply that he will do so if the opportunity arises. Renato goes on to apologize again, explaining that he is only able to visit Vanessa's grave a few times each year. However, he believes that their father visits every month. Perhaps, he reflects, their father loved Wilfred's mother more deeply than he had realized at first. Renato also notes that the nightmares which had plagued him for years ceased the very moment he met Dahlia. The next day, Wilfred goes to apologize to Dahlia for the crude remarks he made previously. After that he hands her his mother's notes and books, and apple brandy as well. Dahlia thanks him for the thought. She also apologizes in return for speaking too bluntly the other day, admitting that she said more than she should have. She invites him inside, and as he steps closer, he notices something wrong with her leg. Almost immediately, he sees a bruise on her face. He rushes toward her, demanding to know who did this to her. There is a noticeable bump on her temple and a faint mark on her neck, all of the injuries concentrated on her right side. When he notices her shoulder as well, his concern deepens. Dahlia assures him that it is nothing serious and claims that she was simply careless. Wilfred refuses to accept that explanation. To him, this does not look like an ordinary trip or fall. The injuries appear as though she was struck with considerable force. He presses her to tell him the truth. After hesitating, she explains that she was careless while working on a prototype and was blown away by magical backlash. Wilfred asks her to explain everything properly. Dahlia begins from the beginning. She reminds him of the female unicorn horn she mentioned the other day. Yesterday, she used it to create a unicorn pendant and an item card. The pendant reduces pain and works wonders for stiff shoulders, to the point that she barely feels discomfort while wearing it. The process went smoothly at first, but when she attempted to add hardening and weight reduction, the item repelled her. Her magic had likely been too weak to counterbalance the material. This reminded her of the last time she lacked sufficient magic to handle a dangerous material, Skull Fang. Skull Fang comes from creatures that race across the skies and prey on unicorns. Their fangs carry magical effects and consume enormous amounts of magic when used in magical enhancements. She still had 2 fragments left from one of her father's old commissions. Years ago, she tested an enhancement in secret one night, and the material drained her magic so severely that she nearly fainted and ended up vomiting. For years had passed since then. She believed her magic had improved enough, so she tried again. This time, although it drained her magic heavily, the enhancement succeeded. Overcome with excitement, she put the item on and passed a small amount of magic through it. The moment she did, she was violently thrown to the floor. Wilfred tells her that she has 2 options: drink a potion, or allow him to take her to a temple. She insists that she is barely hurt, but he counters by asking whether she is well enough for a leisurely walk through town. Reluctantly, she gives in and drinks the potion, muttering that it feels like a waste. She apologizes for worrying him. Wilfred, in turn, apologizes for touching her earlier without her permission. Dahlia brushes it off, saying that he was just worried. Wilfred asks her, if possible, to refrain from conducting dangerous experiments while she is alone. Being injured or sick is especially difficult when living by oneself. Dahlia admits that he has a point. At present, her friend is the only other person who can open the gate to her workshop. She decides that she will register a few more people magically. Wilfred offers himself as well, saying that he would never open the gate unless it was an emergency. Dahlia agrees, noting that registering him would give her peace of mind. They move to the control panel. There is no need to interact directly with the gate itself. She instructs him to place his hand in the center of the panel, and once he does, the registration is completed. Wilfred then notices the device she had been describing earlier. She explains again how dangerous it is and says that she plans to store it in a magically sealed box. Wilfred asks if he can touch it. She hesitates, but he explains that unlike some magical operators, which anyone can activate with a physical switch, this device requires the user to pass external magic through it. Even if it blows him away, he has flesh strengthening, so he can handle a few bruises. In fact, if all it does is launch the user into the air, she could combine it with flesh strengthening. That way, she could activate the bracelet and land safely before the strengthening wears off. At that height, the impact would be devastating without protection. She might reach the 2nd floor of the tower with flesh strengthening alone, but without the roof, she would likely suffer severe injuries. Wolfred adds that if the device is dangerous no matter what, perhaps she would consider blood bonding it to him. He offers to pay the fee. Blood bonding uses blood to register a magical device to a single individual. Once completed, the registration cannot be undone or transferred. It allows the bonded user to activate a device without external magic. At the very least, she would not need to worry about anyone else being blown away. Dahlia knows he is right, but she is reluctant to experiment on him. Wolfred smiles and asks whether she is not curious about what a knight with flesh strengthening could do when powered by Skullfang. She finally relents and says she will waive the fee this time. A person's blood contains their internal magic. By placing 1 or 2 drops onto a magical imprint, the device identifies the owner's magic, which then spreads through every part of the apparatus. Once the registration is complete, Wolfred tests it by leaping high into the air and landing smoothly. When Dahlia asks how it feels, his eyes shine with excitement. He says it is incredibly fun. Flesh strengthening gives him an extra push, making jumping feel effortless. He keeps jumping, laughing as he explains that once he becomes accustomed to it, he will be able to jump forward as well, not just upward. With proper coordination, it could even be applied to his hands. He admits that showing off like this might be a bad idea. Dahlia reflects that the remaining fragment is far too large for her to handle. Making a second bracelet is out of the question. Even if she succeeded, it would be dangerous. If someone touched it while releasing even a small amount of magic, it could be disastrous. Moreover, it would be useless for people without magic. Wolfred points out that almost everyone else in the order has external magic, but he also notes that the user must land safely. With flesh strengthening, the bracelet is practically made for him. When he asks if he can buy it, Dahlia tells him to think of it as a thank you gift for being a guarantor. She is still working on that type of magic anyway. Wolfred thinks that she is severely undercharging him. Even as a layperson, he knows the engineering fee alone would be enormous. Dahlia proposes a compromise and asks him to bring 2 potions next time. He chuckles and agrees gladly. Back inside the house, Wolfred shows her his mother's books and notes. He praises her and suggests that she avoid reading certain passages aloud around nobles. He points out specific lines he had mentioned before, such as politely asking others to remove their glass, or inviting them to view the stars from the western window. Dahlia reads further and wonders why the western window is specified. Another passage mentions sharing brandy before retiring for the night. She wonders if it was meant to help with sleep. As Dahlia reads aloud, he asks her not to do so, and she quickly apologizes. Suddenly, the bell rings. Dahlia rushes to the door, saying that a visitor has arrived. Both of them feel quietly relieved at the interruption. Outside, she finds Marcel, who has brought her clams. Returning inside, she asks Wolfred whether he is hungry, explaining that her friend brought them over. When he hears that they are manila clams, he becomes visibly excited. Dahlia says she will steam them in wine and bring out some baguette, though here they usually serve them straight from the pot, soaking the bread in the broth. Not everyone can stomach such a meal. When the food is ready, they toast to the prosperity of the Rossetti Trading Company. As they eat, Dahlia mentions that the friend who brought the clams wanted to invite Wolfred out to dinner. Wolfred says that he would love to accept, but carefully asks what kind of person the wife is. Dahlia laughs and says she forgot about his eyes. She suggests that he simply wear his glasses. She believes Moon's wife will be fine with it, as she adores Moon and is unfazed by such things, being completely devoted to her husband. Wolfred then takes out the drinks Arsha gave him to share. They toast to health and good fortune. The moment Dahlia takes a sip, she notices that the flavor is heady and sweet, like roses. It goes down smoothly, lacking the harsh burn typical of brandy. Wolfred tells her that this is Her Royal Highness the Princess's favorite, and that the duchy sends some every year. He adds that the lead Duke of Gastonia's younger sister was adopted, so there is no blood relation. Dahlia questions whether he should really be telling her this. Wolfred replies that stories from their world are not common knowledge, and she knows nothing about them anyway. As she sips her wine, he comments that she looks like a squirrel. Embarrassed, Dahlia admits that she just wants to savor every drop. He agrees that it is truly excellent alcohol and admits that it makes him want proper brandy glasses. She mentions that she has been thinking about adding more glassware for alcohol. Suddenly, Wolfred asks whether it was alright for him to endorse Evan without discussing it with her first. She says that she is glad he did, even though she feels guilty that Evan had to quit his job. His first assignment will likely be a mess, but she asks him to think of all the people who will benefit in the end. Wilfred agrees, noting that the socks made a tremendous difference during the campaign. Dahlia asks whether they use any purification magic on their shoes. Wilfred explains that they do not. They simply wash them when they become very dirty. Even so, the shoes retain moisture. Sometimes they ask a magician to dry them after rain, but the toes often remain damp. Dahlia suggests using a dryer. Wilfred replies that heat would damage the leather. Dahlia stands up immediately, saying that if it is a matter of temperature, she can adjust the circuit. It will not take long. She experiments, ensuring the temperature is cool enough to tolerate by hand while increasing airflow. She tests it on leather shoes, and they dry thoroughly without damage. She gives Wilfred additional advice: do not share shoes, do not wear socks while sleeping, and use breathable sandals indoors. Wilfred says he will pass the advice on to his friends, remarking that she knows a great deal about fungal infections. Dahlia replies simply that her father once suffered from them. The next day, Evan expresses from the bottom of his heart how genuinely glad he is that Dahlia came to him first with the blueprints for the shoe dryer. He conveys that her decision means a great deal to him. She explains that what she has created is nothing more than a dryer infused with magic and asks whether she truly thinks it will sell. He immediately answers the question himself, listing potential buyers such as courier girls, adventurers, shoemakers, warehouses with large staffs, and even ordinary people who worry about fungal infections. All of this comes to his mind instantly, reinforcing his confidence in the product. Dahlia reassures him that she made certain the device is safe. She admits that it took her less than an hour to complete, but emphasizes that it is not a slapdash job. Evan listens carefully and then asks her to inform him of any prototype plans ahead of time. In response, Dahlia confesses that there is something she does not intend to sell, as she is currently working on a prototype for a magic sword. Evan reacts calmly and encourages her to make whatever she wants, register everything, and allow him to sell whatever proves viable. He explains that weapons with magical additions are usually made under strict safety regulations by blacksmiths and magicians working together. He also points out that there is always the possibility of bad actors attempting to kidnap her, as items that release even the slightest amount of magic could be highly valuable to military forces or criminal organizations, especially in 4 countries that lack sufficient numbers of mages. Dahlia admits that she never considered this perspective before. She mentions the wind magic bracelet she made for Wilfred, which helps him jump. While she believes it could be used in battle, she explains that only Wilfred can use it due to blood bonding. Evan acknowledges this and states that if it is for individual use, then it is acceptable. He expresses relief that things are progressing well between the two of them. Almost immediately, Dahlia denies any implication beyond work, which causes Evan to apologize for jumping to conclusions. He explains that he was reminded of his wife, who once gave him a bracelet as well. Thinking of vows leads him to reveal that he went to the temple and made a contract with Wilfred. He admits that he knew it would be impossible for her to trust him completely, so he believed it would be best to set her mind at ease. He assures her that he will do his best to reinvest the profits and requests that she register more magical operators than Mr. Carlo did. Dahlia tries not to think too deeply about it, even though Evan had helped her from the very beginning. She reflects on Miss Sophia and her father, who had essentially raised her on his own while working as a magic artisan. Despite his busy life, he made time for her both as a father and a mentor. Dahlia believes that if things had been different, if he had remarried and left her in the care of another woman, Carlo's legacy might have been far greater than it is now. Dahlia remarks to Evan that she kept a brilliant magic artisan all to herself for quite a while. Evan immediately apologizes, clarifying that this was not his intention. He states that from the time she was born, Carlo's logical operators created with her were the ones people loved the most. He adds that if he were to imagine Carlo as a father, the time he spent with her was probably the happiest of his life. The scene then shifts to Gabriella, who evaluates the documents and confirms that if Evan checked them, then nothing should be missing. She states that coordination with the other guilds will be left to them. Dahlia attempts to bring up Evan, but Gabriella cuts her off, stating that she would not want him even if he were handed back to her. She adds that it was his choice, and therefore there is nothing for Dahlia to apologize for. Gabriella continues by saying that as the guild's skilled master, she will always prioritize profits. She explains that she could keep her company turning its wheels while letting the girl take all the profits. Dahlia responds internally that even if Gabriella did so, she likely would not notice, and even if she did, she could do nothing about it on her own. Gabriella agrees that this is true and explains that this is exactly why Dahlia needs Evan. Even if Dahlia began learning about business now, she would still need years to truly understand it. That, Gabriella notes, is where Evan comes in. She had asked him to handle the business side while allowing Dahlia to work as a magic artisan to her heart's content. Dahlia cautiously asks Gabriella whether her father ever hinted at wanting to remarry. Gabriella replies that not to her knowledge. She does not believe he ever considered it. What she does know, however, is that Carlo adored Dahlia more than anything. Hearing this, Dahlia asks Gabriella for a favor. She requests that Gabriella forget what she owed to her father, stating that she herself is the one who owes her now. She admits she does not know how many years it will take, but she intends to repay Gabriella. Gabriella chuckles and explains that there was more to Carlo's actions than simple debts. She tells Dahlia that if she ever needs help, whether as a magic artisan or as a woman, she should seek her out. Gabriella adds that she knows Dahlia well enough to believe that if Dahlia feels she owes something, she will try to repay it on her own. Dahlia realizes that her father had arranged this parting gift with her temperament in mind. She acknowledges that she has no way to repay Gabriella right now, but if such high expectations are placed upon her, then she cannot afford to hang her head. Suddenly, a knock sounds at the door. Evan apologizes for the interruption and announces that a messenger is here. The messenger bears word from His Grace, Duke Grado. The captain of the Order of Beast Hunters has arrived. Dahlia goes out and meets the vice-captain, Greswold, of the Order of Beast Hunters, also known as the Royal Order of Chivalry. He thanks her for making the time and states that he carries a message from Grado, captain of the Order of the Beast Hunters, addressed to the head of the Rosera Trading Company. Dahlia accepts the letter, but she freezes as she reads it. It begins with formal greetings and words of gratitude. If she were to summarize the bulk of its contents, it is essentially a request from Edward. However, regardless of its phrasing, there is no avoiding the invitation to the palace. She is seen sitting with Ivan inside the carriage while the carriage rattles along, every last piece of the attitude and etiquette she crammed into herself through countless spells now weighing heavily on her. She wonders why Evan was invited in the first place. He replies socks and sole production are proceeding smoothly, and he does not believe Wolfert has informed them about the shoe dryer yet. Ivan speculates that perhaps someone misunderstood, or that a commanding officer made the same mistake he once did and wanted a glimpse of her out of curiosity. Eventually, the carriage reaches the palace. Evan helps her down from the carriage, and Ivan accompanies her until the end of the carriage route. Once her identity is confirmed, he is made to wait in a separate room. Her belongings are checked, and she is guided to a room near the guard post, where she waits once more. Wolfert arrives from the Order of Beast Hunters to escort her inside the palace grounds. He explains that had he known the day before, he would have sent a messenger, but he only learned of it that morning. When she wonders why she was summoned, he explains that the captain genuinely wishes to thank her for the socks and soles. The captain, being a man of action rather than planning, likely extended the invitation without much forethought. As they reach their destination, Wolfert guides her forward and assures her that he will smooth things over as much as he can. Together, they enter the meeting room, where she is formally welcomed by the Order of Beast Hunters. She expresses her gratitude for being contacted regarding the succession and introduces herself as Dahlia Rossetti of the Rossetti Trading Company. She is deeply touched by their thoughtfulness and thanks them for the detailed reports, understanding that compiling such information must have kept them quite busy. She presents the current mass production prototypes of the five-toed socks and shoe soles. Captain Grado expresses their gratitude, stating that having samples on hand makes them look forward to the next campaign. The future appears bright if these are merely her initial products. Wolfert adds that this is far from her first achievement, reminding them that she developed waterproof clothing while attending the academy. Grado notes that he received a list from Wolfert detailing countermeasures against athlete's foot and asks whether it truly works. She confirms that it prevents recurrence after healing and protects those who have not yet contracted it. This leads to a discussion about how infections can spread easily in close quarters, whether in barracks or during campaigns. Items such as mats, towels, and anything that comes into contact with feet increase the risk of transmission. Someone jokingly suggests cutting off everyone's feet at once and regenerating them with temple healing magic. Dahlia reacts strongly, thinking that such a solution is far too extreme. Even Wolfert acknowledges that while the disease spreads easily in communal living, drastic measures are unnecessary. When her long isolation with her father is mentioned, she immediately clarifies that it was her father's doing, not her own. This earns understanding smiles, and she senses no judgment. Despite her having crammed countless speech patterns and manners into her mind, they vanish almost instantly. From that day on, everyone present treats her with surprising kindness and later becomes patrons of her company, though she cannot yet understand why. After the atmosphere cools, the discussion shifts to guild matters, and the contract details are formally confirmed. Their goodbyes are exchanged, and she leaves the room accompanied by a knight assigned to see her off. One thought settles firmly in her mind: she never wants to come to the palace again. As she walks through the corridors with the escorting knight, he introduces himself as Randolph and asks if he may speak with her for a moment. He offers advice on palace etiquette, explaining that when accompanied by a knight, she should walk slightly behind and to the side rather than directly behind. He tells her that she is not obligated to respond to every question she is asked and that if she feels unwell or uncertain, she should consult a chamberlain or tutor instead. She apologizes for her disgraceful manners, but he reassures her that she was not disrespectful. Such things simply matter more in certain places. He explains that as long as Wolfred's name is associated with the Rosetta Trading Company, people will notice her for better or worse. For Wolfred's sake and for the Order's reputation, he recommends that she gradually learn these customs. She thanks him sincerely. He describes Wolfred as a rational knight at the palace, dependable and exemplary, with an endless record of slaying monsters and demons. Dahlia reflects that Wolfred likely has many faces, just as everyone does different faces for different situations and people. Some are so private that even close companions never see them. She realizes she does not truly know the sides of Wolfred that Randolph refers to. When Randolph asks whether Wolfred has ever been rude to her, she denies it, believing that if he ever seemed harsh, it was never intentional. She quickly apologizes for wording it that way, but Randolph tells her there is nothing to apologize for. He admits that he should not say this, but he is glad she became good friends with Wolfred. Dahlia thinks it is wonderful that Wolfred has a friend like Randolph. Despite everything, she feels glad that she came to the palace. The scene shifts to Captain Grotto ordering his men not to disclose anything that occurred during the meeting with Rossetti Trading Company, instructing them to take it to their graves. He then turns his attention to Wolfred, telling him to deeply reflect on his actions and show remorse. What he said earlier was not appropriate to say to a young woman, and continuing to tease her like that could cause her to abandon him entirely. Wolfred insists that she is merely a friend and the head of a trading company, nothing more. The others warn that if that is the case, she may begin avoiding him, which could negatively affect future business dealings. They suggest that he buy something and apologize, proposing a book or her favorite flowers. Wolfred admits he does not know what flowers she likes, nor does he know her favorite sweets. This draws disbelief, as they point out that even though it has not been a month, they have met 9 times already. He should know at least that much. One of them orders him to go immediately to a florist and have them choose an appropriate bouquet, preferably with red accents suited for confession. Another suggests buying cream puffs or decorated sugar sweets. The captain allows Wolfred to leave early so he can go before the shops close. Wolfred immediately rises, bows quickly, excuses himself, and rushes out. Watching him flustered like a young boy leaves the others astonished. First love, they reflect, is much like the measles. The older one is, the harder it strikes, and the longer the symptoms linger, pulling even the most composed souls into endless turmoil worthy of operas. The scene cuts to Dahlia inside her house room when she hears a knock at the door. When she opens it, she sees that it is Wolfred. She informs him that he can open the gate himself now and enter without hesitation. However, Wolfred remains where he is and states that he is unworthy to step inside. He admits that he cast suspicion and misgivings upon her and pushed things too far without proper thought. He presents her with flowers, expressing his apology for what happened earlier and asking for her forgiveness. Dahlia accepts the apology, explaining that she understands, but warns that if such behavior happens again, he will be demoted to being addressed as Signore Wolfred instead. Wolfred hastily assures her that it will never happen again. He then hands her cream puffs along with decorative sugar meant for her tea and the potion he had promised to prepare, which makes her thank him sincerely. They sit together, and as she eats a cream puff, she comments that the custard flavor is especially pronounced. Wolfred is visibly relieved that she enjoys it, mentioning that the 30-minute wait had felt unusually long. Curious, he asks what other sweets she prefers, and she admits that she is particularly fond of cheesecake. Wolfred shares that he likes salted butter cookies and shrimp crackers. He then wonders whether her name is derived from a flower. She confirms that it is, explaining that her father named her after the old meaning of the word dahlia. Because of her name, people often assume she likes dahlias, but she notes that those flowers lack much fragrance. She apologizes for what happened at the palace earlier, admitting that she did not realize she was making mistakes that could cause him trouble. Improper spacing in palace halls and similar issues are noticed depending on one's position. She explains that it was recommended she find someone to instruct her in such matters, advice Randolph gave her on the way home. He recalls that it took 2 months before Randolph allowed Wolfred to call him by his first name. When she asks whether Randolph is a noble, Wolfred confirms that he is, holding the rank of Earl of the Eastern Frontier as the second son of that household. She tells Wolfred that Randolph recommended these lessons for his sake and for the order, and she observes that Randolph truly has a kind friend. After talking, she accepts the 3 potions that have been agreed upon for the bracelet, and Wolfred adds another reason that makes it difficult for her to refuse. They share an early dinner, and for the second time, they enjoy meat cooked on the magical stove. Wolfred expresses gratitude for the meal. When she points out his formal attire, he explains that he wanted to apologize as soon as possible, so he simply grabbed his gloves and violet cloak and left. She remarks that he must be hot and impulsively suggests he remove his coat, but immediately remembers proper adult etiquette and becomes embarrassed. Wolfred reassures her that he can manage just fine. Dahlia retrieves a bottle of wine, acknowledging that it may not be the most refined solution, but suggesting that they cool down together. She asks whether he would like to try drinking it chilled. Wolfred agrees, intrigued by the idea of a new flavor. They drink to the success of the Rossetti Trading Company and to the hope of peaceful days ahead. Wolfred finds that he has never had wine that felt so pleasant, flowing cold like ice water before the warmth, acidity, and aroma rise afterward. She asks whether he often drinks with other soldiers in the barracks. He confirms that he does, usually with Randolph, whom she met earlier, and others. She wonders whether they talk about magic swords, but he explains that they mostly complain or discuss trivial matters. Sometimes they play confession games, talking about academy mistakes, work troubles, first loves, crushes, and other random topics. These conversations allow them to open up about things they cannot discuss publicly, fostering a sense of solidarity. Wolfred suggests playing such a game together, with no set topic. She accepts the challenge. The rules are explained as placing one's dominant hand on the table or floor, symbolizing a pledge that falsehood would mean forfeiting that hand. The speaker begins by declaring a confession. Dahlia starts by revealing that her mother returned to her family seat during her 3rd year and never returned to the tower afterward, giving birth to her younger brother less than a year later. Wolfred has heard that noble wives often return to their family estates, and he assumes her mother must have loved her seat. However, Dahlia explains that her family seat was noble, and her mother loved it too much. She divorced Dahlia's father and married her brother's father at that estate. Wolfred feels remorse for having prompted such a painful topic, but Dahlia surprises herself by realizing she wanted to be the one to tell him. If he were to hear it elsewhere, it would eventually surface anyway. She reflects that her mother loved her father so intensely that she forced him into marriage, but perhaps that love cooled after giving birth to a daughter. Her father never spoke ill of her mother, yet the only thing he kept was her mother's trousseau. Sharing these secrets while drinking with someone she trusts feels like venting without consequence. She admits that the blood of her absent mother likely runs through her veins. Even without strong passion, she believes relationships can remain peaceful, yet circumstances can still tear people apart. She realizes that she does not think of him anymore. Even if she were to fall in love or marry, she lacks confidence that her feelings would not change someday. She believes that if her heart were to burn, it would eventually cool, and those feelings would fade. Because of that, she does not wish to deceive herself or hurt anyone, nor be hurt in return. Wolfred responds carefully, stating that people do not always follow in their parents' footsteps. She is herself, and her parents are simply her parents. His thoughtful words steady her. It is then Wolfred's turn. He reveals that his mother was born into a baronial family and was his father's 3rd wife. She served as a guardian knight to her eldest daughter. Wolfred believes she may have married his father because she was captivated by the promise of his eye magic. Despite this, Wolfred can barely use magic, which led his father to take little interest in him. He learned swordsmanship from his mother and later entered the Order of Beast Hunters. During his 11th year at the academy, he, his mother, his father's first wife, and her children were traveling home when their carriage was attacked. Wolfred, the first wife, and his elder brother survived, but his mother and a dozen guardian knights defending them were killed. For a long time, he believed losing his mother was the greatest suffering, but it became even harder to form relationships afterward. His elder brother convinced himself that he had stolen Wolfred's mother from him, and Wolfred eventually realized that his brother had been suffering even more. Until then, he had never considered his brother's pain, and he is grateful he understands it now. Otherwise, he would have remained childish, believing he alone suffered and continuing to run away from his feelings. He explains that he wants a magic sword because he is weak. If he must fight humans, he wants the power to defeat any number of them, and to slay beasts instantly. Since he cannot use magic, the magic sword is his only option. He admits that part of it is wanting to look impressive, but more than that, he wants the nightmares to stop the image of his mother lying on the ground, unable to be saved. He never wants to see that again. More than anything, he wants to surpass even his mother. She had been a magic knight specializing in ice magic, incredibly strong, striking fast and hard, releasing blast after blast of freezing power. Dahlia assures him that they will develop an exceptional magic sword and work tirelessly to achieve it. Wolfred thanks her, saying he has high hopes and will redouble his efforts. It becomes Dahlia's turn again, and she admits that she sometimes has nightmares in which she cannot ask anyone for help, falls face first, and dies. Wolfred asks her to allow him to appear in those dreams next time, promising to do everything he can to save her. When she wonders how that would be possible, he suggests creating a magical operator for it, which makes her protest that such a thing is impossible and no longer even falls within the realm of magical apparatus. Eventually, Wolfred stands, apologizing for staying so long and thanking her for the food. He asks about the flowers he brought. Dahlia replies that she has time off tomorrow and thought it would be appropriate to visit the cemetery. At the royal palace stands a vast cemetery. Beyond that, even the temple, though it falls under the palace's domain, serves the same function. All citizens of the world capital are laid to rest here regardless of social standing. It is made a public cemetery to prevent the spread of disease and the rise of the undead, and for that reason it is almost free to use for those who come. Before entering, Wolfred asks Dahlia if he may accompany her. It is nearly the anniversary of his mother's death, and he wishes to visit her before leaving on his night campaign. The cemetery is large, divided clearly into an area for nobles and an area for commoners. Seeing this, they realize that they will have to part ways for now and agree to meet again at the carriage stop once they are finished. Wolfred mentions that his hands are full, so for the moment they should share the path together and begin with her family's grave. Dahlia explains that among commoners, when people visit family graves together, it usually means they are either engaged or already married. Wolfred reacts in surprise, genuinely unaware of such a custom. Dahlia reassures herself that it is fine, knowing that this is not what he intended. With that understanding, they go their separate ways. Wolfred makes his way to his mother's resting place. It has been a while since his last visit. He reflects on how he spoke with his older brother the other day and learned that his father had also come here. For a long time, he believed he was the only one who shed tears for her, the only one who truly mourned her death. He admits to himself how convinced he had been of that lonely belief. He thinks about how he has recently met someone new. She once saved him when he was lost, created a magical operator to protect him, and, given time, will surely make an amazing magic sword. For now, he can only think of her as nothing but trouble, yet he believes that one day he will grow strong enough to defeat even his mother's legacy, and with that strength, he wants to keep her safe. He realizes that he has finally made a friend, someone he truly wishes to protect. With these thoughts, he finishes his visit and leaves the coffin behind within the temple grounds. Meanwhile, Dahlia tells her father that she receives his remains in a small glass vessel. She takes the pure white ashes and gently returns them to the soil beneath his tombstone. As she does, she remembers how, at first, she did not know what to do as the ashes scattered and danced away in the air. Now, a month has passed since she last came here. Things are over between Tobias and herself. She wonders if, had her father seen how it all unfolded, he would have laughed it off. She reflects on how she even went to the palace the day before, where the people of the order were delighted by the 5 magic tools and souls. At first, it had only been something she made for her father, so it feels strange to see it praised so openly. She never knew that one of his habits had been secretly making people indebted to him. He was usually so late returning home and lived in a devil-may-care manner, and it feels almost unfair that he accomplished something so incredible from the shadows. She acknowledges how much he cared for her, both as his daughter and as a magic artisan. After her father died, she tried her best to remain a good child so she would not disrupt her social standing, but all that effort led only to a broken engagement. She imagines how difficult it must have been for her father to rest in peace while watching his daughter live like this. She followed behind her father's back, then followed behind her fiancé, and in the end admitted that it was not good enough. She realizes that she will never become an adult if she does not move forward on her own feet. Dahlia chooses herself. She understands that she has to become an adult, or she will never be able to rest peacefully, just as he now rests. At the same time, Wolfred's resolve is clear in his heart. His goal is to become someone strong enough to protect those he wishes to protect. Dahlia's goal is to become a magic artisan who will one day astonish her father, even if that dream feels impossibly far away right now. She believes that someday she will make it come true. With that conviction, she asks her father to please look forward to that future. Today is the day the forming of the soap dispenser is finalized for mass production. Dahlia steps into the workshop, she reaches out and touches the prototype, examining it carefully, and thinks that it has turned out extremely well. Fermo explains that there are no issues with any of the units, even after each one has been pushed 1,000 times during testing. Since this product is being made for her, he plans to be even more thorough and test them up to 5,000 pushes. Dahlia wonders how such testing was carried out and who performed it. Fermo explains that a local military academy student who lives nearby handled the test. The student was delighted to take on such an important part-time job. Dahlia concludes that if the dispensers withstand 5,000 uses without issue, then there is no cause for concern. However, if anything about them troubles him, she asks that the specification documents be submitted to the Merchant Guild. Fermo agrees and proceeds to show her the additional prototypes. First are the ones designed for shaving. These have larger bodies and dispense slightly more product. Since men generally have larger hands and prefer economy-sized refills, these models are intended for larger quantities and frequent use by many people. For stability and safety, one has a weighted bottom, while another uses a base that requires knowing a specific trick to remove. These models are meant for nobility. They feature gold-colored glass and simple exterior glasswork, though Fermo suggests that adding metalwork could further enhance their appearance. Dahlia finds these bottles especially beautiful and thinks it would be depressing if one were to break. Fermo then shows her the final prototype. These are smaller models intended for washing hands while out and about. While that is the practical explanation, the real reason he made them was to see how small he could make the mechanism. He explains that if any of these designs are usable, he intends to submit them to the guild alongside the production model. Dahlia believes that all of them are good and asks him to include specification documents for everything he plans to release. She is confident that even one of her employees would be able to find a use for them. Fermo questions whether she truly intends to hand all of this work to just one person, wondering if that would not be excessive. Dahlia reassures him. She reminds him that she was told to make anything she wanted and that he is the type of person who would stop her if something truly would not work. She brings up his earlier suggestion of preventing leakage by fixing crack and tape to the connection area and asks whether he is comfortable outsourcing that process to the magic operator's workshop. Fermo agrees, though he admits that he would normally prefer to do it himself. Unfortunately, his magic is only at level 2. Dahlia tells him that crack and tape can be affected even at level 2 magic. She has brought some with her and offers to demonstrate. If he has no particular preference for outputting his magic, she instructs him to imagine heat radiating from the fingertip of his dominant hand, hovering just above the crack and tape without touching it. Using magic, he should then fold the tape inward as though pushing it along the edge of the bottle opening. At first, the portal cracks. Dahlia asks him not to use too much force, to exhale, take his time, and keep the output even. On the next attempt, he succeeds. Though the result is somewhat ramshackle, achieving this after 4 tries is still impressive. Fermo asks where Dahlia learned to design housings like these. She explains that she learned from her father and from her senior academy classes. When he asks whether learning from her father means studying the barrier of the water dispenser, she confirms that it does. This leads Fermo to reflect that a girl who establishes a company and stands on her own with her own 2 hands must surely have a father who is resting peacefully on the other side. At that moment, someone arrives with tea and apologizes, saying that her husband did not even pour her any. Fermo calls out to her, telling her to leave it to him and take a break. She insists that she is fine and can manage this much. Fermo introduces her as Barbara, explaining that she is his wife and that they run the workshop together. Barbara takes the opportunity to thank Dahlia, saying she will forever be in her debt. Dahlia replies that such formality is unnecessary and asks her to simply call her Dahlia. As she observes Barbara more closely, Dahlia notices a rash with blisters around her torso. It is shingles. Even the healing magic at the temple cannot fully cure such injuries, and the pain can linger for 7 or more days after the initial outbreak. Barbara reminds Dahlia of her mother from her past life, suffering from postherpetic neuralgia. The realization strikes Dahlia painfully. She had never once considered how her own passing affected her parents, who were left living in unbearable emptiness. That act had been nothing but pure selfishness. Seeking distraction from the guilt of the pain she once caused them, she asks Barbara to touch the pendant she is wearing. The moment Barbara does, she realizes that the pain is gone. Dahlia apologizes, explaining that the pendant is already in use and that she tried to keep it in constant contact with the skin by wearing it around the neck or letting it rest directly against the body. Fermo expresses deep gratitude and asks whether they might borrow it for a while, though he worries about what that would mean for Dahlia herself. She reassures them that she will be fine. Her shoulders and back are slightly stiff, but nothing serious. She admits that she does not yet know how long the effect will last or how much pain it can manage, but as long as they share the data with her, that is enough. Fermo begins to express his gratitude, saying that it may take time, but they will repay her in installments. Dahlia tells him that the value of the information is far greater than any payment. Fermo promises to teach her everything he knows and tells her to come to him anytime she needs help with subcontracting production. Barbara, however, insists that she cannot accept this so easily. Dahlia responds that tools and magic operators are best used by those who need them most, and she would be happy if Barbara were one of them. If possible, she wants the people she works with to live happily and smile often. Fermo chuckles, feeling as though someone has thrown a magic crystal of fire straight into his heart, an idiom meaning to fall in love. This earns him a sharp smack from Barbara. After seeing her off, inside the house, Fermo reflects that if only he had met Dahlia when he was younger. Barbara replies that she would rather have Dahlia as her daughter than as a rival. She then wonders aloud how much a unicorn pendant like that would cost. Fermo answers that the asking price for a large bracelet-sized one is about 3 gold coins. Barbara resolves that they will work even harder so they can return the favor. Fermo agrees, stating that they will repay her with interest, otherwise, the good name of their workshop would be ruined. Ivan asks Gabriella whether he might be able to divide himself, almost like a slime. He had thought he was prepared after working with Dahlia, yet Fermo's workshop turns out to be just as overwhelming. Gabriella asks whether they should also speak to other workshops, but Ivan replies that he would like to keep that to a minimum. His intention is to build a name for the Fermo workshop, make them indebted to the company, and eventually turn them into Dahlia's exclusive workshop during the 2 years it will take for the company to fully stabilize. He wants Gabriella to act as their intermediary to the main clientele for the nobility variants of the forming soap dispenser. Dahlia is still in a precarious position for many reasons, and Ivan does not want her associating with unsavory nobles. Wolfred is naturally excluded from this concern. Ivan admits that he himself lacks experience dealing with nobility. Even if they were to add 2 more people to the company, it would still require at least 2 years for proper selection and training. As a first step, he proposes renting a room on the 2nd floor to serve as a temporary base of operations for the company. Gabriella thinks that would be a good idea. However, she worries that it might fan the flames of unpleasant rumors circulating within the guild. There is gossip that a knight who looked like Wolfred visited the cemetery with Dahlia 3 days ago, even though they parted ways between the commoner and noble sections. Ivan dismisses this as trivial opposition, yet he considers the implications. If things were to go well between a certain noble and a commoner, it is not entirely impossible for the child of an earl to lower himself and marry a commoner. Still, becoming part of an earl's family would make things difficult, especially if the house were already on the road to decline in the next generation. There would be a thick bed of thorns made of jealousy and envy directed at that commoner, all the more so if the noble child were attractive. If that commoner were to gain a higher noble as a guardian and become a baron or similar rank, and if their company were to become a rival to the castle, the situation would grow even more complex. Gabriella acknowledges that such a future is possible, but it is an ambitious goal and would surely be a road filled with thorns. Ivan wonders whether that assessment comes from experience. Gabriella replies that there are many things to worry about. She cannot tell which way the wind will blow, but she can see the path that might lead there. At that moment, the scene shifts to Dahlia running in, apologizing for being late, as they ended up chatting longer than she expected. Ivan reassures her that it is fine and thanks her for her hard work. He informs her that they have just received word from Orlando that the fairy glass will be arriving soon. Dahlia then asks whether Fermo has already submitted the paperwork. Ivan confirms that he has and admits he was surprised by the sheer volume of it. Ivan hesitates before pointing out that he has several warnings for her. As her employee, he knows they may upset her, but he asks her to hear him out. First, he notes that she is being too humble to the point of being self-deprecating. He observes that she was visibly moved earlier by the female employees in relation to Wilfred. This behavior is rude not only to the head of the company but also to a member of an earl's family. Furthermore, it constitutes a delegation of personal matters during business hours. She is not obligated to answer such things honestly, and there is no need for her to be so formal with him. In business, this kind of closeness is almost a tradition. Ivan aims to become her right hand within the company, so he asks her to grow accustomed to. His next concern involves the Firmo workshop. They are working with Firmo as equals, and Ivan asks that she refer to him as a peer at the guild rather than as a superior. This is to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Firmo developed the product but placed Dahlia's name on it because he felt sympathy for her situation. Ivan then asks her to consider that young women in the fields of technology and development receive 3 times more scrutiny than others. Lastly, he urges her to treat product prototypes with the utmost care. She gave Firmo's wife a pendant-style magic operator. Dahlia insists that it was not a product but merely a broad prototype with mixed results. It is generally understood that one does not take money for prototypes. Ivan recognizes that this way of thinking comes from her background as a magic artisan, and he understands it to some extent. However, at present, she is also the head of a company. Even if the result turns out well in a case like this, what if someone were to take advantage of her kindness? If people are allowed to try prototype magic operators, it should only be after deciding on the details of the trial period and the manner in which reports are to be submitted. People are grateful for the existence of operators that can save them and their loved ones. If she were to simply give such things away without receiving something of equal value, it would become charity, and charity could be interpreted as looking down on others. Dahlia reflects on her actions. She only wanted to be useful to Wilfred and to ease Barbara's pain, perhaps because Barbara reminded her of her mother from her past life. She never once thought that someone might be hurt by it. She did it simply because she wanted to. She admits to herself that she is glad Ivan spoke up, as she had not realized this perspective. Ivan thinks that this may be because her father acted as a shield, keeping her safe behind him so she would not stand out or attract resentment. He asks her to forgive him for saying this, but the defensive shield her father built to protect his daughter will soon be shattered. As she shines in the sun, she will also be exposed to wind and rain. Even though he hopes she will not be hurt too badly, that exposure is the very reason she will feel the rain at all. Ivan then makes a personal request and asks for her permission. He has been thinking of changing his family's surname back to its original form. He assures her that the temple contract remains valid even after a name change, so there is no need to worry. His original surname is Mercadante, and he believes it is rare within the royal capital. Ivan tells her his story. He was once raised as the eldest son of a guild master in another town. He lost his family at 19 and came to the royal capital with his wife. Since then, he has worked at the guild under his wife's surname. Matters concerning his family were settled long ago, and there are no remaining relatives who carry the Mercadante name. He once thought it would simply disappear, but now he feels that would be a waste. Dahlia asks him to reclaim his surname. She suggests that he begin spreading it again and openly say that there is a Mercadante at the Rossetti Trading Company. The idea makes Ivan chuckle, and he admits that it is a good one. He adds that if her position ever becomes truly unbearable, she should let him know. They can always leave her name out front and have someone else represent her. It is not worth destroying her soul over such things. Dahlia understands this, but she says she is willing to take on more tasks and will do as much as she can. She adds that the same applies to him, and if anything comes up, he should not hesitate to tell her, just as he did today. This makes Ivan sniffle slightly. He admits that he is not particularly good at advising or counseling others and that he has to psych himself up just to scold his own daughters. Still, if necessary, he will admonish her, even if it makes him uncomfortable. He will act based on what he believes is best for her and for the company. He resolves to help build the company into something bigger and stronger, with ever-increasing trust and wealth, so that one day it can be said with pride that there is a Mercadante at the Rossetti Trading Company. The day after Wilfred returns from the campaign, he reports that he had been a cutting of harpies. They had been thrown into disorder because a village child was taken during the hunt. The child is safe, however, when Wilfred jumped using the bracelet to save him, he used Randolph's shield as footing as he usually does and fractured his wrist. Some healing magic fixed it immediately, and Randolph forgave him, but the incident makes Wolfred keenly aware of how little attention he sometimes gives to control. During the aftermath, one of the higher-ranking knights grows curious about Wolfred's late-blooming wind magic. Wolfred demonstrates by showing the bracelet. The knight praises Dahlia, stating that it is an excellent magic operator with no waste during magic extraction and that the craftsman must indeed be highly skilled. Wolfred assures him that he will be careful to use it only in truly difficult situations. When asked where he obtained it, he simply says it came through his household, doing his best to trouble her as little as possible, though it seems he has a particular knack for doing exactly that. Afterward, he disassembles the parts of the sword, and the creation of the second man-made magic sword begins. Dahlia explains that this attempt will serve as a countermeasure against magical interference. Yellow slime powder, reinforced with earth magic, coats metal and similar materials, so she believes it may be possible to prevent magical interference while keeping the original properties of the product intact. As before, each part is added separately. Half a cup of yellow slime powder is mixed with a solvent she has prepared. Each component is immersed in the yellow slime solution, adhesion magic is cast, and then the sword is reassembled. The great yellow cast makes it look like something that could be found in a regular weapon store. Heat tests are performed, and the results are not terrible, though still only average. When it cuts, water does not flow from the guard, and the sheath is not very light either. The earth magic has completely sealed away the rest of the magic, and the attempt is judged a failure. Wolfred wonders whether she can think of any other materials that might isolate magic. Dahlia considers possibilities, mentioning unicorn horn, which is known for pain relief and purification. She recalls telling him about the time magical addition was repelled by a pendant and suggests that perhaps it was not due to insufficient magic but rather a property of the horn itself. She says she will research other materials as well and randomly test their compatibility with magic. Wolfred remarks, with innocent frustration, that it almost went too well last time. It did work after all once it was put together. The problem, he thinks, would be solved if they could find a way to touch it with bare hands, but there is no chance of allowing her hands to be burned. Black slime does not have resistance to earth magic, which is why it worked before, so perhaps they could cover it with that instead. The part of Wolfred that is concerned with her safety urges her to stop, while the part of him devoted to magic sword development insists that she should push forward without hesitation. In the end, they proceed using the utmost safety measures, black gloves meant for acid potions, far more materials than they believe necessary, and meat used as a test subject for safety first. Thus is born the first man-made magic sword blade of the Dark Lord's minion. The inside of the box does not melt. They immerse the sword in the yellow slime solution, and the liquid gradually turns clear. The Dark Lord's minion changes from pitch black to a slightly lighter dark gray. After 3 minutes, Wolfred picks up the sword and confirms that it cuts a piece of chicken cleanly. Water flows properly into the sheath. The weight is acceptable, and his hands are unharmed. Both of them are overwhelmed with happiness, as they have finally succeeded in taking the first step toward a man-made magic sword. The effects are still quite weak, and it is closer to a dagger than a sword, but they can clearly see a path forward now. Suddenly, they notice that the dagger begins to move. Wolfred recalls that there are stories claiming the spirits of those who died in battle sometimes possess weapons, and that this can also apply to magic operators. Dahlia, however, has never heard of such a thing. She plans to return the weapon to its previous state and uses an ice magic crystal to remove the yellow slime coating. It comes off while frozen, likely due to magical antagonism. The effect is not as strong as true magical interference, so magical addition remains possible, but because the magic is in a constant state of struggle, she believes the coating would become uneven, chip away, and for some reason slowly concentrate toward the hilt, eventually becoming a means of propulsion. In other words, the weapon is not possessed at all. If someone did not understand the logic behind it, they might think the sword was haunted by a spirit or that it was a new type of beast. She wonders whether, if a sword were to creep off on its own, it would go after beasts or whether they have just created an enemy of the human race. After all, they did create the Dark Lord's minion dagger, and if the evil boot fits, then Dahlia will be named as Servant Witch. Since attempt number 2 at making a man-made magic sword is almost a success, they decide to go looking for the Estervino glasses they had promised to find. Dahlia remarks that the area seems to specialize in glasswork, and soon enough an old man welcomes them into his shop, explaining that he only carries glassware made with true Estervino craftsmanship. He tells them they do not need to buy anything and are free to look around as much as they like. The two of them begin browsing, carefully examining the shelves. They come across a piece that is especially beautiful and fits comfortably in the hand, and Dahlia immediately takes a liking to it. She considers whether they should also look for a matching decanter. The old man explains that if they plan to drink at a higher pace and volume, he recommends a decanter with a limb, as it allows the aroma to develop properly. Wolfred's attention shifts to the metal cups, and the old man advises that a particular piece works well with both Ester and Vetro Vino. He adds that it pairs nicely with this country's brandy as well. He cautions them that the glassware is delicate, that it should be wrapped first, and that it should not be heated or chilled too much either. He compares it to a lover, saying it must be handled gently and with great care. The old man pours them a drink, prompting them to wonder whether this is truly Ester Vino, as they have never seen such a clear one before. He says it is. Vitro Vino explains that it comes from the Eastern Kingdom and that this is the first year he has been able to acquire it, which is why it seems so unusual in this region. He says it tastes better after waiting and that it is remarkably smooth, as though all the sharp edges have been rounded away. There is a government discount of 30%, and the old man suggests buying two, saying that Wolfred should pitch in and help out their little sister back home. Wolfred immediately says that he will pitch in as well, as they point they are not siblings. The old man apologizes, assuming they must be a married couple then, but they quickly deny it too. He apologizes again, blaming his age, and comments that the more time people spend being friendly with one another, the more alike they become. Friends, husband and wife, lovers. He says that to him, the two of them look quite similar. In the end, they purchase the large glass cup and the lidded decanter. Wolfred boards the order with the shop, asking for the items to be delivered since they are moving through a crowded area. As they step back into the street, Wolfred remarks that it is getting crowded and that it would be best to take Dahlia's hand so they do not get separated. He suddenly realizes, however, that holding hands would not actually help much in this kind of crowd. Among nobles, tightly holding bare hands or locking arms is usually reserved for relatives or lovers. Even so, he suggests doing so just until the crowd thins out. At that moment, Marcel arrives and calls out to Dahlia. He introduces himself to Wolfred, explaining that he is Dahlia's friend, that his wife is not present, and that he is a member of the Couriers Guild as well as a guarantor for her company. Wolfred introduces himself in turn as a member of the Order of Beast Hunters and says that it is a pleasure to meet him. Dahlia explains that Marcel is the one who invited her out drinking previously. Wolfred responds that if it works with both of their schedules, he would like to join as well, and since they are affiliated with the same company, there is no need to be reserved around him. Dahlia then asks Marcel what he is shopping for. He replies that it is a wedding present for someone he works with. They had decided it by rock paper scissors, and since he won, he became the bearer of good luck. It is a superstition where the one who wins a lottery or a game of chance becomes the representative and purchases the celebratory item, thereby bringing good fortune. Marcel says he will see them later and that he looks forward to drinking with Wolfred before heading off. Leaving, he reflects that, to be honest, nobles still make him uncomfortable, but Wolfred does not seem like a bad person, and makes fun of them, thinking about how even elementary academy students hold hands these days. Later, the two of them go to a restaurant to eat. The waiter recognizes Wolfred and remarks that something seems off about him today. Wolfred acknowledges it and asks whether there is a place available for just the two of them. The waitress directs them to a private room on the right and asks what they would like to drink. Wolfred orders a glass of white wine and a glass of red wine. When the drinks arrive, the red wine is given to Dahlia, the waitress apparently assuming she is his sister. Wolfred immediately clarifies that she is not his sister. After ordering, the two of them raise their glasses in a quiet toast. Wolfred points out that they keep being treated like siblings. Dahlia replies that it must be the glasses and jokes that they give off a big brother and little sister atmosphere. Wolfred says that it feels like the opposite on the inside, then hastily adds that he does not mean she looks older, only that she is more mature mentally. She teases him by saying that, in that case, he should just drink juice and go to bed. Dahlia thinks that if they truly shared a blood relationship, no one would have an issue with them being together as friends who get along well. She reflects that there may come a time when they have to part due to differences in class or work, and that if they were to confuse this bond for love, they would no longer be able to stay together at all. For her to look at him with love-struck eyes like those who have commented on him before would put an end to their friendship. Wolfred comments that it would be fun being siblings, though it would cause a huge problem for their guardians. He then asks whether she thinks they will ever make a true magic sword. Dahlia answers without hesitation that there is no doubt in her mind that they will. She adds that they would be dangerous siblings, and more than a little troublesome. The food is finally served, and dessert is provided on the house. Wolfred points out that the meat looks delicious, brightly colored just as the name Crimson Cattle promises, yet cooked thoroughly. The cheese sauce pairs perfectly with it. They continue eating, talking about plans for the future, and raise another quiet toast to what lies ahead. Later, the carriage stop is crowded, so they decide to walk to the next one. Suddenly, Wolfred hears something and tells Dahlia not to look back, warning her that they are being followed 2 people, at least. He does not think it is a mugging, but the guard house is in the opposite direction, so they need to move quickly before the street becomes too narrow. Dahlia admits that she is not very fast, but Wolfred reassures her. He plans to jump at the next corner, apologizing in advance because he will need to carry her. She protests that she is heavy and taller than average, but he only apologizes again and says he is going to touch her. With that, he picks her up and jumps, remarking that she is actually quite light. If they can shake their pursuers like this, they should be able to drop to ground level and avoid being seen. He tells her to try not to bite her tongue. When he finally lands, he apologizes for grabbing her so suddenly. Dahlia responds that she was surprised but that she is fine, then asks whether he was hurt in any way. Wolfred assures her that he no longer senses anyone nearby and that he himself is fine, though they should remain cautious. He explains that he felt a probing presence earlier and quickly cast a strengthening spell. His enhanced hearing picked up 2 sets of footsteps and the sound of metal, as though they were armed. Neither of the pursuers spoke, so the chance that they were ordinary criminals seems low, yet he did not feel any clear ill intent either. He apologizes again, thinking that he may have been the reason and that he frightened Dahlia. What he hates most is how powerless he feels when it comes to stopping things like this. He admits that he knows it is rude of a noble, but even so, he asks whether she would like to hold his hand. Dahlia agrees, and they hold hands as they walk. Wolfred thinks that he wants to become someone who can protect those he wishes to protect, and more than anything, he wants to protect the soft warmth he feels within that hand. Someone points out to Dorino that he is bleeding. Dorino acknowledges it, explaining that he must have been scratched during the struggle. He had thought he was neither bitten nor struck, but the fangs of a fang deer are known to be highly infectious even from minor contact. Wolfred asks whether Dorino would like him to call for a priest, but Dorino declines, saying he will manage. He adds that this particular unit is not accustomed to campaigning, so they are likely having a difficult time adjusting. They suggest that they should pick up Dorino's dinner as well. After collecting the meals, they enter the camp and inform the vice-captain that they have brought food. One of the older knights inside tells them that Griswold has just stepped out to check on the horses and that his meal can be placed nearby. He apologizes that they had to carry everything all the way there and says he will at least take the wine. Suddenly, he begins to cough heavily, which makes Wolfred wonder if he is all right. The others suggest calling a healer, but the old knight insists that it would be a waste of light gold. He believes healers should prioritize injuries caused by the fang deer and conserve their strength for the journey home. Meals on campaign are dry and difficult to swallow, especially when cooking outdoors is impossible due to rain or strong winds. Wolfred says that he will request a wandering mage for assistance, and if someone with fire magic is available, he is certain they could at least boil enough water for one meal. Randolph mentions that he has honey, explaining that it works as a cure and provides sufficient nutrients, urging the knight to take some at the very least. Once all chores are finished, everyone tries to rest. Wolfred asks whether they think the horses are all right and says he wants to check on them briefly, but Dorino asks him not to. He had asked the knight on night duty if they require assistance, but they respond that all members of the Scarlet Armor should return to sleep immediately. Randolph also remarks that they should be grateful for their hard work and work even harder during morning patrol. He recalls that when he had just joined, they did not have waterproof clothing. They would desperately spread wax over tents and canopies whenever they went on campaign. When clouds grew thick and heavy, the amount of wax required was enormous and difficult to carry. If the wax was applied unevenly or missed even a small spot, water would leak through. Rain would cause food to grow moldy, and they would remain constantly cold from leaks and flooding. Sleep was light and restless, and many people fell ill as a result. Wolfred thinks that Dahlia is truly saving them. She had mentioned that she would test a lighter version of the compact magical device today. If that succeeds, they would be able to bring it along on campaigns. Even a cup of hot water could loosen dried soup and soothe throats swollen from colds. If possible, he intends to do whatever he can to convince the captain to approve it. He does not want Dahlia to push herself too hard, but he believes she is entirely focused on her work. Meanwhile, Wolfred and his company reach the fangirl location. Dahlia continues her research. Today's objective is to make the magical device even smaller, moving beyond the first compact version. Although there is already a significant difference in size compared to the original, reducing it further requires an entirely different approach. She writes down every possible change she can think of, one after another. She then examines all the materials and parts, testing what might work. Components are added and removed individually, notes are taken on their effects, and the pieces are reorganized from most useful to least useful. The main issue lies in material selection. If the casing is too thin, it becomes lighter but vulnerable to heat damage. Lightweight, heat-resistant materials are expensive, and even if quality materials exist in middle size, they cannot be mass-produced or widely implemented. She briefly misses aluminum and titanium from her past life. She changes the heat source to a thermal phase plate, a mechanism that makes direct contact with the entire bottom of the pot to distribute heat evenly. It does not ignite flames and is safer, but temperature adjustments are difficult, making it unsuitable for precise cooking. For this project, however, meeting the minimum cooking requirement is sufficient. The plate is heavy, but overall the unit is still lighter and more compact. By simplifying the temperature control circuit to just 2 levels high and low, the main unit becomes smaller. It takes on a cylindrical shape, with one flattened side to prevent rolling. She prioritizes lightness, stability, and safety. The corners where the plates meet are softened so the device will not accidentally activate if dropped during transport. A lock is added to the knob in the off position, requiring it to be pressed firmly and turned once to activate. Once the mechanical and circuit design is complete, she adds magical weight reduction. A magic crystal is installed at the back of the main unit. With all functions accounted for, the weight comes to 1,265 grams. The ideal target is 1,100 grams. Even if she reduces weight further, the overall bulk remains an issue. Making it shallower or smaller does not significantly reduce the burden of carrying it. Another idea strikes her. When not in use, the pot itself could be placed on top of the stove like a lid, covering the surface. Magic crystals are usually kept inside the main unit to protect them from damage and rust, but if the pot can fulfill that protective role, it could work. Turning an idea into reality feels especially satisfying when working alone, as there is no need to hold back and she can fully immerse herself in the process. The camp stove prototype version 2.0 is completed. The magic crystal is now secured to the top of the main unit, connected by a simple circuit to the switch. It emits a controlled flame within a set range. The thermal phase plate and legs are removed, as direct contact with the magic crystal is no longer an issue. A grill is still required to prevent the pot from touching the crystal, but it can be made specifically for this pot. The pot's handle is detachable, and when not in use, it can be stored neatly in a crevice. Suddenly, her stomach growls. She realizes she should set a timer next time to remind herself to eat. She remembers to take breaks when working with others, but forgets entirely when alone. Being by herself in the tower makes the space feel vast and silent. The helmet practice battle is decided by a helmet drop rule using low-level magic and training weapons. The opposing team loses the moment a helmet falls. It is one of the standard exercises during joint training between knight regiments, and systematic operators who have completed the petitioning process are also permitted to participate. Members of the 1st Knight Regiment comment that they are not suggesting targeting any one person unfairly, but focusing on the strongest opponent is a normal and rational strategy. They also believe that even the Earl family has chosen to turn a blind eye to most of these actions involving Wolfred, which means there will be little interference. The competition begins and ends almost immediately. Victory goes to the Order of Beast Hunters. The group enjoys the outcome, and Wolfred later remarks that it had been obvious the opposing team would target him. The strategy for the day is his idea. As soon as the match begins, 3 of them leap forward. When the enemy gathers around Wolfred, he grabs the other 2 and jumps extraordinarily high. Using wind magic, they extend the range of their movement and attacks. Wolfred moves close enough to disturb the enemy helmets, creating confusion. The formation appears to be a defensive maneuver focused on protecting their own helmets, but in reality it is a diversion. The enemy force commits fully to pushing forward, believing agile Dorina will attempt to knock off a helmet. Instead, Randolph moves through the center and removes the decisive helmet. The strategy succeeds by exploiting the enemy's lack of preparation, combining a large shield assault, surprise, and effective use of wind magic. Wolfred later attributes the success to careful control of magical output and scale. Not long after, Renato suddenly appears. Even Wolfred is momentarily taken aback. Renato apologizes for the abruptness and asks whether Wolfred has any plans after training. Wolfred admits that he does not and notes that no appointment or notice was arranged, briefly wondering whether there is an emergency at home. Renato explains that he has found a restaurant known for excellent Korean oysters and suggests they go together. Wolfred accepts immediately. He then turns to Randolph and Dorino, expressing gratitude for how well they always look after his younger brother and inviting them to visit the family mansion the next time they are on leave. Both accept, saying they are honored. Renato takes his leave soon after, saying he will see Wolfred later. After Renato departs, Dorino rushes over, asking whether that man had been Wolfred's elder brother. Wolfred confirms it. Dorino remarks that Renato seems different from the last time he saw him at the manor. Previously, he had been the rational and calm mage type, but now his demeanor feels altered. Wolfred reflects that perhaps Renato had seemed more severe then because it had been during work, whereas now his expression is unmistakably that of an older brother. Randolph tells Wolfred that they will handle the cleanup, so he should go without delay and not keep his brother waiting. Knights from the 1st Regiment observe that the situation does not look strange to them. Rumors suggest that Wolfred does not get along with his half-brother and often avoids returning home. Dorino comments that Wolfred's presence in the scarlet armor must cause constant worry for his family, given the danger involved and the time lost traveling between home and training. Leonard adds that most of their unit does not participate in social functions as a rule. Beast appearances are unpredictable, and even if events coincide with days off, it is impossible to make firm commitments. They must always be prepared to leave suddenly. He also notes that the Knights of the 1st Regiment belong to the House of Scalfarado. A knight from the 1st Regiment asks whether that statement is meant as a threat. Leonard responds that they have no intention of saying so, but Wolfred is popular, and during castle training there are always many onlookers. He has heard that visibility from the stands is excellent. Dorino remarks to Leonard that he may not speak often, but when he does, his words are always perceptive. The scene shifts to Wolfred preparing to leave, briefly wondering whether his clothing is formal enough. Renato tells him to relax, explaining that they have a private room. Wolfred is pleased they can drink together, as it has been a long time since they last shared a meal. They toast to health and luck for the days ahead. Renato comments that he had spotted the decisive move from afar during training and that the opposing side had effectively been marked from the beginning. After a brief exchange of movement, Wolfred had toyed with them skillfully. Wolfred expresses his thanks, explaining that he had been completely focused at the time, and he also thanks Renato for reaching out earlier. Renato mentions hearing troubling rumors about the First Knights and says that is why he chose to stop by. He admits frankly that it angers him that Knights would launch a concentrated attack based on personal grudges. He also admits that he had distanced himself from Wolfred before because he felt conflicted. Wolfred insists that none of it is Renato's fault. Renato apologizes for nearly making the dinner unpleasant. The Korean oysters arrive, large and plentiful, marking a particularly good season. Grilled oysters and oysters sautéed in butter are served. Wolfred briefly thinks that if Dahlia enjoys oyster dishes, it might be enjoyable to compare the flavors of summer and winter oysters together someday. Afterward, they move on to drinks. Renato remarks that Wolfred can handle alcohol well, joking that he might be a king snake. Wolfred replies that others compare him to a sea serpent, which makes Renato laugh and say he must take after Vanessa. He recalls that during evening meals her glass was always empty because she drank it all in one go. Wolfred once tried to imitate her with grape juice and choked, causing everyone to rush to stop him afterward. Wolfred admits he has no memory of that incident. Renato asks whether he would rather not speak of Vanessa, but Wolfred says that is not the case and that he actually enjoyed hearing it. The image of her as a knight remains strong in his mind. Renato smiles and says that Lady Vanessa was truly impressive, not beautiful, but impressive, and that his mother had been pleased when people spoke of her that way. Renato then explains that he had seen Wolfred at the center of the unrest surrounding the trading company incident in the South District. He clarifies that they had acted as bodyguards to protect those involved. He knows Wolfred's strength from drills and hunting, but he had wondered whether Wolfred was accustomed to fighting within a town while protecting someone. He considers that if the attackers had struck from afar, he is uncertain whether Wolfred could have protected Dahlia from all harm. Renato asks him not to hesitate to seek protection if needed. Wolfred thanks him. This leads Wolfred to ask whether Renato had been monitoring his movements prior to that evening. Renato confirms that he had. Wolfred expresses disbelief that he had not realized he was being followed all the way to the Green Tower. Renato then says there is something he wants to give him, a background investigation report on Dahlia. He had ordered it for Wolfred's safety. The report contains no scandals whatsoever. She is described as earnest, research-oriented, and dedicated to her work, until her engagement was broken and she soon began spending time with Wolfred. Wolfred reacts strongly, insisting that Dahlia is his friend and that any negative rumors surrounding her are his fault alone. Renato replies that to him, she is an earnest and talented magic artisan leading a company with high expectations, and that as Wolfred's precious friend, she is someone he respects. Wolfred thanks him. Renato asks whether Wolfred wishes to take the documents home. Wolfred says he does not need them and that if he wants to know something about Dahlia, he will ask her directly. Renato suggests that in that case, Wolfred should at least take the portion concerning her time at the academy as a reference. Wolfred notes that the report is extremely detailed and asks who conducted it. Renato replies that he asked the intelligence network. Wolfred wonders what sort of favor would require mobilizing national intelligence. Renato dismisses it lightly, saying he merely asked a friend. He adds that it is better to know a woman's preferences than accidentally serve her food she dislikes or overwhelm her with flowers she cannot stand, only to regret it later. Wolfred accepts the information with gratitude. Renato immediately asks that if Wolfred wishes to thank him, he should allow him to call him Wolf as he once did. Wolfred agrees. Renato adds that it might also be nice to be called Big Brother again. He then asks whether Wolfred truly intends to become a commoner. Wolfred confirms that he does. Renato warns him honestly that it will not be easy. Acting on unreciprocated feelings invites hostility, and even now some already act that way despite Wolfred being an earl's son. If he becomes a commoner, the attacks may increase, and those close to him could become targets as well. Wolfred understands that leaving the house would mean giving up his status. He had believed he could live peacefully as long as he possessed the fairy glasses. Renato admits it would ease his mind if the head of the Rossetti Trading Company were adopted into one of their relatives' houses and married to Wolfred. Wolfred immediately rejects the idea, stating that he and Dahlia do not share that kind of relationship and have agreed to remain friends. He wishes to remain close enough to protect her, because if he becomes a commoner, he may lack the power to do so otherwise. Renato says he is not forbidding him from becoming a commoner, only urging him to think seriously about it, because he wants to help Wolfred achieve the life he desires. Afterward, Renato instructs his right-hand aide to gather information on everyone involved in the incident during the day's drill, as well as anyone who might hold a personal grudge against his younger brother. The aide agrees but cautions against taking action alone, even within the castle, noting that guards from the match unit had already been alert. He also advises that private dinners with Wolfred are risky, not because Wolfred would cause harm, but because Renato's position as third in line requires constant consideration of safety and appearances. Renato replies that if Wolfred wishes it, he would gladly accept the risk. He admits that if Wolfred had not protected him in the past, he would not be alive. By the time he exited the carriage, everything was already over. The second wife's father and relatives had been sentenced, and days passed before he saw his younger brother asleep in the temple while the child had fought alone. Renato remembers doing nothing but trembling while his mother and the carriage guards shielded him. Overcome with guilt, he had turned away, abandoning his small brother to loneliness and nightmares. For a long time, he believed it natural that Wolfred would hate him. Now that he understands, he resolves not to turn away again. This time, he will protect his little brother. The broken engagement with the second son of Orlando becomes a brief but noticeable rumor among merchants. However, attention quickly shifts elsewhere. The Rossetti Trading Company, established by the inventor of waterproof cloth, draws significant interest. Its prototype socks and shawls are highly regarded by several knights, and only a month after the company's founding, it is already attending events despite still being in the stage of building information networks and connections. The head of the company often goes out alone, and in truth, few people can interfere. One of the company's guarantors is high nobility, leaving the window of opportunity wide open. This becomes Evan's moment to shine as a businessman. He cannot afford hesitation, nor does he wish to retreat. He approaches the Orlando Guild, stating that he is there to place an order and collect completed goods. Tobias is the first to greet him. When Evan sees him, he remarks that it has been a long time. Evan explains that he has recently changed careers and that things have been busy. He adds that the head of the company is also extremely busy, though she seems to enjoy herself every day. Tobias responds lightly that he is glad to hear it. A receptionist soon appears, thanking Evan for waiting and guiding him inside. Tobia's older brother welcomes Evan and apologizes for the trouble caused by his foolish younger brother the other day. He then hands over the fairy glass requested by the head of the Rossetti Trading Company. Evan examines the fairy glass and expresses his gratitude, saying the company will be pleased. He then presents the paperwork acknowledging receipt of the fairy glass and asks for confirmation and a signature. Ionio's eyes widen slightly. He apologizes again for his rudeness but remarks that Evan's family name sounds familiar. Evan explains that he has begun using his father's surname again and reveals that his father was Oris Mercadante. The name clearly strikes a chord. Evan mentions that 16 years ago, when a company began filtering top-grade materials, Ionio's father was the first to withdraw. That company had been his father's. He excuses himself for bringing up the past, acknowledging that the decision had been entirely natural for a merchant at the time, and assures him that he bears no grudge. He is simply glad that his father's name is remembered. Ionio replies that of course he remembers Oris Mercadante and his remarkably capable father. He then wonders aloud whether Evan takes after his grandfather or perhaps his father. Evan chuckles and says that according to his wife, he resembles neither. People often say children take after their mothers instead. Ionio agrees, adding that he himself has been told he resembles his father. Evan remarks that Mr. Teodoro was known for having foresight and admits that he envies the claim that the same talent has been passed down. This surprises Ionio slightly, making Evan think that perhaps his resemblance to his father becomes clearer as he grows older. Evan extends his hand, expressing hope for good transactions and continued business relations. Ionio responds in kind, sharing the same wish. Both men smile, each trying to read the future in the other's expression. The day before Evan's father lost his life, he quietly removed his son's name from the company registry. The remaining shares were settled by relatives, and the name that endured belonged to an underdog firm run by Tamil, a friend of his father. It was the same person who later stated at the funeral that Evan had left without inheriting anything from the Mercadante name. Neither debts nor honor followed him. Still, a merchant's pride pushes Evan to stand once more on the stage. He has no intention of retreating or losing. He considers himself fortunate to have the golden goddess on his side. Elsewhere, Wolfert apologizes to Dahlia, explaining that during their last outing, the people following them had been bodyguards hired by his older brother. Dahlia replies that she had brushed it off at the time and did not feel in danger. Wolfert adds that his brother had also ordered a background investigation on her. The information about her academy days had been especially detailed, and he expresses regret, asking whether it troubles her. Dahlia responds that she understands his family's concern over his friendship with a commoner. Even if her personal history and actions were examined, there was nothing questionable to be found. However, she wonders how long the bodyguards had been present and whether they had observed her all day. The realization makes her blush. She recalls clinging to Wolfert in the crowd and being carried because she could not move fast enough, feeling utterly helpless at the time. The thought that all of it might have been witnessed leaves both of them embarrassed. Wolfert wonders how much of their time together exists within his brother's report. Dahlia remarks that if it truly was detailed, then it must have been extensive. Wolfert explains that the bodyguards were assigned only that time, but when he considers the possibility that someone harboring a grudge against him might redirect it toward her, fear grips him. He does not know who might hold resentment toward him or Wolfert, but such people exist. The knights targeting him during the training drill are proof enough. He was unharmed thanks to the bracelet she made. Still, the captain's fiancée had taken interest in him, and the captain's son from the Marquis family had been sent. No one around him could openly refuse such pressure. After much thought, he believes it would be safer for Dahlia to distance herself from him, except during work. Dahlia immediately rejects the idea. She admits it might be safer, but she does not want that. She knows she is being selfish, but that is her honest feeling. Wolfert reflects that it would have been nice if he could stand beside her simply as a comrade. A noble and a commoner being together like this feels almost miraculous. Dahlia wants these days to last as long as possible. Perhaps it is because she clings to what feels comfortable, perhaps it is fear of being alone, or perhaps possessiveness toward her friends. It is not a romantic, idealized sentiment like an embroidered handkerchief. It is a simple, selfish wish. She knows she needs the strength to stand beside him as an equal. She resolves to do everything she can to build her achievements as a magic artisan and as the head of her company. She tells Wolfert about the stove she is improving and her desire to make it into something even better. Wolfert responds that he cannot wait to see it. It is a small exchange, but it carries genuine respect, the kind quietly shared between those he calls friends. A lunch meeting is held at the tower that afternoon to discuss the camp staff, and Wilfred attends as well, the very person who first proposed the practical uses of the inventions during campaigns. Wilfred greets Firmo properly, introducing himself with a firm manner and expressing that it is a pleasure to meet him. Ivan indicates that he will get straight to the point. He clarifies that Wilfred is not keeping Dahlia in any improper sense, the two of them are simply friends who are working together in business. Wilfred asks what more has been heard, saying that he does not mind listening, but that the rumors circulating are truly awful. He explains that what he heard at the guild was that Dahlia cast aside the second son of Orlando in order to advance her own work, that Wilfred then took advantage of her sadness after her broken engagement, that Alec provided Wilfred with funding to establish her company, and that Dahlia seduced Ivan into joining her company so it could make money. Hearing this, he reacts that it is horrible. Ivan asks him to please say where and from whom he heard such things. Firmo also speaks up, questioning why people are speaking so badly about Miss Dahlia. Ivan acknowledges that he may not be the one who should be repeating it, but he tells them anyway. Wilfred responds that none of this is Dahlia's fault and that the rumors were twisted by political rivals, leaving him unable to stop them entirely. Firmo says that if that is the case, then the next time he hears such a rumor, he will refute it. Ivan then says that, in that case, he would like to ask something of Firmo. He asks whether Firmo is a breast man or a hip man. Firmo replies that he is a breast man, but more than that, a navel man. He is questioned about them, and Ivan replies that he himself is a breast man. Just as Wilfred is about to state his own preference, he suddenly hears that Dahlia has opened the door to the second story. The topic is immediately changed, and they begin speaking about campaigns instead. Dahlia observes them and thinks that she is glad they seem excited. After a cup of tea, she shows them the prototype of the stove burner she has chosen. They think it is amazing, noting that it is much smaller, that the cover doubles as the pot, and that it looks portable. Judging by how much everyone in the order usually eats, the pan might be a little small, but they can simply use more than one, so it is not an issue. As Wilfred had briefly mentioned to Dahlia once before, during a campaign their breakfasts and dinners usually consist of black bread, dried meat, and lukewarm soup made from dried vegetables. Every once in a while they have the luxury of wine for lunch, and for snacks they eat nuts, cheese, and other dried foods. On longer campaigns this can continue for over a month. If this can be improved, then everyone will be willing to pay for it themselves, even if it is a bit expensive. That is why he wants to change things, because every meal might be their last. Dahlia thinks about how they are risking their lives to hunt beasts and wonders how many people had cold and dry food as their final meal. She also wonders whether Wilfred said goodbye properly to those he cared for. Firmo asks whether the stove can be used outside as well, and his interest makes her consider whether they should try it out in the yard. Soon, the four of them are preparing to have a picnic. When Dahlia says that she will get the food and drinks, Wilfred says that he will help her. Ivan, meanwhile, starts thinking about ways to cut costs. Evan comments that the person he is hoping for is that Dahlia earns herself the title of Baroness. Firmo wonders whether that would make the latter happy. He does not know, but if it is possible for her to step over the thorns on her own, then he hopes that is what will happen. Dahlia returns with the food and thanks them for waiting. She explains that once the cheese melts, they dip the bread and boiled vegetables into it and wait until everything is heated. When the food is ready, she thinks that the pot is definitely small when it is actually in use. For Ivan, this is his first time eating such a dish, but he finds that cheese fondue is nice. Dahlia points out that seafood goes well with it too. Firmo wonders about river fish and whether there is anything that does not go well with this. Before even considering flavor, he guesses that anything that falls apart or melts would be unsuitable, as it might weaken the taste of the cheese if it mixes too much. Dahlia calls out to Firmo, asking what is wrong. He shows her a gray material with black sand and magic steel mixed into it, explaining that it is scrap metal. She wonders whether it could be used for pot making. Ivan asks whether that would be alright from a hygienic point of view. Firmo explains that it would require some handling, but if they take care of the exterior properly, it should be fine. He adds that they already use it for storage containers and water bottles. She asks whether he could process it, and he replies that he can, but he cannot plate it and it will need suitable shaping magic. Wilfred asks whether she can do that, and she replies yes. Ivan then asks Dahlia he might be drinking too much and requests some water. Dahlia stands up and says that of course she will bring some, along with more food. Wilfred also stands up to help her, but Evan grabs his hand and explains that there is a way to lower the cost of the stove, just like with the Sauls. They can enter into a long-term contract with the Order of Beast Hunters, which would allow them to purchase materials more cheaply. Wolfred says he understands and that he will show this to the captain sooner rather than later. Ivan asks whether he will show it during the soul delivery. Wolfred replies that he cannot make that call and that it depends on the captain's reaction. Ivan whispers that if the reaction is lacking, he should also whisper that this is something the order needs before other countries catch on. He explains that the stove can be used in any location and that neither smoke nor campfire remains would give away their position. If the captain is told that, and that other armies might buy them by the wagon load, then it will be clear that the company is not limited to just one order. Wolfred asks Evan whether Dahlia knows this. Evan replies that there is no need to tell her. If she makes something useful, attention is inevitable, and they cannot stop others from recommending different uses. Wolfred says that he understands and that he will do everything he can. He then rushes off after Dahlia. Fermo formally asks Evan what he is really up to. Evan replies that if Fermo heard that conversation, then it was because Ivan wanted him to hear it. If other orders purchase large quantities of the product, then other countries will find out quickly. Evan admits that it is probably just early advertising and that he is thinking out loud. He then wonders aloud why Wolfred's captain cannot be more congratulatory and simply name him an ambassador to the company and let him take off that scarlet armor. He then asks Fermo for help, saying that things are so unstable that he cannot help but rush, and that it is about time someone worried about the woman he loves. Fermo understands that Evan, as Dahlia's right-hand man, is a merchant to his core. He considers artisan intent and drive, but does not fully understand it in the same way. Dahlia is friendly with knights and nobility alike, yet as an artisan merchant she is closer to people like him. She saved his wife and his workshop, and he has fallen in love with her talent. Fermo remarks that Evan truly has a black heart. Evan retorts that his heart is as big as his waistline, but it is not black, it has simply been toughened and polished by Gabriella. Fermo knows that Evan is not someone they would ever want as an enemy, but if he is on their side, then they can depend on him completely. Evan then opens the drinks and raises a toast to a bright future for the Rossetti Trading Company and to the workers who support it. Fermo also raises his glass, cheering to a bright future, to a company with kind people and big-bellied employees, and to a wandering knight. After that, she sees Evan and Fermo off and takes a short break before beginning to clean up. Once things settle down, she is asked about the fairy glass Evan gave her earlier. She replies that it is indeed fairy glass. Wolfred then says that he obtained some as well and that he will give it to her later. She thanks him, saying that this means she can make the spare glasses without worrying. They do require stamina to work with, so she will need to wait a little before doing so. Wolfred then points out that he heard from Evan that she received a marriage proposal. She answers that it is true and that she was surprised, but she cannot think about something like that right now, so she declined it. He questions whether she would have considered if it was a better offer, and she replies that she says she is free to do what she likes and that she likes how things are now. She then wonders about him and he answers that he would not. He agrees with her that things are better the way they are now. They are now washing dishes together when Wolfred notes that the cheese has stuck to the pot and asks whether it is alright to scrub harder. She tells him to try soaking it in hot water first, and if that does not work, then they can try baking soda. He wonders whether the anti-adhesion magic could prevent things from burning onto it like this. Dahlia says that might be difficult. When he suggests rubbing white slime onto the pot, she reacts that he is proposing to use one of the 7 wonders of the kingdom just to clean a pot. He says he cannot think of another use for it, as undead that are weak to healing can be purified with a quick incantation from a priest. This makes her remark that priests are truly amazing. Wolfred then mentions that the guides from the order often tell him to go get purified. Dahlia replies that it is not purification and asks whether he would like to make a sword instead, something a little different for a change of pace, and whether they should try making one now. They move on to the creation of the third man-made magic sword. She explains that they could call it a pseudo-ice blade and that they should try everything possible. She wonders whether she can recreate an ice sword using a magic crystal. She does not have proper measurements or cleansing prepared, so she will have to rely on estimation, but they will try. After taking a dagger apart, she cuts off the pommel and creates an insert for the magic crystal. She places reflective material around the ice stone inside. Ice magic is powerful, so controlling it through a magic circuit is difficult. She uses magic term tubing as a substitute, explaining that it works by pressing on the formal disc, which acts as a switch to activate it, with the tubing connected to the blade. After directing the magic from the pommel to the blade, she declares it ready. The moment he assembles the blade, his eyes light up, reminding him of his mother, and he thinks that it is not just pseudo but genuinely cool. Dahlia immediately calls out for him to cut the switch and let go. They see that his hand is frosting over, with magic leaking from the connection point, or possibly from the reflective material or its position above the magic crystal. She thinks that perhaps adding a sheet might help. Wilfred, however, becomes excited and says that this could be perfect for summer campaigns. It feels more active than simply cooling themselves directly with an ice stone. He thinks that if he swings it, the magic might concentrate better, and he believes the ice stone is working properly. He plans to use it just once outside, but when he does, she sees that his hand is completely frosted. Dahlia rushes over, apologizing and saying that she made a mistake. Wilfred thinks it is his fault instead, believing that he pressed the switch too hard and that he can simply shatter the ice off. Dahlia becomes alarmed, worrying that if he does that, his hand might shatter along with it. She decides to melt it immediately. Inside the house, she pours hot water over his frozen hand. Eventually, the ice melts, and he says that it does not hurt or feel strange. Dahlia feels relieved but says that it was her fault for not double-checking everything and apologizes sincerely. He replies that he was the one who pressured her into letting him try it and that there is no reason for her to apologize. After that, she gets up and says that she will go change and bring him his work clothes so he can warm himself up in the shower. While the two of them are showering separately, Wilfred thinks that he is not some foolish child. He did not care how it looked and rushed in to help, and he realizes how selfish that was. At the same time, Dahlia thinks about how pathetic she was for dismissing the dangers of her magic apparatus. No mage or artisan should make that kind of mistake. It was too easy to build, so she foolishly assumed it would be safe to use. The result of allowing such a dangerous test led Wilfred into harm. When she touched his cold, unmoving hands, she imagined that happening to his entire body. She does not want him to know how arrogant and cowardly she feels, so she decides that she will work hard to become his equal. She resolves that she should try to encourage him rather than worry excessively, so that if it ever looks like he might freeze again, she can simply warm him up. She gathers clothes, thinking that she needs to hurry and bring him a change so she can dry his shirt, but her thoughts will not settle. In the end, both of them think that perhaps they should have a priest purify them after all. A violet bicorn appears, similar to a normal bicorn but with far higher resistance to magic. It possesses a powerful kick and uses hero signatory magic, and the hallucinations it produces are vivid and distinct. One of the knights peeking ahead thinks that this is going to be a difficult fight. One knight says that he sees his child and wife, while another insists that it looks like his fiancée. Wilfred informs the vice captain that he will go ahead to cut it off. One of the knights whispers that Wilfred always keeps his wits about him. The last time, he said that they only looked like monsters and kept his composure, making him reliable as ever. Yet in a way it feels sad, because he does not seem to have a single person he loves enough to be shaken by such visions. Wilfred rushes forward to attack, thinking that monsters always look like monsters to him. He cannot understand the emotions behind why the hallucinations confuse and paralyze the others. Then, suddenly, he sees a hallucination of Dahlia. Even so, he cuts down the bicorn without hesitation, thinking that he does not understand it and that the vision itself is extremely irritating. Afterward, one of the knights approaches him and asks whether he has any injuries. Wilfred replies that he does not and that it is only blood splatter. He then asks about the other knight. He explains that his long sword chipped and that he had to steel himself before every blow, having used too much strength. He admits that he saw his ex-wife, whom he had been with 2 years ago. Wilfred comments that he himself saw a dear friend, and that it made him feel sick to his stomach. The knight tells him not to be too hard on himself. Not everyone sees a lover, and it does not mean anything definitive. Depending on the person, they may see their parents, siblings, or even themselves. It varies greatly. Wilfred asks whether that includes the dead. He answers that they may meet the departed as well. With violet bicorns by nature, there is a rumor that after many convictions turned up, resentment lingered among those involved in past hunts. Because of that, the hallucinations may show those they wish to protect, or those they wish they could have protected. Wilfred thinks back to his childhood, to how he could not protect his mother. She was strong, and he had wished he could defend her. It feels too absurd for him to even think that way now. The next day, Dahlia opens the door and thanks Wilfred for coming so quickly, as well as for his hard work on the campaign. He smiles and thanks her in return. As they walk together, she asks him not to push himself too hard. He assures her that he is fine and says that he is excited to see the pot. When he does, he remarks that he did not expect her to finish it in just 3 days. She replies that it is all thanks to Fermo. This time, she prepares soup and grilled fish. As she cooks, she wonders whether fish can be eaten during campaigns. He explains that if there is an ocean or river nearby, they can sometimes catch fish, but it depends on whether they are able to cook it. Dahlia thinks about dried fish, salted fish, pickled fish, and fish preserved in oil, noting that they keep well. She wonders whether those could be eaten on campaign. She considers making a mesh for toasting dried fish, though she thinks a shallow pan might work just as well. The two of them raise a toast to the success of the improved camp equipment and to the hope of enjoying decent meals during campaigns. The fish turns out crispy on the surface, with fluffy flesh and a hint of salt. The moderate seasoning cools the palate pleasantly, refreshing the senses, before the rich flavor of buttered fish draws them back in again. While eating, Dahlia asks whether he noticed any issues cooking with the shallow pan or the deeper board. He replies that there were none, that it tasted as good as usual. The soup contains many ingredients, but everything cooked through properly. Dahlia agrees, though she notes that the capacity is still a bit small and that she will rethink the shape of the plating. She then asks about the previous day's campaign, remarking that he seemed to be in a hurry. He explains that it was a violet bicorn mutation, and that he is glad they dealt with it quickly to prevent further damage. Such beasts attack by appearing in the form of someone dear to their target, making them especially dangerous. It was a difficult battle for everyone. He goes on to say that powerful beasts are like large-scale disasters. Even an armed merchant caravan would not stand a chance against threats such as forest-cracking snakes, desert worms that swallow travelers and turn crossroads into sand, or sea serpents that sink ships. Goblins once completely destroyed a village to the east about 20 years ago, and a hydra appeared near the border with many casualties reported. Beast outbreaks tend to coincide with certain seasons, but in most cases their appearance and the damage they cause are unpredictable. To survive, beasts grow stronger and smarter, and sometimes a mutation is born for which established countermeasures no longer work. Dahlia says that she cannot defeat beasts directly, which is why she believes she should fight as a magic artisan instead. The two of them raise another toast, resolving to work as hard as they can. The scene then shifts to Gabriella, who states that she would like to formally ask for Oswald's assistance and that she is counting on him. She declares that the role of tutoring the Rossetti Trading Company in palace etiquette will fall to him. Dahlia is present at the goddess's right eye to learn palace etiquette from Mr. Oswald. It appears that Wilfred, having taken on the role of mediator between the order and her, is also made responsible for overseeing her progress. When she explained her situation, he volunteered to accompany her, and they are all seated together. Oswald explains that castle etiquette requires knowledge of unique rules and customary methods of movement. He has prepared written notes for her and asks that she review them carefully. At the next meeting, he plans to teach her through direct demonstration, estimating that it should take 4 or 5 lessons for her to learn everything properly. He hands her the notes and instructs her to memorize each page, review one item at a time, commit it to memory, and then move on to the next. He believes that if she masters the first set, she will not show discourtesy to anyone. Afterward, they will move on to the next stage, with Wilfred ensuring that she continues to make progress. Oswald then wonders about their availability after the next lesson. Evan responds that they will work around Oswald's schedule. Oswald's attention then turns to Wilfred's glasses. He asks whether the glasses include a magical edition of fading glass. Wilfred confirms that they do. Oswald asks who made them, and Dahlia immediately answers that she did. She adds that if she cannot find a source for fairy glass in the future, she may need to ask for Oswald's help, and therefore she felt he should know, even if he criticizes how the glasses function or how they were made. Oswald comments that the glasses are quite amazing. He then asks about her bracelet, questioning what type of enhancement it contains. He remarks that the magic is very unusual and wonders whether it might be Silver Wolf Fawn. Dahlia replies that it is not, but rather Skull Fawn. This answer shocks him, and he questions her magic level. She states that it is 4. Oswald warns her that if she herself worked on the magical edition, she must never do so again. He states that one mistake would result in her death, which shocks everyone present. He explains that normal magic exhaustion does not exceed physical limitations, but Skull Fawn is said to be vital to one's life. There have been instances across the country where deaths occurred during magical addition involving this material. It is not something that anyone below level 9 should handle. He asks whether Carlo failed to teach her this. She replies that she did not learn that aspect, though she did learn about magical addition efficiencies. Wolfred raises his voice and asks Oswald if he would please teach Dahlia what she is missing. Dahlia states that such teaching is not possible, as those matters are not taught to people outside the family or formal students. Oswald responds that he does not mind teaching her regardless. This also piques his interest. Oswald says that he does not know how many lessons it will take, but he believes he can teach her enough to bring her up to par, or at least to the level Carlo should have reached. He then formally asks whether she would accept his instruction as a magic artisan. For payment, he proposes 5 gold coins to be paid in installments without interest. However, because magic artisan confidentiality exists, the lessons must be held in his workshop with only the 2 of them present. Dahlia immediately agrees and asks him to teach her, shocking both Wolfred and Evan. Evan points out that there are many rumors surrounding Oswald. Oswald acknowledges that this is true, though most of them are baseless. Evan wonders whether such rumors bother him. Oswald replies that they do not, saying that letting the swallows twitter makes for good publicity. Evan expresses hope that their own business will one day have that kind of problem, remarking that it makes him feel safe knowing Oswald has nothing to worry about. Oswald adds that if Evan continues with palace work, the rest will happen naturally, and when that time comes, all he needs to do is make the swallows sing well or kill them. Oswald then advises them to acquire a puppy sooner rather than later. He explains that he once failed to do so and was bitten badly, but if a puppy is trained well, it will become a faithful companion. Evan laughs and says it is good advice, noting that he will think about it more seriously and consider what he can do. Oswald then turns to Dahlia and says that regarding the magic artisan lessons, they should discuss the matter in an adjoining room. If she is unsure, it can wait for another day, and they may procure a temporary contract stating that he will do her no harm. Dahlia is about to say that she trusts him, but she remembers the constant nagging she has received and reluctantly agrees to the arrangement. Oswald says that in that case, they should proceed. He explains that he will have her use an anti-eyes dropper, and although he will leave the door open, he asks the others not to worry and to leave everything to him. As he walks with her, he explains that he does not usually take apprentices. However, if she were to pass to the other world due to a lack of knowledge, he would not be able to face Carlo. He adds that if the unthinkable were to happen to him instead, he would like her to teach his eldest son to become a magic artisan. His son is currently majoring in magic apparatus at the senior academy. Dahlia thinks that Oswald could teach his son himself, but wonders whether his health is not the best. Oswald reassures her that he is quite healthy, explaining that the issue is that he has begun encountering magical additions that are physically taxing for him, and thus the unthinkable looms before everyone. Meanwhile, Evan remarks that although he cannot hear the conversation, it looks lively. He jokes that they might be talking about magic, protests, or something else entirely. Joking aside, he says he is glad they discovered how risky magic artisan work can be. Wolfred agrees, saying that he thought he understood it a little, but in reality it was only a very small understanding. Evan agrees, adding that when people know the correct methods, they can spot mistakes, and if they cannot, other experts can help identify them. On the other side, Dahlia tells Oswald that she has no idea what her father was like during his academy days. Oswald says that around him, her father was very playful. He stops himself from continuing, noting that speaking of him as a good father after his passing would require teasing him with funny anecdotes, and that such stories are harder for her to laugh at now, making the moment awkward. Dahlia tells him that it is far too early for him to go to the other world and tease her father there. Oswald assures her that he takes great care of himself, and that his wife and children also tell him it would be too soon for him to pass away. She asks him to please continue staying healthy and active. On the carriage ride home, she tells the others about the conversation. They drop Evan off first since his house is on the way. Afterward, she shows Wolfred the improvements made to the staff stove, and they decide to have dinner together at the tower. Holding the dumplings, Wolfred is visibly gleaming. He says that gyoza sounds like deliciousness packed into a single word. He comments that he keeps encountering new foods, and even the foods he is familiar with taste exceptionally good. He compares the texture to something he once experienced when burning white wood. Dahlia jokes that if he were the boy lured in by a feast, then even if he became as round as a dumpling, he would still be able to break down the door and flee. Wolfred replies that if she were the witch, the boy would never want to go home. Turning more serious, he asks whether she is truly comfortable with Oswald giving her magic artisan lessons. He acknowledges that he was the one who brought it up, but notes that she already has her work as a magic artisan and her etiquette lessons, and that she looked a little down earlier. She explains that it was because she realized how little she actually knew. She says she will work hard so she can do more things, but if she ever tries to make a magic apparatus or perform magic without realizing the danger, she asks him to stop her. She adds that she will be careful from the start, as she does not want to be known as someone dangerous. Wilfred says that he does not mind stopping her, remarking that it is very much like her to say such things and to stay away from absolutes. Dahlia agrees, admitting that she accepted those borderline dangerous tasks too easily before. Wilfred smiles and says that is exactly why it will be fine even if she becomes witch, because in that case, he will become the Dark Lord. The youngest employee of the Fano workshop holds multiple titles at once: assistant manager of the Fano workshop, manager of the Tailor Magic workshop, and with that, manager of the Tailor Magic workshop itself. The Tailor Magic workshop is originally created by the guild master of the Tailors Guild. Fortunately, because the mass production of 5-toed socks and dry soles requires cooperation between the Merchant Guild, the Tailors Guild, and the Adventurers Guild, the extraordinary hard work and dedication of everyone involved allow preparations to advance rapidly. Production readiness is achieved within 2 weeks, and official operation begins within a month. Lucia comments while riding the tidal wave of the throwback against such a position: even the smallest rumor does not merely grow legs but grows wings, and the rumors seem to blast straight into space. She reacts loudly, likening it to something between a kraken and a baby squid. Evan asks Lucia whether rumors like that also circulate about her. Lucia responds emphatically that no one should tell her that Dahlia receives the same treatment. Dahlia answers that she has heard a few rumors herself. Hearing this, Lucia declares that it is an opportunity, and that she simply has to do her best no matter what people say. Dahlia asks Lucia to make sure to take care of herself. Lucia pats her arm and reassures her that she will not die until her dreams come true. Eventually, they reach their destination, an address belonging to the troop staff room. The captain welcomes the head of the Rossetti Trading Company and the manager of the Fano workshop. Both express their thanks for the invitation and introduce themselves. The captain apologizes for the lack of space, the mismatched uniforms, and the absence of those currently on duty, explaining that those present wish to express their gratitude in person. The soldiers loudly proclaim their thanks. He again apologizes for the cramped conditions and explains that despite everything, they wanted to show their appreciation directly, prompting another chorus of thanks. Because of their efforts, the soldiers can now focus fully on beast hunting. Once everyone is seated, the captain explains that the guild master should arrive shortly. Before that, he wishes to extend special thanks to the head of the Rossetti Trading Company. He explains that the issue they discussed earlier has been successfully resolved, as their unit wears shoes for long periods during campaigns. By strictly implementing the list of countermeasures she taught them previously, there has been a dramatic improvement. It appears that strange superstitions are being dispelled, as people no longer claim that athlete's foot comes from poor hygiene or from beasts they hunt. Lucia shares that her grandfather once said athlete's foot happens when people work so hard that they do not even have time to remove their shoes. She believes that while it is better when it does not happen, it is also proof of hard work. The captain notes that she has been very helpful, but because the number of people seeking treatment at the temple has suddenly decreased, the temple itself might be the one facing trouble this time. This prompts Evan to ask Dahlia whether it would be possible to make regular, periodic donations to the temple from their profits. Dahlia whispers back that they should discuss it. During the break, she wonders whether Wilfred is not present today, when Randolph calls out to her. She thanks him for pointing something out to her the other day, and he thanks her in return for such a fine product. He explains that Wilfred is absent at the moment because he has gone to welcome the guild master. Randolph says he wished to welcome her personally, but the captain ordered him to handle reception matters if she were affiliated with the business. He adds that Wilfred should arrive any minute, so they should return. As they walk back, Randolph adds that he thought he might have been too specific and said too much the last time they spoke, but in the short time since, she has learned so much. He says that she has earned his respect. This leads her to thank him sincerely. The meeting resumes when the captain announces that he has learned something interesting and wishes to share it. He introduces the camp stove, explaining that it appears to be a derivative of the compact magic stove. Wilfred explains that when the accordion folds and handle are expanded, it becomes a deep pot, while the lid becomes a shallow pan. When not in use, the two ports become a case that holds the base unit. He then proceeds to cook food to demonstrate its function. The girls wonder whether it is truly acceptable to do this inside a drawing room, worrying about the expensive rugs and curtains. Despite this, the smell is extremely appealing. An executive member asks Dahlia what powers the heat of the stove. She explains that it functions almost exactly like the compact magic stove and uses a small fire-type magic crystal. The duration varies depending on temperature and location, but it should last 4 to 5 hours. The food is soon ready. The captain says that while he would normally propose a toast with wine, since it is still midday, they will instead use slightly aged grape juice. He invites everyone to enjoy the meal. The group comments that it is delicious, evenly cooked, and that it has not ruined the flavor of the meat at all. Following this, the captain turns to the head of the Rossetti Trading Company and states that they would like an invoice for 100 units of the camp stove. Her eyes widen in surprise. She expresses her gratitude and says they will do their best to offer the best possible price. The captain replies that he wishes to make regular purchases at a level that will not cause her undue difficulty as a commoner. What once seemed like an alluring dream born from a single night living in the palace now begins to take tangible form, turning something unreal into reality. The day after the regular delivery to the restaurant in the Central District, the group gathers again, and Gabriella brings up the topic that had surfaced during the previous meal. The discussion had revolved around which drink paired best with red beer meat. No one had expected that the answer would be that almost everything worked, but Estervino with its dryness, matched especially well. The sense of security that white wine brought led Dahlia to drink more than she should have. Evan dismisses it lightly, saying it is fine, since today's special occasion is the celebration of her first regular delivery. Dominic remarks that being invited to the palace only 20 days after the company's establishment, followed by the first delivery just 1 month later, is exceptionally fast. He notes that Oswald's company once held that record. Hearing this, Dahlia says she would expect nothing less, adding that there were many expectations placed on them from the beginning, so she does not feel that they surpassed Oswald's achievements. Gabriella comments that the palace will likely need a large number of ice fans this summer, and at the rate things are progressing, it looks as though Oswald may become a viscount without having to wait for the next year. The conversation drifts briefly to dinner, with someone joking that anything is better than dealing with Baron Athlete's foot. Wilfred seems to sense that this is exactly what Dahlia is thinking, and he suggests a name like Campaign Baron, which makes it sound as though the Baron themselves accompany the troops on campaign. He immediately retracts the idea, admitting that it sounds dangerous. Returning to the subject of campaigns, Dahlia thanks him for introducing the staff to the captain. Wilfred gives credit to Evan, saying it was Evan's idea and that all he did was give a short demonstration. Gabriella is the first to take her leave. Wilfred notes that everyone else is heading in the same direction and offers to send them home in his family carriage. Evan declines, explaining that he already has plans and excusing himself. Dahlia wonders what those plans might be, and Evan explains that it is simply drinking with a friend. Inside the carriage garage, Dahlia once again thanks Dominic for everything he has done for her, from handling the paperwork for dissolving her engagement to verifying the items she took during the registration of her new house. She also mentions the compact magic stove and how he prepared the certificates each time she registered a new magic apparatus. Wilfred also expresses his gratitude, noting that Dominic listened to him, offered advice, and that he is glad Dominic was the notary who assisted him. Dominic says he is very happy to have been of help to both of them and to have witnessed the rapid progress of their company. Dominic then suggests that the two of them consider seeking patronage. He asks Wilfred whether he has ever hunted a large beast. Wilfred replies that there is none he could confidently say he defeated on his own. Dominic advises him not to wait 10 years, saying that if talk of a recommendation arises, it would be best for him to accept it. He adds that if Dahlia continues on her current path, she should be able to attain such a title within only a few years. With that, Dominic stands and says that they have arrived and that he will take his leave. As he departs, he asks Dahlia not to bottle up her worries and to come talk to him instead. He admits that he has been praying for the day she would begin anew and expresses his hope that she will have much happiness in the future. Once the two of them are alone, Dahlia asks Wilfred whether he intends to become a baron. He answers that he should be able to attain the title in a few years, possibly even faster if he goes through his family house. She observes that he does not seem particularly excited about it. He confesses that he feels guilty, as he has not contributed as much to the order, and using his house to advance ahead of those who have served longer troubles him. He explains that once he receives a peerage, he will no longer be able to freely read the reactions of those around him. For that reason, he does not plan to rush and will continue working with the scarlet armor. Large beasts do not appear that often anyway. He then asks Dahlia whether she plans to pursue a title herself, adding that it would be nice if they could obtain them around the same time in a few years. She admits that she thinks becoming a baron might be nice, especially if it allows her to stand beside her friend as an equal. This makes him ask whether, if she becomes nobility, he will still be allowed to bother her at the tower like usual. She replies that of course he will, telling him that she will always be waiting for him. Elsewhere, in a certain store located in the noble quarter of the North District, Fortunato tells Evan that the product is wonderful. Evan is pleased to hear that it is well received. Fortunato admits that Evan surprised him at the palace, noting that despite it being a product related to tailors, Evan immediately made time to discuss mass production as soon as it was brought up. Fortunato then points out that Evan had been employed by the Merchant Guild and asks when he switched to the company. Evan explains that on the day the 3 guild masters held their meeting, he spoke to the head immediately afterward and joined the company. Fortunato praises this as astute decision-making and tells Evan that if he ever quits the Rosetta Trading Company, he should call on him, as Fortunato would be honored. Evan replies calmly that such a time will come only when the Rossetti Trading Company no longer exists or when he himself is dead. Today, Wolfred is present with Irma and Marcel. Marcel remarks that he has not seen Wolfred since that time in town. Wolfred calmly acknowledges that it has indeed been a while. Marcel admits that something had bothered him slightly before the glasses, the magical apparatus. For some reason, they set him on edge, and he asks if Wolfred can remove them for just a moment. Wolfred complies. Marcel immediately understands why someone like him would need a magic operator's pet. His popularity alone would be exhausting. Wolfred responds that it is not something he chose or sought out. Marcel jokes that most men would want to have such attention. Irma then arrives and greets Wolfred warmly. She introduces herself as Marcel's wife. She studies him for a moment and comments that golden eyes are not something one sees every day, but that they are beautiful. Wolfred thanks her, clearly pleased. She adds that he is handsome, but that Marcel is all she needs. Marcel proudly states that this is the power of love. Wolfred admits that he feels a little jealous, prompting both of them to say that with a face like his, he must have had 10 or even 20 lovers. Wolfred quietly states that he has never had one. Marcel asks him about Dahlia, and he replies that she is only his friend and that she is far too good for him. After that, Marcel asks Wolfred for a small favor. The two of them move outside, where Marcel establishes rules for their test: no kicking, only standing magic, and if a back touches the ground, that person loses. Marcel targets Wolfred's collar, but Wolfred slams his hand away and causes him to lose balance. He uses a throwing technique, noting that when someone grabs with their right hand, their focus shifts left, which allows him to push through with his right. Marcel manages to dodge and asks Wolfred not to get serious or use strengthening magic against an amateur. Wolfred explains that he does not want to hurt him because Marcel is Dahlia's friend, and he apologizes if he came across as rude. Wolfred then asks if he may test his strength again. The two continue their sparring. Wolfred comments that Marcel is well built, and Marcel admits that Wolfred is as well. Marcel wonders if they should add kicking. Wolfred agrees but warns that if he miscalculates the force and sends a blow to the temple, he would be truly sorry. As they exchange kicks, Wolfred notes that Marcel is built like a large oak tree. This is not life or death, and rank does not matter. He has no one he must protect, and no one is watching. Sparring feels genuinely fun. During the exchange, Marcel tears Wolfred's shirt. At that moment, Dahlia arrives, shouting and demanding to know what they think they are doing. She declares that this is not sparring but fighting. Both Marcel and Wolfred assure her that it is not serious and explain that this is simply what they call talking with fists, something men do with each other. Irma asks if Marcel means that this kind of talking is just an excuse to check Wolfred's abs. Marcel agrees and adds that he also checked the bags under his clothes and that Wolfred's leg muscles are not bad either. However, tearing clothes is unacceptable, so next time they will go bare instead. This comment makes Dahlia deeply embarrassed, and she quickly rushes off, saying she still has dinner to make. Later, both Marcel and Wolfred apologize to Dahlia for making her worry. She admits she was surprised but understands that they were only playing around. She asks them from now on to refrain from ripping their clothes and to take a potion afterward. She then announces that it has been an eventful evening, and to celebrate their meeting, they raise their cups and drink their juices. Marcel reflects that once again, it feels like a cycle. The refreshing black ale washes down the heat left by garlic and ginger. The sweet aftertaste pairs perfectly with the bitterness of the ale, and before they realize it, the meat and ale are gone. Sitting at the green table beside Dahlia, surrounded by people he can speak to without reservation, enjoying delicious food and drink, Wolfred feels an unfamiliar happiness. It makes him a little afraid. He expresses hope that they can drink together again someday. Marcel invites Wolfred to come to their place with Dahlia, promising that they will be waiting and that Irma will show off her cooking skills. The idea makes Wolfred extremely happy. He worries aloud that if nobles learn of their association with him, there could be dishonorable rumors. Marcel suggests that if Wolfred wishes to stay out of the public eye, he could use a fake name. If he wears glasses and calls himself Wolf, people can honestly say they did not know his true identity. Irma agrees, adding that he should go out in the evenings and blend into the crowd, since no one really cares who anyone else is. Around them, the bare stools are soaked in alcohol, and drunken patrons stumble over them. Wolfred says that it all sounds fun and that he is genuinely looking forward to it. After that, Irma and Marcel leave. Dahlia admits that she has not been this happy in quite a while. Wolfred points out that she already has a great deal on her plate, with palace etiquette lessons, the first delivery, and everything else. He wonders whether she has already moved on to magic artisan lessons with Oswald. She explains that she had her first lesson the other day, during which Oswald taught her several methods of combined magic addition. She believes she can already try applying them to the creation of the fourth man-made magic sword. She also explains that the bracelet she is wearing is a self-defense bracelet borrowed from Oswald for workplace safety. The materials are rare, and the circuits are extremely detailed. The magic power interference countermeasure she learned uses a special steel known as magic sealing silver. This steel is inserted into the joints of each piece before magical addition is performed. It appears capable of isolating weak magic. When Wolfred hears this, it feels as though scales fall from her eyes. She realizes that until now, she had only thought about suppressing interference after magical addition, starting from the tang area. Since the material does not harden until magic is added, the process becomes much easier. Knowing that the work can be redone reduces the pressure, and it seems that the method does not require much magic power either, so she decides to proceed and perform it in a single attempt. Wolfred holds the dagger and immediately notices that the sheath is significantly lighter. The weight reduction enchantment is clearly a success. When he tests the sharpness and speed, he is taken aback. He never imagined it would work this well. The effects are strong, and even the speed and water output, which had been weakened by the black slime's wind and water resistance the first time, are now fully restored. Both of them shout in excitement, realizing that it is a success. At last, they have created a normal, peaceful sword. The way the water flows from the blade makes it look as though it is crying, so Wolfred dubs it the lamentation blade. However, due to its speed and the sheer volume of water it produces, Dahlia names it the super high-speed water extruding magic sword. She cannot believe that he chose another ominous, demon lord-like name. Wolfred counters that her name makes it sound like the sword exists to serve tea or coffee as quickly as possible. He adds that with the amount of water it produces, he would never go thirsty on a campaign. Dahlia immediately asks him to please use a normal water magic crystal for that purpose instead. Wolfred jokes that if he keeps this sword under his shirt, he will not have to worry if a wyvern ever carries him off again. Dahlia responds that even if he is joking, he should please stop. Wolfred then tells her that she always speaks so politely to him. He asks whether she could speak to him the way she does with Marcel and Irma, or whether that would place an undue burden on her. Dahlia explains that even though they are close, he belongs to a count's household, and speaking to him casually in public would cause problems. For example, she once accidentally called him by his first name in the palace. Wolfred apologizes, saying that he pressured her and that she should forget the matter. Dahlia raises her voice and clarifies that what she meant was that she would like him to wait until she receives patronage. If that happens, their positions will be closer. That is what she truly meant. Wolfred smiles and replies that if he also gains patronage, then they will be of the same rank. After that, he stands and says that he should head home. When he notices that it is raining, Dahlia asks him to please wait and offers him a sand lizard coat. He says that she has already given him a shirt and that he cannot borrow a memento that once belonged to her father as well. She insists that in that case, it will have to be a different red coat. She takes them all out and asks which one he prefers. He apologizes, saying that he will borrow this one again. Dahlia bids him good night and wishes him sweet dreams. It is mealtime for the knights when one of them mentions that a former senior was misled by the type of woman who is overly friendly. Hearing this, Dorino asks them not to talk about the incident, as it makes him lose his appetite. Later Dorino is walking when someone calls out to him, saying that this may be a nuisance, but that she very much wanted to send it. Dorino looks at the letter and apologizes, explaining that he cannot accept it. As the lady leaves, he chuckles to himself, remarking that it must be difficult being such a popular man. Afterward, he calls out to Randolph and asks whether he is finished sending them off already. Randolph replies that he is not, explaining that a sudden meeting has been called in the captain's office, leaving him on standby for a while. Wilfred has apparently been lamenting about it again. No one knows where or how they met, but Wilfred has been completely tamed. Nearby, someone whispers that tea had been prepared, yet royal confections were served instead, using a tea set from the Eastern Kingdom. They were only meant to submit paperwork, but the captain delayed his afternoon plans just to invite them. That lady comes around often, but something does not feel quite right. We then see the captain explains to Dahlia that they were only supposed to accept the invoice for the camp stove and the shoe dryer, and he apologizes that everything took so long. Dahlia responds that she is glad she was able to learn a great deal about beasts and campaigns, and she thanks him for the tea and coffee. With that, she takes her leave. Randolph apologizes and asks whether it would be possible for her to wait a moment while the inquiry prepares the carriage. In the bathroom, Dahlia washes her hands, feeling relieved that she must wait for the carriage, as she had far too much tea and should return shortly. Suddenly, someone spills water on her. The maid hurriedly apologizes, explaining that she lost her footing, ruined the dress, and asking whether she should wipe it off. Dahlia notes that the maid was probably coming to change the water in the washroom and tells her that the water will not be noticeable once it dries, so she should not worry herself over it. The maid apologizes again and rushes off. Dahlia thinks that she had better hurry back. Dorino notices her and calls out, apologizing for being so sudden. Since Randolph has been called away, Dorino explains that he will escort her to the inquiry. He hesitates before mentioning something difficult to say, pointing out that there appears to be ink on her skirt. Dahlia thanks him for letting her know. Internally, she reflects that she had been so startled and flustered that she might not have noticed that a dirty rag was used on her skirt. She does not want to believe it was done on purpose. The coat is getting quite worn. The sand lizard hide once protected her father from the rain for a very long time. Her father used to say that he received this coat from someone truly special. That is what he always said as he continued to use it and carefully patch it up. It served him faithfully, even though he did not always take proper care of it. At times, she took care of it for her father. Even after he stopped using it often, once she created a proper raincoat, she remembers that he still tried to wear it. She always believed it had come from a precious friend, though in the end, that may not have been the case. She never asked him directly. In the past, her father would borrow a bodyguard from the guildmaster or hide nearby just to check how she was doing. Now, she finds herself fully trusting the well-used and softened coat. It looks almost laughably too large, yet it still repels rain effectively. She has already lent it to Wilfred twice without asking her father for permission. Because of that, she silently asks her father to forgive her, reassuring herself that Wilfred will take good care of it and return it properly.